Moms are scared for their children in the cities. Moms are scared for their kids because of the illegal immigration crime. It's rampant. They're concerned for the out of control crime. I don't know if you saw this, but in Los Angeles, some hoodlums ransacked Michael Jordan's premier Nike location after the Dodgers won the World Series. Washington, D.C. is boarding up, and everybody knows that's not to prevent from Republicans who are upset. That's Democrat voters who are upset.
Well,
So I think what you're seeing is a little bit of a desperation from the Harris campaign. Oprah seemed desperate when she spoke last night. It just seems like a Hail Mary to me. I think Donald Trump's going to pull this out. And let's face it, 60-something million Americans had voted before the Madison Square Garden event last week. That's a big deal. They'd already made their decision by then.
well, Chad, I mean, you mentioned the boarding up in Washington D.C., which has become a kind of quadrennial event now, which is not a good thing. But they are also boarding up there because of what happened on January the 6th. 2021, and there is obviously a concern. We hear it a lot here in the UK that Donald Trump won't accept a narrow defeat, that he won't concede. I mean, he struggled to do so last time. Does that concern you if it does narrowly go for Harris, particularly given the polls have been so close that Trump just won't accept the result and we could see another something like January 6th happen again?
Well, you got to keep in mind we had 200 cities burn in the George Floyd riots, and those were largely Democrats. CNN called it mostly peaceful protesting. The only person I've heard say out loud that they would not accept the results was Jamie Raskin, a congressman. He said Donald Trump will never step foot in the White House. We'll make sure of it in the United States Congress. Now, I don't think he can do that, but actually he is the only one who's made that kind of threat public. I haven't heard anybody in the Trump team or Trump himself say anything of the like, but Jamie Raskin made an out and out threat of insurrection itself. And so I believe there's a disparity. I'm not sure what media you guys consume over there, but I know that the media here is largely liberal. It leads hard left. And so a lot of what people see here might be focused on an isolated one-day January 6th event, but it happened in 200 cities during the George Floyd summer of riots everywhere.
Okay.
So I have not heard anybody talk about not accepting
All
the
right.
result.
We are hearing reports that Donald Trump's been told by some advisors that he should prematurely declare victory on election night if he's sufficiently ahead of Kamala Harris. So, in battleground states like Pennsylvania, the consensus view we hear is that Trump has nothing to lose by claiming that he's won if he has kind of several 100,000 vote advantage in Pennsylvania, for example, although it won't be official, it won't be fully confirmed. We're being told that he may be being advised to just call it. He's got nothing to lose by calling it early. Would that be your advice to him as well, Chad? Would you go along with that?
I've not heard any of that. Here's what I would tell you. Think about Pennsylvania. So in 2020, Joe Biden had banked over 1.3 million votes ahead of Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. This year, the margin is 383,000 was the last number I saw yesterday afternoon for early voting. So Trump has cut into that early vote in Pennsylvania by 1 million votes. I'm really hopeful, y'all, that this is called tonight or early tomorrow. I think people don't trust a system that looks at a Florida that's a large state that reports results that night. And it just seems like the same states that are blue or purple take a lot more time to count votes, and it creates distrust. So I'm not sure what the president's being told, but I think he has a room for a lot of confidence going into election night.
But if it's like 80% sure, if his team are 80% sure, it's not conclusive. Should they just go and call it anyway? Should he be punchy, do you think, in that way? A, to kind of stake his claim, I suppose, but also B, to stop it from dragging out unnecessarily for an unnecessary length of time. Should he call it early?
I like the word punchy. That's good. Look, I'd tell him to be confident, but I don't think he needs to be punchy. I think that there's a lot of reason for optimism. Did you see the Georgia numbers, y'all? I think they're indicative too. Typically, when Democrats do well in the state of Georgia and nationally, the percent of the black vote, early vote, is about 31, 32, even 34%. Right now, it's around 26%. So that doesn't bode well for Democrats nationally as well. But I don't think he needs to be punchy. I think he needs to be confident.
Okay. All right. Listen, Chad, thanks so much for being with us. Former Republican Party chair in South Carolina, one of our evening edition US election watchers. We'll speak again really soon. Chad, thank you for being with us.
Yes, ma'am.
Cheers. Josh Glancy also with us. us here in the studio. When we come back, we're doing a swing state bounce. What on earth is a swing and a bounce? Well, it means that we're going round all of the swing states. We'll be live with reporters in the majority. We'll also hear from via voice notes from other reporters as well as we cover some of these crucial swing states. We'll find out what you need to know, what we need to know on this huge day in American politics. It is Kate Borsay. It's the evening edition, our US election special. All that to come. Let's get a full news update first from Rachel Jewell.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Good evening. There are long lines at polling stations as Americans vote for their 47th president. Election officials say they've resorted to extreme measures to keep themselves safe, including bulletproof vests and snipers. 40% of poll workers have had threats or abuse in an election that's still too close to call. Kamala Harris says her campaign has finished with optimism and energy, and Donald Trump has been out to cast his vote at Palm Beach in Florida.
It looks like we have a very substantial lead. It looks like we have many more Republicans voting today than Democrats. So if you have a lead and we have a bigger vote, that means you're doing very well. But they have to call a winner.
We're hearing that several arrests have been made for Election Day violence and threats to polling officials. And Capitol Police protecting the Congress buildings in Washington, D.C. say they've arrested a man who smelt of fuel and was carrying a torch and a flare gun. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has fired his defence minister. He says there have been significant gaps and a crisis of trust between him and Yoav Gallant, largely over the war in Gaza. And the Queen has a chest infection and has pulled out of engagements this week. Camilla is understood to be resting at home under doctor's supervision. And for a news bulletin when you want it, search for the Times News Briefing on any podcast platform.
This is Times Radio.
I'm coming in hot. Get more spice in your life with the McSpicy at McDonald's. With 100% chicken breast in a spicy, crispy coating. The McSpicy is coming in hot. Oh, yeah. I feel like it's kicking in now. Served after 11 a.m.
Here we go again. Running a small business, I should be used to early mornings. Gotta stay ahead of the competition. After all, the early bird catches the sun loungers by the pool.
With an American Express business card, spend securely and earn points on business transactions to put towards your dream holiday.
Right by the bar as well.
The card is for business, the points are for pleasure. Search Amex Business Card. Terms and annual fees apply. 18 plus, subject to status.
Get ahead of the news with Kate Borsay from 7 p.m. as she brings you tomorrow's Times Today. An exclusive look at the stories making tomorrow's headlines. The Evening Edition with Kate Borsay on Times Radio.
We're streaming live to YouTube, I was about to say. We're streaming live to YouTube. So if you've ever wondered what it looks like with a host that can't speak properly, and poor Josh Glancy, who we're just throwing into the presenting position here on Times Radio, please do tune in. Head to Times Radio YouTube and you can see all the action here in the studio. We've got graphics behind us. We've got a myriad of paper and technology in front of us. We're going to be doing our little whiz round the swing states, these really important marginal states that are the key indicators, really, as to who will take this election. A reminder that from 1 a.m. tonight, it's our special US elections results show hosted by Callum McDonald. He'll be speaking to Times Radio's John Pienaar from Washington, D.C., Andrew Neil, who's in New York live throughout the night as well, bringing you analysis. Daryl Morris is with you on top of every newsline and everything you need to know as it comes into the studio. And Rosie Wright is at an election watch party, or parties, I think. So you've got a full evening. We've got Times reporters all over the states as well to bring you. So all night we'll be with you on Times Radio doing what we love to do, which is bring you live news, breaking news as we get it. So let's take our little bounce around the swing states. This means that we're going to be going to 7 different states. In alphabetical order, they're Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. So let's begin our whistle-stop tour in North Carolina. We're actually going to hear from the the former Republican senator for North Carolina, Richard Burr, just after 8 o'clock on this show, by the way, so stay tuned for that. Tom Newton-Dunn is there right now reporting for The Times in the town of Nashville, not the one in Tennessee, but the one in North Carolina. Good evening, Tom.
Hey, Kate. Yeah, they're quite big on that. They say they're the original Nashville, not to be confused with the upstarts in Tennessee.
All right, well, we will give them that because I know no better. So they can absolutely have that. Tell me what the atmosphere is like in North Carolina.
Well, I'd say it's pretty peaceful and happy, actually. I mean, it's a glorious sunny day here. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see that. 26 degrees centigrade in North Carolina today, and that's warm. It's November after all. There has been a cloud in the sky. A lot of people have been coming to the polling places. They call them that rather than polling stations. Huge numbers. We were up at 6:30 a.m. when the polling places opened, and there was already quite a long line in Raleigh, which is the capital of the state. And it's been celebrational. That's what election day is in America. They do celebrate their democracy no matter what side you're on, and so far it's going peaceful. Look, they row about things all the time, and certainly there'll be probably a row after this result. But today, mood's pretty good.
Tom, it's Josh Glancy here. North Carolina has been a bit of a Democratic heartbreaker over the years. I mean, they won it under Obama in 2008, but one often hears of them making great ground in North Carolina and it's about to turn blue, and it never quite seems to. Do you think we're maybe in for that again this year?
Oh,
have we lost Tom?
Got a slightly
okay,
dodgy...
well, I think we might be in for that again this year. You can probably tell from my very leading question.
Let's just see if we've got Tom Newton-Dunn back. We lost you briefly, Tom. It's all that excitement over in Tennessee, North Carolina. Tom, are you with us?
I'm with you. Yeah, Josh was obviously asking me some horrific question I had to escape.
Josh, go on.
Yeah, Tom, I was just saying, do you think, I mean, North Carolina has been a bit of a Democratic heartbreaker over the years, as sort of, they've often thought they were going to get it, but usually don't. Do you think that might be the case again?
I really can't call this one. I really think it's very, very close indeed. Do you know, you talk to some Democrats, you talk to some Harris supporters, as we've just been, and they're absolutely buzzing and full of enthusiasm. They'll tell you that all their people have already turned to vote and tons more have early voted, so they're going to win it. You then talk to some Republicans and they say, yeah, there's been a really strong showing. It's really, really time. It's a fascinating state because it's gone Republican, as you say, repeatedly. The last time I voted Democrat was for Obama, and then before that it was Jimmy Carter. So it's a red state. But they've had a Democrat governor for all that time as well. So they flip quite a bit. They quite like to sort of play the cards a little bit. And where we are now, which is Nash County, that's the tightest of all the counties across the entirety of the state, all 100 counties in the state. And it goes with the winner of the presidency. It's a bit like a Pennsylvania, if you like, every single time. And all I can tell you, it is very, very close and the mood is very, very tight. You speak to the first person who voted this morning at 6:30 a.m. She queued for 55 minutes to get into the polling place in Raleigh this morning. We spoke to her, she came out and she said she was queuing, she was voting for the first time and she really wanted to see a woman president. And she got up at the crack of dawn before then to do that. But Trump supporters are equally optimistic. So, I mean, all I can tell you, Josh, is that there will be heartbreak one side or other, but it will be incredibly tight. And I can't see this state being decided by more than maybe even the tens of thousands of votes tonight.
Goodness. Okay, Tom, thank you. Great to speak to you. We'll touch base again soon, I'm sure. Tom Newton-Dunn there, reporting for The Times in the town of Nashville in North Carolina. Let's go to Pennsylvania now. Kamala Harris last night rounded off her campaign there. We know that Trump also visited too, a sign of just how important the state might be. It carries the most of the electoral college votes of these swing states. So there's, really is the maximum amount to play for. Let's hear from Philadelphia.
We have an opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of politics that have been driven by fear and division. We're done with that. We're done. And we're exhausted with it. America is ready for a fresh start. Love you, sweetheart.
Well, that was Kamala Harris in Philadelphia. Let's go to Katie Mayer, a government reporter and editor at Spotlight PA. Katie, good evening to you. Thank you so much for being with us. Look, Pennsylvania has been flattered by several visits from both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. It's probably the most purple state of them all. Could go red, could go blue, and there's so much to play for there, isn't there?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Philadelphia, where I am, is a very blue state, or a very blue city, a repository of votes for Democrats. But the state's extremely diverse politically. So there's very rural areas. There's more than one blue city. It's just a lot going on.
Okay. And tell us a little bit about what you've been hearing from people. Are there any indications at all about how this might go?
Well, I'm not a prognosticator, but I've been talking to voters today. Again, I'm in a blue area at the moment. A lot of voters I've spoken to have felt very, very strongly about abortion, and that's an issue that Democrats obviously have been running on, but they're not sure how well it was going to resonate. So hearing that from lots of voters, I think, is a strong indicator for Democrats that it's still something that drives people to the polls. One thing we're watching here in Pennsylvania, too, is just how long it takes to count ballots. It was a center of a lot of conspiracy theories in 2020. The state does take a little longer to count ballots in recent years. And so it's likely that it'll be a little faster this year, but there will probably still be delays.
Katie, there was a lot of debate when Kamala Harris was picking her VP candidate about not choosing Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania. And there was this sense that if it really does come down to Pennsylvania and it's extremely close, which is obviously very possible, that might prove a mistake. Is there any sense that might Shapiro have helped her in this sort of fiercest and most competitive state of all?
It's an interesting question. I mean, Shapiro is very popular here in Pennsylvania, but I will say, a lot of polling has indicated that vice presidential candidates don't really move the needle that much in terms of outcomes. So, they don't see huge bumps, for instance, when, in a vice president's own state. So I think it's anybody's guess. Pennsylvania is a crucially important state. So I'm sure there will be a lot of, thoughts about that if Harris does lose the state.
And Katie, are you prepped for this to go long in Pennsylvania? Have you got supplies for the week?
I've got my groceries. Yeah, we are prepped for it to go long. We don't know how long. It was about 4 days in 2020. I think it'll be shorter this year, but it's anyone's guess.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Brilliant. We'll round it off there. Thank you so much. A quick question here from Peter Lockwood, who's been in touch to say, why don't all states count their postal votes first as other countries do? They will have them by late morning. Their systems seem designed to allow legal objections at every stage. The whole thing is a charter for lawyers to earn huge fees. Have they ever thought of federalising the 3 US Congress votes? Presidents, senators and representatives, same rules everywhere. Peter in Leeds. Josh, any suggestions? It is just the way it is?
You're relying on my constitutional expertise here. I mean, yes, because America is a state-first system. And so all of these rights and customs and traditions and processes have evolved separately according to state governments. And each state is entitled to run its own election. But yeah, it's obviously a complete basket case and is a sort of recipe for complete disaster. So,
all right. Will it ever be modernised? Will it ever be changed? Hard to say, because that I'm sure would involve a huge constitutional process. Let's go to Wisconsin. We are at the moment whizzing around all of our swing states. These are the key states, the deciders, the 50-50s. Some of them will indicate from early on really how this election may go. Republicans held their national convention in the biggest city of Milwaukee in Wisconsin, where Trump received a hero's welcome after the first assassination attempt days before. Harris held her very first rally here in July. Here is a Harris voter who sent us this message.
Hey, this is Mackenzie from Oregon, Wisconsin, which is right outside of Madison. There are a few things I think feel a lot different from this election, notably the fact that in 2016, Hillary Clinton did not come to the state of Wisconsin, and Kamala Harris has made it a huge point, alongside Trump, to come to the state of Wisconsin. Attending her rally earlier this fall was incredible and inspiring. In many ways, I feel a repeat of how I felt in 2016, very confident voting for Hillary Clinton and very confident that she would win. And it feels a little scary to know that my ballot is out of my hands and I've done what I can do, and now we just have to sit and wait.
Well, that's Mackenzie from Oregon, Wisconsin, talking about how nervous she is. Again, another really tough one to call. First vote results will largely be ballots cast early. Large populations in Democrat strongholds may take longer to count in this one. Look, I mean, the thing about Wisconsin is it's a big mix of cities, small towns, large rural areas as well. It is a hugely contested state. Should we have a look at what might come in when, just in terms of timing of these swing states, before we turn our focus to a little bit more of them? So the first one to come in will be Georgia. That is when polls close in Georgia at midnight. Josh, then at midnight, North Carolina, 1 o'clock polls close in Pennsylvania and Michigan. We've already said Pennsylvania. We may not know the outcome in that one for a long time. 2 a.m. UK time, polls close in Wisconsin and Arizona. And then 3 a.m. Will be Nevada. And right upon polls close, I mean, do Americans strictly have the same as an exit poll, or the same emphasis on exit polls as we do here in the UK? Or because you've got so many different states closing at different times, does it just become a lot more difficult?
You don't tend to get that kind of very definitive exit poll, which has become more of a feature of UK elections in the last sort of decade, hasn't it? Where the exit poll is really the result at this point, almost in the British election. You don't get that one definitive moment, but you do get some states are pretty ready to call early. I mean, the big one in 2020 was Arizona, when our Fox News called Arizona for Biden, which was a hugely controversial and fascinating moment. They went very early. They were proved right, and that was the beginning of the end for Trump in 2020. So you do sometimes get these. You have these decision desks. The Associated Press will have one, Fox News will have one, NBC will have one. And they often end up calling it before anyone else does.
Which is sort of hard for us to get our heads around here, that you've got news outlets calling election results as a reliable way of doing it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it speaks to the kind of scale and power of the big corporate media companies in America, that they have these desks that are that well staffed and resourced to actually make these calls. But they are usually borne out. That big Arizona call was correct in 2020, but it's a bold decision to be the first when it's that tight.
Yeah, calling it. Coming up, we'll look at Michigan and Arizona. We're taking our little journey around the swing states here on Times Radio. It's our US Election Day special. Josh Clancy of the Sunday Times. Myself, Kate Borsay, here with you throughout the night, actually. We are on air continuously now until what must be 1 a.m. tomorrow morning, Thursday morning, right?
That's not just you doing that.
That's not just me doing that. No, Callum McDonald has the big job of taking us through the night and then on to the usual shows tomorrow during the day. All of that to come. Stay with us.
The Money Moment on Times Radio, sponsored by Coventry Building Society. Every Thursday night, Henry Bonsu is joined by personal finance expert Rick Kelsey to discuss the things that you can do to make your money go further, plus tips and tricks to help you save for the moments that make life truly memorable. The Money Moment, Thursday night from 10 on Times Radio, sponsored by Coventry Building Society, here to help you save for your sunny days. Find out more at thecoventry.co.uk.
The Story, the award-winning daily news podcast from The Times. Listen in the Times Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm coming in hot. Get more spice in your life with the McSpicy at McDonald's. With 100% chicken breast in a spicy, crispy coating. The McSpicy is coming in hot. Oh, yeah. I feel like it's kicking in now. Served after 11 a.m.
Looking to grow your investments and generate a long-term income? The Scottish American Investment Company, also known as Saints, could help. Saints has been investing for over 150 years and focuses on growing capital as well as income by investing in a diverse range of companies from around the world. Saints is managed by Bailey Gifford, manager for some of the UK's best-known investment trusts. Find out key information and more at baileygifford.com. As with any investment, capital is at risk and income is not guaranteed.
The Evening Edition with Kate Borsay on Times Radio.
It is Kate Borsay here. It's the Evening Edition on Times Radio and our US Election Day special. We're joined by Josh Clancy of the Sunday Times, former Washington bureau chief for the paper, who's offering his expert expertise in his expert. He's offering his expert voice across this for us tonight. We're running around the swing states as we speak. Now, 3 in particular, we've been to Wisconsin and Pennsylvania already. Michigan is the third of that trio of swing states that'll be most closely watched, because those 3 states all went red, Republican 2016, and all went blue, Democrat in 2020. And, that's why we call them swing states. So let's go to Michigan now. It's where Donald Trump gave his final pre-election speech in Grand Rapids. He decided to take a swipe at Kamala Harris.
She's a crooked person. She's a bad person. Evil. She's an evil, sick, crazy, bad. Oh, no. It starts with a B, but I won't say it. I want to say it.
Yeah, tricky one, that one. I mean, that is vintage Trump, but that is going too far. Many will argue, Josh. I saw you wince.
I was wincing. I think sometimes one forgets just how base and degraded his rhetoric can be, and how low the bar has been taken by Trump. I mean, when he was, filleting a microphone on stage.
Yes,
I
saw that too.
We're kind of somewhat anaesthetized to it now. But and I say this as someone who has many friends who are Trump voters and who's reported on him, I hope, quite fairly over the years. But sometimes that language, you just think, what would Ronald Reagan or Abraham Lincoln think of their Republican nominee? It's just, I don't know. It does upset me a bit. Sorry, I sound a bit sort of sanctimonious now.
But the reflection is that what engages voters in 2024? And, judging by the polls, obviously he hasn't spoken quite to that level every single day of the election, but it's not a surprise for us to hear Donald Trump say that. And, half the electorate, half those people polled are going along with that, are happy and are being appealed to with that. And we absolutely have to respect that. I mean, there's no point being sanctimonious about it at all.
No, not at all.
It is a reflection of what American voters feel pumped by.
Yeah, I mean, I think one has to sort of... I just think sometimes one has to remind oneself of what we're listening to here. But you're right. Although a lot of Republicans I know don't like that language, but they think that the outcomes they're going to get from Trump, the political outcomes, are better.
All right, let's go to Chad Livingood, who's political editor of the Detroit Times. Would that have done Donald Trump any harm in Michigan at all, Chad? It was probably the most base language that we've heard from him throughout the campaign so far.
Yeah, just the context of that comment, he was actually talking about Nancy Pelosi, the former House Speaker, not Kamala Harris. But nonetheless, yes, he walked right up to the line about saying the B word about a female politician, a woman who has run the House of Representatives in the U.S., the first female Speaker of the House of Representatives. And so this is what we've kind of...
Oh, we've lost him. We've also been hearing from voters. This is someone who lives in Southeast Michigan, who's gone for Kamala Harris.
Hey, this is Anne Marie from Michigan, and I am very nervous about the results of the election. It's very purple here in the state of Michigan. What that means is even our historically Republican or Democratic areas are quite mixed, and walking down the road in my neighborhood, there's no clear indication of who as a community we all support. It's a little nerve-wracking. I'm very worried about the results and what it means for me and the safety of my family.
That was Anne Marie, who lives in Southeast Michigan, going for Kamala Harris. I'm going to go to Arizona. We've got our next guest with us. If we can go back to Chad, we will do. But let's jump right across to the southwest of America now, to Arizona, where Zach Buchanan is news editor for the Phoenix New Times. Good evening, Zach.
Hello.
Tell us about local engagement with this. Arizona's a swing state. Are people engaged? Do people feel, I guess, pumped by the important part that they play or may play in this?
I think pumped and also exhausted. Being a swing state is a pretty new phenomenon for us. This has been a solidly red state for decades, and it flipped in 2020. That was a weird election year. There wasn't a lot of in-person campaigning, a lot of mail ballots because of the pandemic. And so this year it's been the biggest barrage of political ads and high profile visits from both sides of the aisle, trying to get people energized to vote. And we're all like relieved for it to be over and nervous as to how it's going to turn out. We're still a very heavily mail-in ballot state, so a lot of people have already voted early before polls even opened today. And so a lot of the activity here politically over the last week or so has been really engineered about turning out those last few undecided voters, or those last few voters who haven't voted before or don't vote very often. And so it's both parties are really just trying to get whatever's left out there on the playing field to swing to their side.
Zach, we're often told from 5,000 miles away that Arizona is a place we should look out for election denialism, that there's quite a sort of active stop the steal movement from 2020 in Arizona. But what's it like on the ground? Is that something you're really concerned about, or do you think there's a little bit of too much sort of hype and anxiety around that?
No, I'm concerned about it a lot. I mean, the Republican candidate for Senate is Carrie Lake, who is still suing to try and become the governor from an election she lost 2 years ago. Our Maricopa County recorder, who is one of the more high-profile election officials in charge of voter registration here and early voting, is a Republican who has fought back against these claims very steadfastly. He lost his primary to someone in his party who is much more close with the far right wing, who is into the election denialism thing. So it is a big issue out here. The Secretary of State revealed a week or so ago that he wears a bulletproof vest to go into court, just because of all the threats that they get from people claiming that they stole the election. I believe that Maricopa County in Arizona is prepared for that kind of thing this time around after dealing with it 4 years ago. But we really are, it seems like, ground zero for that kind of misinformation.
Look, thanks so much for being with us, Zach. We'll have to leave it there for time. That is Zach Buchanan, news editor for the Phoenix New Times in Arizona. 11 electoral college votes won by Biden by 10,000 votes in 2020. These are swing states. We just don't know. That is the point of them. Josh Glancy, a huge pleasure to be joined by you. Thank you for offering your expert voice across this. I feel like we've not covered half of it, but that's why there's the rest of the show to go.
Stay all night.
Thanks for your time, Josh Glancy. This is the evening edition. It's our US Election Day special. Stay with us. We'll hear from a former Republican senator indicted Trump in 2021, now wants us to back him.
Online and on your smart speaker. News, national, international, and full coverage of the 2024 US presidential election. This is Times Radio.
It is Kate Borsay. It is our US Election Day special here on the Evening Edition Times Radio, with you broadcasting continuously now through until 1 a.m. on Thursday morning. I think I've got that right. Anyway, you will not miss a trick with us here on the show. Plenty to come. We'll be speaking to the former Republican Senator for North Carolina, Richard Burr. He voted to impeach Donald Trump in 2021 and now asks you to back him. Why has he changed his mind? All that on the way. And we'll have Penny Mordaunt as well, former cabinet minister. She'll be telling us about trade deals with the US, what they're like to deal with, and also what she makes of politics a little closer to home as well. That is all on the way. Do stay with us. Let's get a full news update first from Rob Malarkey.
Case, thank you. Good evening. Police in the United States have arrested a man at the US Capitol's Visitor Center in Washington, D.C. as the nation goes to the polls today. A spokesperson for the US Capitol Police said the man smelled of fuel and was armed with a flare gun before he was apprehended during its screening process. The FBI also says there have been bomb threats to polling stations in several states and that many appear to originate from Russian email domains, but it said none of the threats have been determined to be credible thus far. Vice President Kamala Harris says she's finished her campaign with optimism, energy and with joy. Millions of voters are choosing between the Democratic candidate and her Republican rival Donald Trump. Trump cast his vote in Florida earlier, and before heading back to his home at Mar-a-Lago, he said he was confident of returning to the White House.
It looks like we have a very substantial lead. It looks like we have many more Republicans voting today than Democrats. So if you have a lead and we have a bigger vote, that means you're doing very well. But they have to call a winner.
Israel's Defence Minister Yoav Gallant has been dismissed. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he had no faith in Gallant's management of Israel's ongoing military operations. He'll be replaced by the nation's Foreign Minister Israel Katz. The Times correspondent is Richard Spencer.
He's clashed repeatedly with Netanyahu. He's stopped various Netanyahu's plans. He's advocated different policies from Netanyahu. So it's been a bit of a difficult relationship all along. He tried to fire Gallant last year, but failed. There was a big popular sort of protest about it, and he had to reinstate him.
Stormont's First Minister Michelle O'Neill is to lay a wreath at Belfast City Hall on Remembrance Sunday, a first for a senior Sinn Féin figure in Northern Ireland. While acknowledging it will be uncomfortable for some Republicans, she said it's the right thing to do.
I am a leader, I'm a First Minister for everybody in this society. This weekend and remembrance events are about acknowledgement of loss. They're about every loved one out there that's ever buried a family member as a result of the horror of conflict. So for me, this gives me an opportunity to fulfil that commitment.
Downing Street says the Prime Minister did reply to Sir Alan Bates after the Post Office Justice campaigner twice wrote to Number 10 last month, demanding faster compensation payments for postmasters impacted by the Horizon IT scandal. A spokesman for Sir Keir Starmer said there was no firm commitment to compensate victims with full financial redress by March of next year. Last week, the government announced that £1.8 billion had been set aside for compensation payments. The Prime Minister has also wished the Queen a speedy recovery after it was announced she has a chest infection. Camilla is said to be resting at home, but is hopeful of attending this weekend's remembrance events. And strikes by London Underground drivers over pay have been suspended. Members of the ASLEF union were due to walk out on Thursday of this week, as well as next Tuesday. Don't forget you can set the Times news briefing as your news service on Alexa.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker. The Evening Edition with Kate Borsay on Times Radio.
Good evening. You're listening to Kate Borsay. It is Times Radio's Evening Edition. It is our US Election Day special. Still to come.
And make no mistake, we will win.
With just hours to go until the polls close stateside, we'll continue to bring you all the latest from the US election. Pollster Clifford Young will be here to give you his early predictions. And I'll speak to the former senior Conservative Minister Penny Mordaunt about how this election could influence the future of the special relationship. Plus, we'll be joined by a very special panel as well this evening. Two US comedians, Lewis Schaffer and Dave Fulton, will be here to tell us all about their campaign highlights. You can get in touch, as you have been doing. Any question you have about the US election, maybe you're confused about something, maybe you'd like to put your opinion out there, please do 0333 003 2353 if you'd like to WhatsApp us. You can send us your photos, by the way. Do you have election night snacks ready? Are you going to an election watch party? Do indulge. You can text us 87222. Start your message with the word Times or tweet us at Times Radio.
The Evening Edition on Times Radio.
Now, on this US election day, it is an incredibly tight race to call. All eyes are on 7 swing states. One of those is North Carolina. We heard from the state earlier. And now we can hear from one of its former senators who was in office until just last year. Richard Burr was an advisor on Donald Trump's 2016 campaign, but was then one of 7 Republican senators in 2021 to vote for his impeachment over the January 6th insurrection. But this summer, Richard announced he was backing Trump again. Why then, after so openly going against the former president, has he changed his mind?
It's very simple. It's like a court of law. When somebody is indicted for something, if they're found not guilty, they still have the freedoms of life. The only thing that could disqualify Donald Trump is if he had been impeached. It was my colleagues that chose not to do that. Therefore, he can run again. And like every American now, I have a choice between 2 candidates. And given that neither one is disqualified, I chose the one that I thought could best lead the country the next 4 years.
So even though you voted to impeach him, you still feel, or, I mean, perhaps your view of him has changed in the years since 2021.
Well, I'm not sure that any Americans' views have changed since 2021. We disagree with how the president says certain things, but we also remember the prosperity that we experienced for 4 years under his leadership. We understand the stability it brought to the world. There weren't the types of conflicts that we've got today. And I think every American realizes that their choice is between Vice President Harris and former President Trump. And from all the indications right now, America's split about 50-50, but we'll find out tomorrow whether, in fact, polling is right or wrong. It has not necessarily been accurate the last 2 election cycles.
So would it be fair to say that he wouldn't have been your first choice candidate for president for the Republicans?
I campaigned aggressively for Tim Scott, who was a colleague of mine in the United States Senate, because I felt that Tim was a fresh new generation. But at the end of the day, primaries determined that Donald Trump would be the Republican nominee. Unfortunately, it wasn't the electorate that chose Kamala Harris. It was the decision by the president to withdraw. And she will be historic from a standpoint of the first candidate to run for president that was not elected in a primary process.
You weren't the only Republican senator to vote to impeach Donald Trump. For those that didn't make that choice, I wonder whether you came under a bit of pressure from them, but how did that affect your standing at all in the party?
Well, I don't think so. I continued to serve out the rest of my term, and I think did it effectively. I look back on it as the right thing to have done at that particular time. Just like I look at today, the right thing to do is to support the former president.
You're here in the UK. I wonder whether it feels strange to be here with everything reaching fever pitch over in the United States at the moment.
Oh, no, I found at dinner last night the tables that surrounded me of Brits were very interested in carrying on a conversation about the U.S. elections. They were knowledgeable of it. They were interested in it. And in most cases, they believed that Trump would win, which was a surprise to me.
Are you quite glad to be away from the intensity of polling day in the United States? Are you quite glad to be here at the moment, I wonder?
Oh, I'm delighted to be out of the line of fire, let's say, as a political figure, one that's focused only as an observer. But I also am not retired because I believe that the next 10 to 20 years are going to be the most exciting years to be alive in the global economy that I've ever seen.
If Donald Trump is elected, are there enough guardrails in place to make sure that he doesn't, enact some of what we hear he might be interested in doing? Project 2025 is not officially affiliated with the Trump campaign at all. It is a separate document. It is a blueprint for leadership. But there are some ideas in that document that we understand Donald Trump is keen on, such as making the civil servants more partisan, ripping into the DOJ, obliterating some of those 3-letter organizations.
Sure.
Are you confident that there are enough guardrails in place should Donald Trump want to push things a little bit further, perhaps, in his second term as president, if that's the case?
Here again, I think we're unique in our government structure, that we have a United States House and a United States Senate. They share
but both could be under Republican control within a week or so.
They could, and I think it's unlikely today that all three will. But even if they could, Congress shares a third of the power with the president and a third of the power with the Supreme Court. And you can't find one incident in history where even when parties controlled all three bodies, that the Congress didn't exercise their unique jurisdiction over appropriations, what we spend, how we spend it, what we tax. The United States Senate has great latitude in foreign policy. Clearly, it's the Congress that declares war. The president can address a conflict, but if it turns into a war, it's got to be signed off by Congress. So we have built-in measures that we would consider to be checks and balances. At the end of the day, though, It's about the individuals that are elected in those positions and whether they display also the leadership skills to make sure that if the president nominates a partisan for a secretarial position, it's the United States Senate that may not confirm that president's choice.
Okay.
And it certainly happened more recently in both Republicans and Democrat administrations.
You were a senator in North Carolina. It's a swing state. It's a genuinely close call in that particular state. I wonder what you think will determine things in North Carolina.
Well, I think we've already begun to see it. We had 16 days of early voting, and North Carolinians voted at a historic pace. 56.8% of the eligible voters in North Carolina actually voted before Election Day. And if you looked at it and actually purged the voter files for people who have moved, it would actually be closer to 65%. So in a country like the United States, where it's historic to get about 72% turnout in an election year, there are not too many people left to vote today, Tuesday in the United States. So it may be that early voting might be a bigger indicator as to how the elections are going to turn out, at least in those states where early voting has been a very heavily used tool this year.
Yeah, so Trump carried North Carolina in 2020, but did so by just over 70,000 votes. It is a purple state, could vote red, could vote blue, winnable by either side this year.
Yeah, I'd also remind you, North Carolina is represented by 2 Republican senators. I won 3 different elections for 18 years as a Republican in North Carolina. So those of us that are elected don't see the purple color that some seem to look at. It's just North Carolinians really do choose individuals.
What happens if Donald Trump narrowly loses this election? In backing him this time, you've got to be pretty confident you're not going to see a repeat of January the 6th. But I wonder if your mind has wandered to the point or to consider what might happen if Donald Trump loses narrowly.
We will have a peaceful transition of power.
You're confident about that?
I'm confident of it. Donald Trump.
Why? Why are you confident about it?
Because we have a system that embraces that. And though it was tested before, it was only delayed 6 hours before that transition happened. And now that doesn't in any way suggest that Donald Trump as an individual might not claim that there were fraudulent votes or that something was wrong. But we also have a system that checks for that. And it won't delay in any way, shape, or form whether a new president is sworn in January.
Do you think he's going to accept that, though? That was the issue in 2020. He actually still hasn't conceded.
He still hasn't conceded.
The 2020 election. So what makes you think he'll do it this time?
I didn't say he would concede. I said that the election would be certified by the United States Congress, and on the swearing-in day, a new person would replace him in the White House. I'm not sure that he would agree that that The Apprentice as a program is necessarily taken off of TV. That's where he cut his teeth in entertainment, and I think we forget sometimes that he's an entertainer as much as he is anything.
You're going to say, Kamala, you're horrible at your job. You don't know what you're doing. You're a low IQ individual. We want smart people. We want cunning people. We're dealing with the smartest people in the world. We don't want you negotiating nuclear deals because you don't know what the word nuclear means. Kamala, you're fired. Get the hell out of here.
You just heard a clip there of Donald Trump from his final rally last night in Pennsylvania, and you'll note some of the language. And just, from being a former senator, from being an elderly statesman of the Republican Party, someone hugely experienced and respected in office as you were for decades, for several years. I wonder what you make of Donald Trump's language. Is that just part of the fun, or is that a concern?
Well, Donald Trump says a lot of things that most Americans, most Brits would not say. But he is an entertainer, and he sees rallies as a way to energize a person who is there to hear him and to be inspired by him. And politics, unfortunately, isn't limited to just the United States from a standpoint of the negativism of elections. And I think what we hopefully see is we see the pinnacle of that, and hopefully it's downhill from here. And it really does change to where it's more of a civil discourse going forward.
So once the campaign's over, if Donald Trump assumes office, you would hope with that becomes perhaps slightly more measured language.
Well, I certainly don't think we'll see another candidate that replicates his campaign style. But I don't think we're ever going to see the negativism taken out of politics. And as one who ran numerous times, I can only tell you that pointing out somebody else's faults is only used because it works.
That is Richard Burr, who is the former Republican senator for North Carolina, stepped down last year, an advisor on Donald Trump's 2016 campaign, and one of 7 Republicans to vote for his impeachment. Our thanks to Richard Burr. Coming up, we have the former Conservative Cabinet Minister, Penny Mordaunt. She's done her fair share of trade deals with the United States. So what do they like to deal with? What does this mean for the special relationship, a Trump presidency or a Kamala Harris presidency? That and more, and a bit on the Tory shadow cabinet, the Conservative shadow cabinet that's been announced by Kemi Badenoch as well. We'll speak to Penny about that. All that on the way. Do stay with us here. It is the evening edition and our US Election Day special.
Carol Walker on Times Radio.
We'll bring you the first exit polls that will give an early indication of whether Donald Trump or Kamala Harris will be the next president of the United States. We'll keep across all the latest developments with experts, insiders and commentators lined up to explain it all. And we'll take you through our usual look at the front pages of tomorrow's papers. Join us as we await the final result of the election, which will shape the future of the United States and countries and conflicts across the globe.
Carol Walker, tonight from 10 on Times Radio.
How often can you say a gift is truly unique? When you gift a loved one an Ancestry DNA test, you're giving them the keys to unlock their own personal journey of discovery. And with our festive sale now on, you can save on a truly meaningful gift. Help them discover their heritage, learn about their ancestors, and make new family connections this Christmas. Visit ancestry.co.uk to give them a gift that is truly unique. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Roman here. Have you seen the new iPhone 16? With its latest camera control, you can quickly access camera tools and take the perfect shot in record time. What's even better, now at Vodafone, you can get 6 months half price on your airtime. Plus, you can save up to £408 when you trade in an eligible iPhone. Go online or in-store today. Vodafone, the nation's network.
Ends 2nd of December. Offer on unlimited max plan. Eligibility, credit and trade-in checks and terms apply. Verify claim at vodafone.co.uk/network.
Visit Times Radio on YouTube for the latest videos and interviews.
The Evening Edition with Kate Borsay on Times Radio.
Hi, I'm Bobby Eberly, Republican strategist and GOP county chair in Fort Bend County, Texas, and I'm part of the Evening Edition's U.S. Election Watchers on Times Radio.
It is US Election Day and our special here on the Evening Edition on Times Radio. Thanks so much for being with us. You can continue to get in touch, 0333 003 2353 if you'd like to WhatsApp us. You can also text us 87222. Start your message with the word Times. Now, polls are still open across the United States. The first will begin to close at 11 o'clock UK time, and then in the hours after that, you'll see a full suite of closures across the country. You'll get some early indications, some early exit polling, and then you'll start to get an idea. You'll start to get a frame of what the outcome might be. It's really hard to say at this stage. Of course, so much depends on those swing states and how long it takes each of those swing states to give us an indication on whether they'll go red or blue. So much to play for. I'm joined now here on the show by someone who's no stranger to doing trade deals with the United States. Penny Mordaunt, former Minister of State for Trade Policy and leader of the House of Commons. A warm welcome to Times Radio, Penny.
Good evening.
Thanks so much for being with us. Look, how are you feeling about this US election? I wonder if you can give it your best guess.
Well, I have to say, I used to work for the Republican Party. I was head of foreign press for George W. Bush's first election. And I'm having flashbacks to that night because obviously we started the evening thinking at some point we would know who the president was going to be. And at the end of the evening, we didn't. And I think it's just so uncertain. So with the caveat that nobody at this stage knows, and it's driving us all insane. I've been speaking to people that I know in both camps on the campaign trail, and I think all the indications are, and the logic of how elections should play out, say that Harris will just do it. I mean, that's the sort of what I have picked up, but who knows? I mean, it's incredibly exciting for people that really follow this closely and are political animals. It's going to be the most dramatic night. So I'm very excited and want it to be dawn. Want us to know who's going to. But those that know and are living and breathing this, I think the signs are good for Harris.
I love that we've got Penny's polling here on the show. It's not a huge, band of numbers. It isn't scientific, but that's what Penny's polling tells us. Look, you worked on...
It's the best gauge at this stage, I can tell you that, for having done many an election campaign.
You've done, I know, worked on lots of trade deals with different states in the United States. I wonder what your thoughts are in terms of trade, because there is no big shiny trade deal between the UK and the United States, no matter how long it's been on the agenda for. I wonder whether it looks better to that point under a Harris or a Trump administration.
So look, we're talking about a federal deal, and there are things that you can only do in a federal deal, tariffs, for example. So it would be wonderful if the UK and US could get together and have that kind of deal. And I think a lot of the work that we did in the last government, I mean, I literally went state by state around the US, and everywhere I went, I called on the agriculture commissioners. I did a lot of work to really make sure we understood what was in the interests of our farmers, for example, what the opportunities in the US market was for them, what was the appetite, and how could they be supported by those agriculture commissioner offices. We've got a lot of work that has been done on things that could help us get a really good federal deal. So that would be wonderful. But we started what we called the MOU program, which was focused where all the regulation sits, which is at state level. So that's things like mutual recognition of qualifications. So it will be easier for an accountant in Edinburgh to work on a project in Ohio than it would be for an accountant in the state next door. Real meaningful things that will give us, and particularly our technical professions and our services, a larger share of the US market. And so we've been working through those. We've done a number of them in the first 6 months of the program. Half the states in the US were indicating that they wanted that arrangement. And what that does, it commits us to annual economic dialogue, which opens up all sorts of other things as well. For example, airline routes and things that really help fire up our respective economies. So there's lots to be gained by continuing that programme. I don't know whether the Labour government is going to do that or not, but they should. And that will also help us gather good ideas and quality input for a federal deal as well. And I hope we do get one, but there are difficulties with either camp on that front.
Okay, all right. So neither camp has the advantage. I mean, look, I think the word special relationship, it often makes me wince. It is overused. But in terms of what bonds the United States and the UK together, whether you want to call it an alliance or a special relationship or just a friendship between two countries, will that be in a good condition? Will that be maintained under either Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? Is there a particular candidate there who worries you in terms of the strength of the bond between the UK and the United States?
So I think the thing that worries me is whoever the president is, what is our own government going to do? And there are already indications in terms of its foreign policy, its development policy, and to some degree its defense policy, that it's looking elsewhere to have as the foundation for our policy, our foreign policy, and our doctrine. And I mean, particularly in the development space. And I just think we need to keep that link with the US so strong. It has historically been the programs and the work that we have done together that has had the most beneficial impact on the world, that has led to more lives being saved, the progress of humanity, all of those things. So I think that I would encourage our own government to keep that relationship with the United States at the heart, at the forefront of everything we do. I think whoever is the president, they are going to expect us and Europe to be doing more of the heavy lifting in our own neighbourhood. I think that is likely. And I suspect you'll see in our defence review a focus on our own geography and the north. But I think, our relationship has withstood all kinds of challenges over the years, and I'm optimistic that it will stay strong.
I wonder what it's been like for you, Penny, over the last couple of months. You lost your seat at the election. How does it feel to be away from frontline politics? You had your own go at being Conservative Party leader, of course. I'd imagine it's quite a different gear change for you.
Well, it's been very nice having evenings and yes, a slightly different timetable than I was used to in the House of Commons, but I've done my level best to support people through the leadership contest. I wanted to remain neutral so I could do a piece of work for the then party chairman to enable whoever the new leader was to come in and have some options to re-engage with the country. And I've given everyone my best advice during that whole process. And I'm one of the foot soldiers again, and I shall be here helping our party rebuild, helping it reconnect with the nation and listen to the public and sectors like business that we have not served well in recent years to get where we need to be.
Is there a way back for you as an MP? I wonder if there are conversations to be had when by-elections pop up, whether you would be interested in getting back to work as an MP as soon as possible.
Look, I strongly believe you don't need to have letters after your name in order to do some good. So I will shortly, I've sort of signed off this evening as my office is now officially closed today. And in the coming weeks, you'll get to know what I'm doing next. But I intend to do some good, and I intend to do some things in the service of this nation. Obviously, I loved being in the House of Commons. There are days when, I wish I was back there, and certainly wanting to hold the Labour government to account for what it has done in recent days.
Let's talk about the future of the Conservative Party, led by Kemi Badenoch. Peter Mandelson, former famous Blair advisor, of course, had some interesting thoughts on how to win an election, that the Times Radio podcast today. He had some interesting thoughts on Kemi Badenoch's leadership.
She may turn out to be rather more interesting. I noticed when she was elected, Labour MPs saying, this is a great present for Labour, because they chose to see her as a sort of classic Thatcherite, small state, free enterprise politician with a lot of sort of culture warrior sort of spice thrown in.
Yeah.
It may be that she's not quite so much a straightforward right-winger as Labour would imagine or hope for. It may be that she turns out to be a more sort of closet right-wing centrist.
What do you think, Penny Mordaunt?
Well, I think Kemi is right when she said during the campaign that the public don't view what politicians have to offer through the lens of left or right anymore. People are changing who they support, and what they're really interested in is not right and left, but right and wrong. They don't care what colour the cat is, they want it to catch some mice. And I think the good thing about Kemi's offer is that she was yes, she knows what she thinks and she's a conviction politician, but at the heart of that is a very clear pragmatic streak. And I think our party's been at its best when it has been pragmatic, when it's been focused on working with the grain of human nature to get things to work, whether it's our public services or whether it is being absolutely clear that we are here to reward people who take responsibility.
Is all that culture war stuff going to distract her, though? Is it really important for Kemi Badenoch that she starts to have a look at policy, but doesn't fall into that sort of culture war trap? She's known for her forthright views, and that might be distracting, I suppose, from the real business of being in opposition, of holding the government to account.
I think if you talk to Kemi about any issue, she's got views on it. She's got experience of all kinds of sectors. And I think one of the things that people tend to forget is they see people standing up in the House of Commons talking about particular issues again and again and again. And that is in part because they're holding particular ministerial briefs. So it's not that they're just turning up and talking about the thing that matters to them most. So I think that now that she is leader of the party, people will be able to see a whole range of things that she wants to talk about. She'll clearly be doing media and be asked on a whole raft of different and a much wider set of issues than she has been used to in the past. And I think that will be great because it will enable the public to get to know her. But don't judge people just through the lens that you've seen them, because they're clearly holding particular ministerial briefs.
Okay, all right. Well, look, that's all very interesting. We look forward to hearing more about what's next for you in the forthcoming weeks. Do come back and speak to us about it. Penny Mordaunt, former Minister of State for Trade Policy and Leader of the House of Commons. Good to speak to you, Penny. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers. That's Penny Mordaunt there. That clip of Peter Mandelson was from the How to Win an Election podcast. You can listen to the whole thing. Hugo Rifkin, joined by Peter Mandelson, Polly Mackenzie and Daniel Finkelstein. You can listen to the whole thing wherever you get your podcasts from. This is Kate Borsay. It's the evening edition on Times Radio. So what polling do we have? What polling will we get later? What will it tell us? How significant will it be? We'll speak to Clifford Young, the pollster, shortly. We'll also reflect on that international news as well. That is the departure of the Israeli Defence Minister Yoav Gallant this evening. All that on the way. Do stay with us. Let's get a full news update from Rob Malarkey.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Good evening. Police in Washington, D.C. have arrested a man at the U.S. Capitol's visitor centre amid a series of law enforcement incidents on polling day in the United States. A spokesperson for the Capitol Police said the man smelled of fuel and was armed with a flare gun before he was apprehended during its screening process.
He was directed to put his coat and his backpack down for screening. He stood there for a few seconds, then put his stuff on the conveyor belt. U.S. Capitol police officers saw what appeared to be something in the shape of a firearm. They also saw 2 bottles in the backpack.
The FBI says it believes Russia is behind what are being described as non-credible bomb threats in several states, including 5 in Georgia. Another 2 people were arrested in Michigan on suspicion of making election-related threats. Donald Trump, meanwhile, says he's confident he'll secure a return to the White House as the 47th president of the United States. Speaking after casting his ballot in Florida today, Trump said it looked as though he had a substantial lead. His election rival, Vice President Kamala Harris, has used a series of radio interviews today in swing states to urge people to get out and vote. Stormont's First Minister Michelle O'Neill is to lay a wreath at Belfast City Hall on Remembrance Sunday, a first for a senior Sinn Féin figure in Northern Ireland. While acknowledging it will be uncomfortable for some Republicans, she defended her decision by saying it's the right thing to do. And Downing Street says the Prime Minister did reply to Sir Alan Bates after the Post Office Justice campaigner twice wrote to Number 10 last month demanding faster compensation payments for postmasters impacted by the Horizon IT scandal. A spokesman for Sir Keir Starmer said there was no firm commitment to compensate victims with full financial redress by March of next year. For a roundup of the news on demand, follow the Times News Briefing on any podcast platform.
This is Times Radio.
We all want to enjoy food that tastes great and is sourced responsibly. But it's not always easy to know where your favourite foods come from. McDonald's works with more than 23,000 British and Irish farmers to source quality ingredients. Sophie Bambridge grows quality potatoes for McDonald's iconic fries in Norfolk.
I think McDonald's are one of the biggest supporters of British farming. They have a real commitment to British potatoes. The Sustainable Fries Fund is a collaborative investment by McCain and McDonald's to help us understand and try different growing techniques for potatoes so that we can understand what we can do to help reduce our impact on the environment but still produce a good quality potato. It helps enable us to try things without having the risk and cost of potentially it going wrong. The support from McCain and McDonald's is really useful to us.
Change a little, change a lot. Find out more about McDonald's Plan for Change on the McDonald's website.
Listen to Jane Garvey and Fee Glover's unique perspective on the day's stories every Monday to Thursday afternoon from 2. The Evening Edition with Kate Borsay on Times Radio.
If you haven't downloaded it, by the way, why not try the Times app? It's a great way to join the conversation about all the big stories of the day. Tell us what you think in the comments section. Share the ones that most interest you. And you can use it wherever you are on your smartphone or tablet. Go to thetimes.com/subscriber to sign up. And actually, if you want a taste of that before you sign up fully, the paywall has been dropped or will be dropped, I think, this evening on the Times website. So go to thetimes.com. And I believe it is from later on this evening. I'll have a quick check for you now. But the paywall will be dropped for the next few days on the Times website, thetimes.com. So your chance to read it for free over the next few days. Now, it is finally election day in the United States. It looks like the outcome, well, it is. It's on a knife edge. The election's too close to call right now. But what do the polls suggest? Have we got anything from those swing states, those crucial swing states that could go either way, that are the deciders in these big elections? Does that help us at all with indications? I can now speak with Clifford Young, who's a pollster and president of public affairs for Ipsos in the United States. Clifford, good evening.
It's great to be here.
Are we still talking knife edge territory, or some of the whispers around Kamala Harris clawing back a tiny, tiny bit of the lead? Are they credible?
I think we're very, very close. I think it's very difficult to say. That said, over the last few days, there was a slight, soft, but discernible improvement for Kamala. I wouldn't call it wishful thinking, but it's difficult to say right now if it's going to materialize in actual results at the voting booth.
Tell me what your job involves over the next 12 hours or so. We know that the polling stations close from 11 o'clock our time here in the UK onwards, and over the next few hours, then all of them will close. What is your job as a pollster? What data do you start to gather? When do you start to deliver it?
Yeah, and so our job is actually to provide context and meaning based upon the pre-election polling, what it all means, and putting it together. We also specifically will be talking about the states and sort of like how they progress, more specifically, their demographic profiles. And then when the exit polls come out, Ipsos doesn't have an exit poll, but the industry does, we'll begin to comment on that. So it's overall, it's providing context and understanding about what's going on as the data comes in and as the day unfolds.
Okay. What are we specifically looking for here? If we're to give our listeners a guide, we know that the first polls to close are in the pro-Trump states of Indiana and Kentucky. I suppose, look, if there's anything that suggests anything other than a strong Republican win in those counties, then maybe we read a bit into that. But what are you specifically looking for? Are there particular states that are really crucial to look at during the night?
Yeah, we obviously want to look at the swing states, those 7 key states that will ultimately define the election: Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina, and Georgia. They're very important. But any of these states, as they come in, will actually be looking at what are the results by county. If they're trending more Trump, trending more Harris, we'll compare it to past elections. It usually gives us an indicator as to how the night will unfold. And so we'll be looking at those things specifically. So everything's important, obviously, as I'm saying. We'll be looking at those trends. But more specifically, we'll be looking at the trends in the key swing states.
Okay. We've also got the Senate and senators being voted on as well. The general thought there, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the Democrats will lose the Senate as it stands.
Yeah, the way it's set up, this electoral cycle is not in the Democrats' favor. At Ipsos, as well as I would say most of the forecasters, most of the prognosticators are thinking that the Senate will go Republican. Probably ever so slightly by a seat or two. It might be 52-48, 51-49, but definitely a turnover for the Senate. And I think that's fairly certain. We have a fairly high sense or high probability of it turning over to the Republicans.
Okay, so at the moment, Kamala Harris has that carrying vote in the Senate, doesn't it? There is a Democrat advantage there. 34 of the 50 Senate seats up for grabs. All 435 House seats, of course, facing election, and those make up Congress. Anything else we're looking out for at all, Clifford?
No, I would say the following for all your listeners and viewers. Really look at those key swing states. Look at Pennsylvania especially. In my mind, the election will be decided by Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is a microcosm of America. It has urban areas that are very Democratic. It has rural areas that are very Republican. It swings back and forth. Trump won it by 40,000 votes in 2016. Biden won it by 80,000 votes in 2020. It's very close to polling. And look specifically at two counties, right? That's leading indicators once again. Look at Bucks County in the Philadelphia metro area. That's a swing county that goes back and forth. In addition, look at Erie County, which is butts up against the Great Lake, Erie Lake. That's a county that swings back and forth. I'm looking at those two counties in addition to all of Pennsylvania, obviously, but those two counties especially tonight.
Yeah, and the reason why Pennsylvania is so crucial, it carries more electoral college votes than any other of the swing states with 19. Good to speak to you, Clifford Young. Thank you for taking us through that. Pollster and president of Ipsos Public Affairs in the United States. Still too close to call overall. We're looking at those swing states. Very close to call on that, but you've started to hear there some of the indicators as the evening goes on. And a reminder that Callum McDonald and his wealth of guests, Daryl Morris will be with you in the studio, Rosie Wright's at a watch party. And of course, you'll hear from John Pienaar as well. He is, I think, going to be in Washington. I think he left Pennsylvania for Washington after his show this evening. And Andrew Neil's in New York. So Callum and his crew are going to be with you during the evening and actually bringing you these as they come in. Now, it is 8:44. While the world's eyes have been on America, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has sacked his defence minister, Yoav Gallant. In a statement, Netanyahu wrote that his trust in Gallant had eroded, and although he made many attempts to bridge the gap, it kept getting wider. Well, let's now speak to Noga Tarnopolsky, freelance journalist based in Jerusalem. Noga, good evening to you.
Good evening.
Didn't he try to get rid of Gallant before, the Israeli Prime Minister?
Yes, he did. He tried to get rid of the defense minister way before the war started in March of 2023, which was at the height of Netanyahu's efforts to make a kind of legislative putsch, a takeover of the state via legislation. And then the defense minister had stood up in public and said that the army was being pulled apart and that state security would be destroyed if Netanyahu pursued that. Netanyahu fired him. The country kind of went on fire. There were mass protests, and he ended up unfiring him and kind of putting a pause into those legislative efforts.
Will there be protests this time round? We're talking about a completely different environment, of course.
Yes, we are. There are massive protests in Tel Aviv in particular, but I'm at one in Jerusalem, and you may hear the cars honking behind me. They're pretty significant. The atmosphere is, of course, very different, and the country is at war, and people are dying every day, and it's a very different vibe. Also, I have to say, politically, it's a very different situation. Netanyahu, as you know, has not been very popular for quite a while and is on trial for corruption. But in the last 4 days, gag orders have been partially lifted on 2 very, very serious espionage cases centered on his closest staff within his office. And that really appears to have unhinged him.
Okay. What does this mean for the war between Israel and Hamas and more extensively as well? What does this mean for the direction of the war? I note that Gallant was speaking to Antony Blinken, the US Secretary of State, less than a couple of days ago.
In fact, as far as I know, he was speaking with the White House even today.
Right.
He was the point person discussing negotiations for a ceasefire in Lebanon, in another front of this war. And my understanding, my very close understanding, is that the White House, the Americans were in shock and had absolutely no knowledge that this could happen. Gallant is giving a statement right now as I speak to you, so I don't know what he's saying. But in terms of the war, what we know is that the Israeli army and Gallant as defense minister were trying to find a way to wrap this up. And he was advancing these ceasefire talks regarding Lebanon, which the Americans very much hoped would then kind of in a chain reaction bring about the possibility of a ceasefire in Gaza. It's anybody's guess where this goes now. And there are even rumors tonight. You may know that Iran has been threatening a retaliation against Israel for weeks now. So rumors of a possible Iranian action are rife in Israel.
Goodness me. And they may feel maybe a good time to do it. We'll keep an eye on that and also what Gallant's had to say as well. Noga Tarnopolsky, thank you, freelance journalist in Jerusalem.
Thank you.
Good
Bye-bye.
to speak to you. Let's head to the US now. Times Radio presenter John Pienaar has been on the ground in Pennsylvania, speaking to voters on both sides of the divide. Here he is speaking to people supporting Kamala Harris at a rally last night.
So I'm terrified either way.
Either way.
I'm terrified what he'll do when she wins,
Yeah.
and I'm terrified what he'll do if he wins. I feel that he's dangerous.
Right.
He say, like, well in the beginning, he said for 24 hours he would be he would go on a tyrant.
So you're worried about what Trump would do, not about what Kamala Harris's supporters would do if he wins.
Oh, absolutely. And it's Trump and his supporters, his cronies that follow him. It's amazing how it's this nerve-wracking.
Right. And you see no threat to public order from Kamala Harris's supporters?
No. I don't.
We're Kamala. I'm scared if Trump throws us over and we're surprised that he gets it, but I really think it's going to be Kamala.
Why do you think that? The polls are just so close.
I think it's a lot of people are coming out to vote. Like, a lot of people came out to vote for Barack that normally wouldn't vote because they know their vote matters.
Yeah.
They know that it's right on the line, and they know that if they really want to have a democracy, they're going to vote for Kamala.
John Pienaar also spoke to supporters of Donald Trump.
I think he's the man for our country. He's the man to lead our country out of this inflation and everything else that's going on. I mean, what has she done in the last 3.5 years she's been in? Nothing. Capped insulin. I mean, that's great for certain people, but that's not enough. I mean, Trump is on the issues that need to be focused on, and I just,
Plus, he's willing to give his life for this country. Yeah. He's proven that many times.
Why do you say that? What do you mean?
Because, the 2 assassination attempts on him, and he just is all American, and that's what I appreciate.
What does Kamala Harris stand for?
Well, in my mind, socialism. If we want socialism, go to Cuba. They can't even keep the lights on. As simple as that. Socialism does not work. You can try it over and over again. It does not work.
Does it not indeed? Those are Donald Trump supporters speaking to John Pienaar from Times Radio Drive. That might quite like to take a little flavour of those. Let's just bring you up to date now here on the Evening Edition, our US election special, with a couple of police incidents on polling day. The FBI says it believes Russia is behind what are being described as non-credible bomb threats in several states, including 5 in Georgia. Here's Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, speaking in the last few moments.
I just want to make sure everyone understands this, that Georgia's not going to be intimidated. The Russia has just decided they picked on the wrong Georgia. They need to pick on the other one in the Black Sea, because we're not going to be intimidated.
Meanwhile, 2 people have been arrested in Michigan on suspicion of making election-related threats. And as we were hearing earlier, police in Washington, D.C. have arrested a man at the U.S. Capitol Visitors Center. Police said the man smelled of fuel and was armed with a flare gun before he was stopped during its screening process. Here's Thomas J. Manga, Chief of the United States Capitol Police.
We found a flare gun, a lighter, and a torch lighter. There was also other articles in his backpack, and he is now in custody, and again, very active investigation.
It's bringing you up to date with some of the latest news lines on polling day in the US election. When we come back, we'll take a dip inside tomorrow's paper.
John Pienaar on Times Radio Drive with Barclays. Tomorrow afternoon from 4, join broadcasting powerhouse John Pienaar for an expert debrief of the daily news agenda.
What's happening behind the surface? Are there tensions and doubts?
From international events on the world stage to issues closer to home.
And I'm going to give people a bit of time and space to tell us what they think.
Get well-informed debate, insight and analysis that brings the big political picture sharply into focus. Times Radio Drive with Barclays Corporate Banking. Find out what big picture banking could mean for your business at barclayscorporate.com.
Listen to Times Radio on your DAB digital radio.
I'm coming in hot. Get more spice in your life with the McSpicy at McDonald's. With 100% chicken breast in a spicy, crispy coating. The McSpicy is coming in hot. Oh, yeah. I feel like it's kicking in now. Served after 11 a.m.
Here we go again. Running a small business, I should be used to early mornings. Gotta stay ahead of the competition. After all, the early bird catches the sun loungers by the pool.
With an American Express business card, spend securely and earn points on business transactions to put towards your dream holiday.
Right by the bar as well.
The card is for business, the points are for pleasure. Search Amex Business Card. Terms and annual fees apply. 18 plus, subject to status.
Tomorrow's Times today on Times Radio.
Hello, I'm Susan Platt, former Chief of Staff to Senator Joe Biden, and I'm delighted to be part of the Evening Edition's U.S. Election Watchers on Times Radio.
All right, let's take a peek at tomorrow's Times today. In the paper tomorrow, all you need to know about the US election outcome, the Sarah Sharif case, and the benefits of a good old microwave. Elsa Meischman is live news editor for The Times.
So we've got a huge package of US coverage coming up over the night and into tomorrow morning. At the moment, we're reporting with our live blog, which is live at the moment, will continue throughout the night and into tomorrow as well. And that's being fed into from a swathe of reporters that we've got across the United States. And as well as that, we've got various pieces coming down the line if and when we get a result, and also before that when the polls close. So, for example, we've got an analysis piece coming from David Charter. We've got some key moments, which will be wrapped up by our US team. We've got a snap commentary on the way from Daniel Finkelstein. And then we've got Will Pavia, one of our US writers, inside the Mar-a-Lago watch party with Donald Trump. So he'll send us some colour from the scene there. And then we've also got our data team are really taking a very close look at the results. So we've got a piece coming on the election and the maps and charts and the data that we can show from that. They're also feeding into our live coverage. So we've really got a good data package coming, especially online. And then finally, we'll take a look at what it means for Britain. So we've got Ollie Wright, one of our lobby reporters in the UK. We'll be looking at that. And then we're also, we've got a sketch coming from our sketch writer, Tom Peck. So there's a huge package of things on the way for you.
So just looking at the website now, there is a special US elections section. You have already got there the 270 Electoral College seats there to win. And of course, you'll be counting them by one. Donald Trump on one side, Kamala Harris on the other. So there's that sort of headlining the election section. As you say, a live blog. There's even a quiz that you can take, which I've started to have a go at, but got a bit distracted by a lot of the prep that I've got to do. Which president would you prefer is the interactive quiz. You can take the Times.com's quiz with a digital subscription. When will the US election results be announced? So there's some key timings here as well, because of course everyone's focused on the swing states. You don't get the swing states first, though. You get other, well, actually a couple of sort of normally Republican strong states should be declared first, but it'll be really interesting to have a look at just how strongly Republican they are, if that's the case. Everything you need to know as we build up, of course, to this huge night, US election. It will continue. I would have thought for a number of days, but we just don't know yet. There'll be comment pieces going up during the night as well. Great stuff. Okay, let's just take a little walk to a domestic news story now. And the trial continues of Sarah Sharif's father, that's Irfan Sharif, who's on trial with Sarah's stepmother, Bainash Batul, and Faisal Malik, her uncle, accused of murdering the 10-year-old Sarah Sharif in August last year. And what has the court heard today?
So today has been the opening of the defence. This is the first time that we've heard from the father, Irfan Sharif. The trial has obviously been ongoing for some time until now. This is the time that he's had to put forward his defence, and his barrister on behalf of him has said, actually, it was the stepbrother, Bainash Batul, who was the real villain of the piece, and that's a quote. And the argument was that Irfan was the sole breadwinner in the family. He got up, he went to work, he came home, he went to bed. The argument is that he didn't know what was going on at home.
Okay, and there is an account here from his defence lawyer, isn't there, to say what happened. This is obviously according to him. He came home, found Sarah upstairs with Bainash Batul limp. He'll say that he was asked what the hell happened here, as anyone would. He was told that another child had done that to Sarah Sharif. He'll tell you he attempted CPR. He'll tell you he begged for an ambulance to be called as he was doing CPR, and he was told, leave it, she's dead. Sharif has, of course, denied physically abusing and killing Sarah. So he's, seeming to pin it on Bainash Batul. But there's also discussed today the fact that Sharif was told initially, or Batul told him, the stepmother told him, that Sarah's bruises were caused by other children, that she'd been a target by other children. So some really interesting detail to come through here. Of course, this is just his side of it, and the court will hear cases for the other defendants as well. Let's finish up with something completely random, but why not? Because this is a piece in the Times tomorrow about how good microwaves are. Not for everything, I should add, but for particular types of food. So says Marco Pierre White, Elsa.
Yeah, so Marco Pierre White, obviously a renowned chef. We all like to take his opinions on various things. It must be said, this is not the first time that he's come out in favour of microwaves. I don't know if you remember, about 15 years ago, he, on one of his shows, he was microwaving bacon and sort of extolled the delights of that and how that was actually a better way to do it. Now he's come out again, and this was speaking to the Desert Island Dishes podcast, which is a feature about speaking about his favourite dishes over the years. And he just mentioned that microwaves are sensational things, in his words. And he said that when he was a professional chef, when cooking veal kidney, he started in the microwave because that helped it to cook from the inside out, and that made it better, apparently. And then he listed a couple of other things. So the best way of cooking marrowbone, apparently, is in the microwave. And if you want to warm up a fish terrine, he said, in the microwave, it's the best way of doing it as well. So a couple of examples, perhaps not the everyday person's examples of what they'd be using the microwave for, but he just said people need to be less snobbish and take off the blinkers.
That is Elsa Meichman, who is live news editor for The Times. All stories on thetimes.com. Don't forget the paywall is coming down, and also in tomorrow's paper.
On DAB, online and on your smart speaker. News, national, international, and full coverage of Trump v. Harris 2024. This is Times Radio.
Coming up on this evening edition US Election Day special, we're joined by a couple of US comedians. They'll be taking us through their campaign moments so far and what they think of the tussle between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Prepare yourselves for a few belly laughs, some interesting insight and conversation, all on the way here on the evening edition. Let's get a full news update first with Rob Malarkey.
Kate, thank you. Good evening. Police in Washington, D.C. have arrested a man at the US Capitol's Visitor Center amid a series of law enforcement incidents on polling day in the United States. A spokesperson for the Capitol Police said the man was armed with a flare gun before he was stopped during a screening process.
One of the officers noticed a faint odor of gasoline, and when they pulled the backpack off the conveyor belt, they noticed a much stronger scent of gasoline. At that point, the subject was detained. We found a flare gun, a lighter, and torch lighter in his jacket.
The FBI says it believes Russia is behind what are being described as non-credible bomb threats in several states, including 5 in Georgia. And another 2 people were arrested in Michigan on suspicion of making election-related threats. Donald Trump says he's confident he'll secure a return to the White House as the 47th president of the United States. Speaking after casting his ballot in Florida, Trump said it looked as though he had a substantial lead. His election rival, Vice President Kamala Harris, has used a series of radio interviews today in swing states to urge people to get out and vote. Speaking to Kate Borsay on Times Radio this evening, Chad Connolly, a former Republican Party chair in South Carolina, said he too was feeling confident about Trump's chances.
The early vote numbers are significant. Democrats have underperformed in the early vote. And let's face it, our side told people for a long time, don't go early vote. But to be neck and neck in North Carolina, to win 14 out of 14 days in Nevada, to only have a deficit of about 383,000 early votes in Pennsylvania, when just 4 years ago it was about 1,000,003, those are significant numbers.
Israel's Defence Minister Yoav Gallant has been dismissed. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he had no trust in Gallant's management of Israel's ongoing military operations. The country's Foreign Minister Israel Katz will replace him. Downing Street says the Prime Minister did reply to Sir Alan Bates after the Post Office Justice campaigner twice wrote to Number 10 last month, demanding faster compensation payments for postmasters impacted by the Horizon IT scandal. A spokesperson for Sir Keir Starmer said there was no firm commitment to compensate victims with full financial redress by March of next year. Last week, the government announced that £1.8 billion had been set aside for compensation payments. Stormont's First Minister Michelle O'Neill says she knows her attendance at a Remembrance Day event will be uncomfortable for many Republicans, but that it's the right thing to do. The Vice President of Sinn Féin is to participate in a wreath-laying ceremony at Belfast City Hall on Sunday, the first time a senior figure from the party will take part in such an event in Northern Ireland.
I'm a Republican, I have my worldview of things, but that I can be a First Minister for all. And I also very clearly give a very direct message to those of the British Unionist identity that I will represent them. And I hope that this weekend that people will see that this is a fulfilment of that commitment and that I am actually very true to the pledge that I made to represent everybody in our society. And I think, given our history and where we've come from, I think this is a very important time to do that.
And the Queen has been forced to withdraw from her engagements this week because of a chest infection. She was due to attend the opening of the Field of Remembrance at Westminster Abbey on Thursday, but will now be represented by the Duchess of Gloucester. The Queen has also cancelled plans to attend a reception for Olympic and Paralympic athletes. Remember, our news podcasts are on the Times Radio app. Just look for the Times News Briefing and The World in 10.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker. The Evening Edition with Kate Borsay on Times Radio.
It is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
I'm running on a plan to save America. We have no choice. It's the greatest there is. We love it, and we're going to save it.
We have the power to turn the page and start writing the next chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told.
There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side.
doors to knock on. We have phone calls to make.
Get everyone, friends, family, people on the street. Put the signs up, put the hat on.
Michigan, let's give Kamala everything we've got.
If we work like we've never worked before, we will elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
It's the fourth quarter. We're down a field goal, but we're on offense and we've got the ball.
But as sure as the American flag still waves, Donald Trump still stands, ready to fight, ready to win.
We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down. We will never, ever surrender.
Let's fight for it. Let's vote for it. And together, let us write the next great chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told.
It is US election polling day. It's Kate Borsay. It's the evening edition here on Times Radio. We are broadcasting now live continuously through until at least 1 a.m. on Thursday morning. Polls close at around 11 o'clock this evening. Over the next few hours, then, polls across states all over the United States will close and you'll get some early indications. You'll then start getting good indications of what will happen during the night. Callum McDonald with you, along with a whole team ready to bring you the ins and outs during what is an absolutely crucial, nail-biting election. Now, we couldn't do this here on the evening edition without a couple of comedians, without bringing a little bit of jollity to the airwaves, because we're in that really awkward bit of time where we're waiting for exit polls, where people have turned out mostly, people who are going to vote are there, people have done it. And in fact, you've had a huge amount of early voting as well, a historic amount of early voting in this US election. So we're at that tense point at the moment. So it seems like the right time to bring two American comedians into the studio. Lewis Schaefer, who's clapping himself.
Yeah, somebody has
Congratulations, Lewis.
Wow.
Lewis Schaefer from New York. We're just going to say, you know, Lewis from New York.
Yeah.
And Dave Fulton from Idaho.
That's right.
Hi, Dave.
Hi.
They're actually dressed akin to where they're from as well. Idaho being kind of a very mountainous, wilderness type place. Dave has fallen into stereotype there by coming dressed as sort of, you know, someone who roams the wilderness.
Yes.
And fully decked in his business suit. Looking like he's about to face off against Rudy Giuliani. Lewis Schaefer.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. He has more money than Rudy does right now. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. But Dave Fulton is a proper American. And that's what I think about you. I don't consider myself...
Are you only a plastic American?
Well, I'm a New York Jew, and I never felt like an American. I never felt like somebody... I mean, we totally are. I think when I became an American when they blew up the World Trade Center buildings. And, wow, yeah. Up until then, it was like we were like on an island. What's that saying? We're an island off the coast of America. And that's what they said.
My family's actually been in America since prior to the War of Independence. We can trace our family all the way back.
Yeah.
My grandmother was a member of the Daughters of the American Revolution. There's a graveyard in Canonsburg, Pennsylvania that has all our relatives there. We were part of the Whiskey Rebellion of 1791, which is the proper thing to fight for, by the way. There's independence, there's election fraud, but whiskey is the proper thing to fight for.
Whiskey's the main thing.
Yes.
Look, tell me where you guys sit in terms of this election. It's probably historically going to be one of the closest in history. That's what the polls are telling us so far.
We can't trust the polls.
No, we can't. In fact, Americans don't trust much at all, do they? Just in general.
Not that they don't trust. They used to trust. I used to trust, and you can't trust them. Who knows what the story is? They want it to be close to make it seem like Kamala Harris was an okay choice and to get people to vote. I think it's manipulative.
She's an okay
choice. We're like 3 minutes in, and the conspiracy theories have started.
I take total offense at conspiracy theories. I think the fact is that last time they said Wisconsin was up by Joe Biden was up by 17 points or something, and then he wound up winning by a point or something. It was the polls.
So you are ignoring the polls?
No, I pay attention to them. You got nothing else to pay attention to.
The great thing about conspiracy theories is they'll always find fertile ground on the weak-minded. So, case in point, my good friend from the far eastern.
Well,
end
do
of
you
the
know
United
why
States.
that is? If they find in the weak-minded, because the people who believe, they can't believe that they've been lied
No,
to
the
that
reason conspiracy theories work so well is because people can't believe the truth. You tell them this is what happened and this went down, this and that.
Also, because
And
there is always a
yeah.
grain of truth to them. That is why conspiracy theories work so well, because there is always something. Anyway.
That's a whole nother show.
Okay, tell me who you're backing. Are you willing to say live on air who you like, who you don't like, what you like about this election, what you don't like? Lewis Schaefer?
Well, I don't want to say. I'll tell you why I don't want to say. Because I've said in the past there were candidates that I really supported who totally let me down, and I'm afraid that Donald Trump is going to let me down the same way, Eugene Nickerson, who was running for Nassau County executive or commissioner, whatever he was called. This you wouldn't know. It's just some guy, local guy. You have this total faith that this is going to change the world, but based on what you can make it. I don't want to say because I've been.
You haven't said at all. Actually, you've just been
definitely-
rambling. You're rambling.
definitely
You should
not
run. You should run
mentioned
for
a name.
politics because you have not said anything right now.
I think people can get the impression of who I because people who support Kamala Harris, they just go gung ho for her, and
not everybody.
No, the people who support her, very few people go.
Once again, you get the media who they'll just concentrate on whatever gets the eyeballs on there. That's why you don't. If Kamala had said half the things that Trump said, oh my God, she'd be running on a rail. But I'm not a die-in-the-wall Democrat. I'm not a left-leaning, bleeding heart, all that kind of stuff like that.
For the sake of this show, can you be a dyed-in-the-wool?
No, I can't. Because
she brought you on to be.
No, I can't. I mean,
it didn't work with you and the Republicans.
I voted. It'll come out. You'll see. I love Donald Trump.
I vote. I've even got the hat. I even got the.
What does your hat say, Dave?
It says "White Dudes for Harris." I think it's hilarious. I do. I think it's funny as hell.
Tell me why Kamala Harris. Come on.
Well, I think Kamala. We've got two choices here. We've got the convicted felon, or we got the what could possibly be America's first female president, which I think is amazing. So I've got to vote on the right side of history. And I think we need somebody like that. I think we need a woman in charge. I think the problem with Hillary is there was too much of a dynasty there. She's a very, very smart and very intelligent woman, but she didn't take into account.
But she was too establishment.
Yeah, she was too establishment, and I think she didn't take into account that the people in the Midwest, the high school educated white guys are the ones that are gonna, you got to win them over. You got to go, okay, yeah, let's go hunting. But she called them deplorables, and that was the end of that.
Whereas Kamala Harris has turned around and said that she's got a gun.
She's got a gun. Yeah,
Tim Walz has got a gun.
Everybody's got it. America, I've got guns. Everybody's got a gun in America.
I do not have a gun.
Well, you should because.
And I should have a gun.
You could borrow one of mine.
The point is, no one mentions that. We're going to go back in time. Who cares if a woman is a woman to be president of the United States? If she were good, but she can't be good because.
Why can't she be good? Come on.
Look at the alternative. Look at the alternative. You got the convicted
I'm not going to say
felon.
why she can't be good, but I will say why she can't be good for political grounds is that everything that she stands for, and she does stand for something, she's Canadian. She's not even an American.
Oh my God.
She spent most of her life in Canada. Her parents were not really American.
That doesn't matter. She was born, thanks to the 14th Amendment, she's an American. She was born in America.
There's only one thing that makes you Canadian. It's the same thing that makes you British. There's only one thing.
Cheese?
And that's, do you
Gravy.
love America?
Gravy.
If you love America, you can
And so you think Kamala Harris doesn't love America?
No. She loves
America. She's had great opportunities. She's done extremely well.
Okay.
She's
I don't
not
think
born.
I think she loves
I think
America.
between but if her wealth, but her and Tim Walz combined are probably the poorest officials we've ever had come up for president and vice president.
Whatever the reason she hates America, and Tim Walz was like in the arms of some Chinese. Possibly, I don't know. We got to be careful.
Now he's stirring up the. Yeah, okay, well, how about dealing with the facts? The fact that Trump never paid the people. He's got over 4,000 non-payment cases. Pending in the courts because he wouldn't pay his subcontractors because he thought it was cheaper to take him to court than it was to pay him. I knew people in New York who never got paid. I know people in Scotland never got paid for the golf course.
Okay,
He's cheap.
Just as it makes you feel uncomfortable that Kamala Harris has spent a lot of time in Canada and doesn't love America, according to you.
No, she doesn't love America. I want my president. That's what I am.
Okay. Does it concern you that Donald Trump is a convicted criminal? Does it concern you what he says about women? Does it concern you that he's been
The
involved in a
roundup-
libel case?
The roundup of 11
sexual
million
assaults,
immigrants. Yeah.
Loads of court cases pending. Does I mean, fair enough if it doesn't. There are plenty of people who are happy to just sit on that. That's absolutely
Yeah.
fine. What about you?
No. I mean, it
doesn't
does.
bother
It
you.
kind of does. It's like the same thing with Kamala. She's an incredibly weak candidate, but she is the leader of that team. And it's the same way in this when we fought in this war, Americans to save the British people, and we brought over.
Wow.
And we brought over.
Wow.
Well, you got to see how great.
Look, the only reason
We
the
are
Nazis
grateful, but
the
maybe
only
not that
reason
much.
the Nazis were defeated is because the Russians
thank you for
kept
saving
throwing
the British.
people at them at a regular basis.
And I will say this. And so we brought over these tanks. These tanks are called Sherman tanks, and they were so poor quality.
No, you know
compared
what the great thing about the Sherman tank was from somebody who actually works on stuff like that?
50,000.
Because
They
of
made 50,000.
because of all the parts were interchangeable.
Yeah,
That
and
was
they
the
made-
great
and
thing
they
about
made-
them.
And they made 50,000. for
Yeah,
it. Okay.
yeah. And the Tigers were really hard to maintain, but they were way better tanks.
Yes, exactly. So you fight with the tank that you've got. And Donald Trump is my tank. I am his, whatever it is. And it is. And just like Kamala Harris, people are saying, "Oh, Kamala Harris is this, and Kamala Harris is this." It doesn't matter. It matters that she's on their team. This is this guy's team.
Yeah, look. One interesting thing
Yes.
about Donald Trump is there are plenty of Republicans out there who don't particularly love Donald Trump, but they do like what he did for America during his first term as presidency, which they see as strengthen the economy, stop wars, and at least have a strong stance on immigration and a plan and a wall and all the rest of it. No matter what you think about it,
Well-
he did have a plan for those areas.
You speak to him about that.
But,
I'm on
but
your
what
side.
I'm saying is,
Yeah.
people don't necessarily think they have to love Donald Trump. They just don't want Kamala Harris, and they would quite like to see a Republican back in office after 4 or 5 years of Joe Biden.
Kate, it has nothing to do with Kamala Harris. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump. A little bit, maybe more to do with Donald Trump. He's a revolutionary thinker, but this would have happened anyway.
He's a moron.
You can call him a moron, but he's my moron. And he's my moron.
All right.
And he's fighting for...
No, he's fighting for the one percenters. He
No,
increased
he
it.
is not.
Yes, he is.
Maybe he is.
He
Let's
gave
hope he
huge.
isn't.
Yeah, well, you're not. You're a wannabe one percenter. That's why you've got him going for it. That's what it's
But
going on
there
to
are
that.
a lot more than 1% supporting Donald Trump.
Yeah,
according to
because
the
that's a
polls.
problem. America
Okay.
is a nation full of people who still think they're all going to be millionaires one day.
All right, Lewis Schaefer, Dave Fulton. Let's get your moment of the campaign so far. I'm going to kick off with a starter, the beginning of the end for Joe Biden. It has been a long campaign, hasn't it? Joe Biden, of course, began the campaign as the Democratic nominee, but in the first debate back in June, well, it proved a disaster for him.
And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
He initially seemed to be resisting calls to stand aside. However, he did in the end. Lewis, let's come to you. That is one of my moments of the campaign. What about you?
What about that? Or you want me to talk about what? I mean, I just thought everybody knew he was losing it, and everybody, and nobody did anything. And then Barack Obama and Nancy Pelosi walk in there and say, "You're getting out." And he goes, "Wait a second, I'm the president of the United States." He says, "We don't care. You're not going to have a library unless we're going to indict you. Something's going to happen." And so he basically left. He's got a lot of bad will for those people. That's what Democrats are all about. You're so evil, evil.
You know what the great thing about the Republican Party? I said this is the great thing about the Republican Party is they will pick one guy, no matter how bad he is, and they'll put their shoulder behind him and they'll back him 100%. And the problem with the Democratic Party is you got a round table of people who are all very smart, who all have an idea to fix everything, and they can't let one person take control of that.
That's a lie.
All lie people are just all right. They got their hand up, going, "I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it." But they throw their weight behind Trump,
And then it's one man all the
who
way.
wants to do roundup to people, who wants to... And one of the problems, by the way, with immigration is not Trump or Biden or the rest of the hee-haw gangs. The fact that we have not upgraded our immigration system since 1990. So we have a backlog of people who are legal immigrants who are still trying to get their immigration status
What
updated,
does that have
and
to
they
do
can't.
with open borders? And letting
It has nothing to do with open borders
Yeah.
because we can't even process the people who are coming across illegally. We can't even process the people who are seeking asylum. And by the way, the majority of the violent crimes in America are not committed by immigrants.
Who mentioned that? Who
You
mentioned
did.
anything? I didn't know. You think that I'm thinking this is the thing.
Immigrants responsible for more new businesses. They pay more taxes,
Yeah.
and all the violent crimes are done by Americans.
But
Fentanyl
meanwhile-
is brought in by Americans.
But meanwhile, the average British person American person who I don't care about. I don't care about people like you and I in Idaho. I don't care. But the average
Trust me, people in Idaho
American-
don't care about anybody in New York either.
Yeah, and we know that. But the point is that when you let in 20 million immigrants,
We didn't let in 20 million immigrants.
Or 10 million,
It
whatever.
wasn't
you're
even
gonna say.
10.
It is way more.
We have
than
11 million immigrants in America right
the
now.
fact that there's an open border.
There's
it's
no
very
open
distracting.
border.
All right, chaps. When we come back, I'm going to get your moments.
Supposed to be a lot more funny than this.
It is amusing for us
Okay,
because we
all
say,
right,
thank
all right.
God we're not involved in this. When we come back, we are going to get your moments of the election campaign. So for me, it was the demise, the quick demise, really, in retrospect, of Joe Biden and his replacement as Democratic nominee, Kamala Harris. Lewis, Dave. So Dave Fulton with us, US comedian. Lewis Schaefer, another US comedian. We are talking through the campaign so far and finding out what each of our funny men think about it and Election Day. I've sold you up there, haven't I?
Yes,
Sold you up
you
the
have.
flagpole.
You can say it for Dave. Dave is funny. Louis Schaefer's just a schlep.
Well, the thing is, I'm still working as a comedian, and Lewis is, what are you doing now? You're pushing a broom in Nunhead?
You know what? A job is a job, and that's what that shows about the Democrats, that they have no respect for a God.
I'll let them continue to argue during this. So back in a minute.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel.
Will we know who the next president is tomorrow morning? Maybe, maybe not.
But we're going to be here to find out. We'll bring you all the latest results, analysis, and our own reactions in what is a huge moment, not just for the US, but for the whole world. USA! USA!
USA! Oh, you left me hanging.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel. Tomorrow morning from 6 on Times Radio.
Looking to grow your investments and generate a long-term income? The Scottish American Investment Company, also known as Saints, could help. Saints has been investing for over 150 years and focuses on growing capital as well as income by investing in a diverse range of companies from around the world. Saints is managed by Bailey Gifford, manager for some of the UK's best-known investment trusts. Find out key information and more at baileygifford.com. As with any investment, capital is at risk and income is not guaranteed.
I'm coming in hot. Get more spice in your life with the McSpicy at McDonald's. With 100% chicken breast in a spicy, crispy coating, the McSpicy is coming in hot. Oh, yeah. I feel like it's kicking in now. Served after 11 a.m.
Listen at 6:30 every weekday morning for your indispensable briefing on the latest politics, business and sports news of the day. The Evening Edition with Kate Borsay on Times Radio.
It is our US election polling day special. It's the evening edition. Myself, Kate Borsay, joined here in the studio by two US comedians. Lewis Schaefer joins us from New York. Representing New York, representing Idaho, Dave Fulton, also in the studio with us this evening. Chaps, let's go to your moments of the election campaign before we go off on one about immigration again. Lewis, your moment of the campaign so far, please.
My moment was when they shot Trump, and they
Shot at Trump.
They hit him.
No, they didn't.
The bullet was going in that
Wasn't
direction.
a bullet.
Okay. Yeah. No. You know what it is? This is the thing, Kate, is that these people are insane. Next thing you know, he's going to say that men are women and women are men. I mean, this is insanity.
So this is the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania.
But what made it amazing I believe that it happened, okay? But Donald Trump was so relieved and impressed with himself that he handled it properly and didn't die. And there was such you saw humanity in the guy, because basically for like years he'd been fighting to be like somebody that he wasn't. He was just the poor, broken schlub of a successful guy
Who never
from
paid
Queens,
his workers.
Who never paid his workers, whatever he didn't do. And he was thinking to himself, this is too big for me. And then at that moment he realized, it's like a movie, like The Verdict. Remember the movie The Verdict?
No.
Paul Newman.
Yeah, great movie. Great film.
Great movie.
Yeah.
Where he realized I'm not backing down anymore. I'm
Yeah.
going all the way. He
realized he was presidential material.
Yes,
when
he
he got
was
shot at.
deserving of it.
Okay.
And everybody believed that.
Let's have a listen.
And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Yeah, I mean, it is crazy listening to it again, isn't it? Just in full flow.
I would never wish that on anybody, and I'm really, really sad that somebody actually died.
Yeah, protecting him.
He was a fireman. He was just protecting his family. And, it was bad news.
That's what makes Dave not really a Democrat, because he says he actually doesn't. Like 25 or 26% of the population thought that he should die.
No,
he's called Hitler. You don't call somebody who you like Hitler, and you don't call and people who support a Hitler are garbage, and you can't say, "Oh, he didn't really mean it." This is bad.
Nobody called him Hitler. He likes Hitler's generals, but that's beside the point.
No, they called him Hitler.
Because we don't have loads of time, Dave, I'm going to go to you and your moment of the campaign so far, which is this. Let's just play it out.
I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America.
So a bit like me, Biden's decision to step down, that was his Vice President Kamala Harris accepting the Democratic nomination at the DNC in August. It took too long for Joe Biden to step down, didn't it?
It did, but you know what was really interesting about that? Strategically, you have to admit, because the entire RNC, the Republican National Convention, was all about Biden's old, but he can't even put a sentence together. All second, all true, stumbling around. He had his day. He actually said when he was elected, I'm only going to be a one-term president, so I was kind of surprised he was going to go for re-election. So they had they shut it down like, he's an old guy,
yeah.
Trump is our man, and then they went, no, the old guy's gone, we're going to put this sharp lady in charge, and they kind of went, oh, crap.
Shoot.
Wow.
Because they'd already got their marketing campaign.
Oh, yeah. So
sorted.
now it's like, we have to focus on like fear, more fear and hate. We can't just go with the old guy's incompetent. We have to double down on fear and hate, which is exactly what they've been doing.
Yeah. I want to ask both of you which candidates has the best comic potential. They both had a go during this campaign. This is Donald Trump responding to Joe Biden appearing to call Trump supporters garbage. He did contest that, but here is Donald Trump going with it, responding by arriving to a campaign rally driving a garbage truck.
They said it would be unbelievable if you could wear it on stage. I said. And I said, no way. I got 25,000 people standing outside. I got all these people here. There's no way I'm wearing it on stage. They said, oh, okay, sir. I said, get me my jacket. But if you did, it actually makes you look thinner. I said, and they got me. I said, I want to wear it on stage.
That's Trump wearing his luminous tabard garbage collector outfit.
He is a comedian, and I think that's
without
what
knowing
bothers
it.
people. Without knowing it. No, I think he kind of.
That's why nobody can do jokes about him, because they can't keep up.
Yeah,
He say something outrageous, Trump just doubles down without even realizing he's doubled down.
I think he knows he doubled down.
No.
He's been studying this for years. He's like
Lorne Michaels said he was one of the worst hosts they'd ever had. Right up there with Steven Seagal.
Because I think he was thinking about being president, and I think that
the only reason he became president is because Obama made fun of him at the Foreign Correspondents' Dinner.
That was another favorite moment of mine. Yeah. And look what happened.
And he actually leaned over to his friend and goes, I'm going to run for president and beat him. And they had to say, he's already run twice. He's not running again.
He's brought down.
Which tells you how much he knows about government.
The most egotistical man in all of American
Obama, not the best
Obama.
president, but he had the highest IQ of any president we've ever had.
And he actually believed it. Maybe he did, but he was the most arrogant person. And Donald Trump brought that, and that's what people
more
like
arrogant
Americans.
than Nixon.
I don't think Nixon was that arrogant.
Wow.
I don't think Nixon was arrogant.
Should we hear Kamala Harris trying to do comedy? She made a surprise appearance on Saturday Night Live. SNL over the weekend. Here she is alongside the SNL impersonator, Kamala Harris impersonator, whose name I've forgotten now.
Minnie Riperton's daughter, Minnie Riperton. It's her name is Maya. something.
Rudolph.
Yeah. My Rudolph.
There we go.
You know Minnie Riperton is that loving you is easy cause you're beautiful.
Well, it's talented family. Here is Kamala doing comedy.
It is nice to see you, Kamala. It is nice to see you, Kamala. And I'm just here to remind you, you got this. Because you can do something your opponent cannot do. You can open doors. I see what you did there, like to a garbage truck, right? I don't really laugh like that, do I? A little bit. Now, Kamala, take my Pamela. The American people want to stop the chaos and end the drama with a cool new stepmamala.
What do we think? Kamala Harris, any good?
Well, that was written beforehand anyway. So, I think she has the ability to just laugh at herself. She has the ability of being, going, accountability.
She has a weird laugh, though, doesn't
she? She does. She does a very weird laugh.
She actually looks uncomfortable when she's laughing at herself, no?
Yeah, without a doubt, But if that's your basis for not voting for her, then you don't deserve to be voting for anybody, Thing is, with me in Idaho, I voted. I think what's really important, and a lot of Americans overlooking, is the fact that, this is really important as far as president goes, but we have so many local elections that are really, really important because there's been this huge influx of white Christian nationalists who have been trying to take over just the little communities in the states and whatnot, who is a very small minority of people with a very strong base.
You're dealing with an abortion ban in Idaho,
Oh, my God. Yeah, we lost 1/3 of our OBGYNs, women who need...
What is OBGYN?
Baby doctors.
Okay.
Yeah, and they... so now we have... This is where women go into the hospital, because their pregnancy is being compromised, and they have to be helicoptered out of the state. Because if the doctors do the abortion there, they run the risk of doing jail time and being fined minimum
even if it's for medical reasons.
Minimum of $20,000. If you are raped and you abort that baby, the relatives of the rapist can sue you and put you in jail for aborting their offspring. Of the rapist.
So that's a huge issue across the election. But
the thing is, the Roe v. Wade. Yeah, in Idaho, over 2/3 of the population didn't want that overturned. But once again, a very small group of people got elected and put that through. And look at the Supreme Court justices. They all said, no, we're not going to touch Roe v. Wade, and they did.
Anything we're not talking about from your perspective?
Well, that's what we're talking about. That and about in a couple of hundred years, when they review this election, and they're going to say, well, what was the Civil War fought in America after 2024? And there will be a Civil War.
Do you okay? So let's just get some predictions from you about how close this is going to be. Which way is it going to go? Realistically, I'll ask you to take your kind of allegiance hat off. How's this going to go, Dave?
Wow, I think it'll probably. I think it'll go with Kamala by just a couple electoral.
Close? Okay.
Just by a couple electoral votes, and then it will be fought in courts right up until the 6th of January.
Okay, all right, a long battle ahead. And for you, Lewis?
I think the left, Democrats, cheat.
But what outcome are we going to get? What outcome are we going to get?
Whatever, it's going to be Kamala wins because
how
they
is
cheat.
how is the Democrats going to cheat? Because
can I ask you this? Okay, because we're really out of time.
Right. Sorry.
If Kamala Harris wins narrowly, which is what each of you is saying, is there going to be trouble? Are we going to have a very difficult few months ahead in the United States?
Unless it's a major victory for Kamala, or unless it's a major victory where there could be no doubt there was cheating, there could be maybe some peace. But because the two political sides see the world so differently, is that there will be. I don't hope there's no civil war. That's one of the reasons I'm here, because we're going to have a different kind of civil war, not this kind of civil war like in America. There'll be a real war here, but there'll be a civil war in America. Is that I think it's going.
Well, Biden won the popular vote by over 8 million votes.
It was a different time then, and there was huge suppression of votes.
No, there wasn't.
Yeah. Okay, well, you don't think there was. I think there was.
There's been no proof of that.
whatever.
But there were certainly lots of accusations flying around, which whether they ended up being true or not, did affect things.
He got the most
I'm going to call time on this gentleman because we could. Well, it basically sounds like the next few months in America. This doesn't it already?
If I can make a suggestion, never bring us back on here again.
I've enjoyed it immensely. Lewis Schaefer, thank you to you. And Dave Fulton, thank you to you. You can check out Lewis and Dave on all the socials as well. There are links on my account. Our two US comedians there. Coming up here on the Evening Edition is our Election Day special. We're going to be going to the Kamala Harris HQ. We're going to be going to Trump HQ as well and finding out a little bit more about the coverage that we've got in store for you overnight on Times Radio. Do stay with us. Let's get a news update first from Rob Malarkey.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Good evening. A man has been arrested at the US Capitol's Visitor Centre in Washington, D.C. amid a series of police incidents on polling day in the United States. The investigation is ongoing and the man remains in custody. J. Thomas Manger is the US Capitol Police Chief.
At about 12:20 this afternoon, a white male entered the south entrance of the Capitol Visitor Center. He was directed to put his coat and his backpack down for screening. As soon as his backpack and his jacket went into the screening area, U.S. Capitol police officers saw what appeared to be something in the shape of a firearm.
Polling stations in Georgia have been evacuated amid bomb threats and 2 people have been arrested in Michigan on suspicion of making election-related threats. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has fired Yoav Gallant, his defence minister, saying that trust between the two men had broken down. Netanyahu said that significant differences in strategy had developed between him and Gallant, the most vocal government minister pushing for a ceasefire agreement to release Israeli hostages in Gaza. He'll be replaced by Israel Katz, the country's foreign minister. 6 Labour councillors on Newcastle City Council, including its former leader, have switched allegiance, meaning the party has lost overall control of the local authority. Nick Kemp, who stepped down from the role in September after being accused of bullying, and 5 others now appear on the council website as independents. And an XL bully dog has been put down after fatally attacking a 10-year-old girl. Savannah Bentham from Malton in North Yorkshire was fatally attacked by her family's pet dog last Friday. You can hear more from our Times experts and correspondents in the World in 10 podcast. Search for it on your favoured podcast platform.
This is Times Radio.
We all want to enjoy food that tastes great and is sourced responsibly. But it's not always easy to know where your favourite foods come from. McDonald's works with more than 23,000 British and Irish farmers to source quality ingredients. Becky Berry is a beef farmer in the Wiltshire countryside who supplies beef to McDonald's for its iconic burgers.
I'm part of a group of farmers and we've been on a journey that McDonald's have sponsored to help us with learning more about regenerative practices and how that can benefit us, our farms, the people and the animals that we're producing. It's a way of McDonald's giving back to the whole industry. What we're trying to do now is move the cows from where they've eaten and they're moving into a longer, lusher pasture. In the long grass here we've got moths and butterflies that have just hatched out. We can hear in the hedgerows around the outside of the field the bird song.
Change a little, change a lot. Find out more about McDonald's plan for change on the McDonald's website.
Wake up to a brighter breakfast. Times Radio Breakfast. 7 days a week from 6 a.m.
The Evening Edition with Kate Borsay on Times Radio.
It is Kate Borsay. It's the Evening Edition. It's our US Election Day special. And as we know here on Times Radio, the fun doesn't stop at 10. It doesn't stop at 1. In fact, I don't think it stops until 1 a.m. on Thursday morning. We'll be continuously broadcasting live throughout that period. And beginning the marathon is Callum McDonald and friends who join you from 1 a.m. this evening, straight up after Carol Walker. Callum, good evening.
Hi, Kate. How are you?
Good. I want to know about snacks, please. I'm currently eating some sweets. I feel like I'm a bit of a traitor because I'll be getting a lot more sleep than you tonight, probably. Tell me how you've prepared.
Yeah, it's all about health. It's health overnight because otherwise you peak and trough too much. You spike all over the place if you're on sugar. And then I've got an emergency Coke Zero for the final straight at like 5 a.m.
Tell me what's happening. So you're with us at 1. We know that you've got Daryl Morris with you. Rosie Wright's at some polling parties or overnight election parties.
Watch parties.
Yes,
right.
watch parties. That is the word I'm looking for. How are you covering it? Because, of course, the brilliant thing about this election is not only is it massive, it's quite weighty, and you don't know what you're going to get and when, and sometimes it can tell you a lot, sometimes you can know a lot by 4 a.m, sometimes you can know nothing at all. How are you handling it?
So basically, the trick with a US election is that polls close kind of on the hour every hour, starting actually at 11 p.m. UK time, and then there's some actually that are every half hour as well. And the key thing then is to look for any trends that emerge, particularly this election, with early voting. So, for example, in some states there's been such high levels of mail-in ballots and early voting that the accelerated kind of process, which has improved, we understand, since 2020, which was all a bit of a farce, and COVID and new voting machines, a new or certainly a familiar process means that a lot of these votes may actually be counted relatively quickly. Indeed, I've seen reports from election officials in Michigan this evening suggesting that their result from 2020 was sort of mid-afternoon their time on the Wednesday, i.e. the day after polling day, but they say it'll be much quicker this time around. So what will happen is states, they all sort of count differently. Some will have started counting the mail-in ballots already, but they will work their way through counting those votes. And then we will get projections. This is the way it works because of the kind of certification process that goes on for weeks and months beyond this, and that's what January the 6th kind of became famous for. But we will get projections then from media, from the AP news agency. They're the ones who kind of call projections. So when they're comfortable that a certain number of votes has been reached that makes it impossible for the other candidate to then overtake and win in that particular state, they will then project that state one way or the other. Now, as you say, this thing is so close, who knows how many we're going to get and when we're going to get them. But in theory, we'll be able to bring you quite a few over the course of the night, including some of the crucial swing states.
Yeah, certainly. So we're looking at probably hearing from Georgia first of those swing states. The booths close at midnight. So we should get a clear picture now. And look, really important to look out for Wisconsin, Pennsylvania and Michigan as well, because they are so swingy. They all went red in 2016. They all went blue in 2020. That is why they're called swing states. But that is when you start to get a picture arising, isn't it? Callum, are you expecting to hear any dissenting voices as the night goes on? Do you think you are going to get any ripples of discontent, or is this too early a stage really to be talking about that?
So what's difficult about this, I think, so I was chatting to somebody I know at CNN, and they had it from sources within the Trump campaign that they kind of acknowledge that the final declaration of a presidential winner probably isn't going to come, quickly. Now, I think that's all well and good. There are also reports of the last few weeks of Trump not really listening to his advisors and kind of forging his own path, which is completely unsurprising. That is the way he operates. That's what he does. And so I do wonder, actually, if there will be any sense of restraint or ability to contain that message, which has been bubbling throughout this campaign of just chipping away and undermining the integrity of whatever outcome. We'll remember from 2020 that in the middle of the night, basically, I think it was about 2 or 3 a.m. local time, Trump sort of appeared to declare victory. And that was kind of without any credibility at all at that point. So there is something of the kind of loose cannon nature of Trump to be aware of, and indeed his supporters and his surrogates and people on his campaign team, people who profess to speak for him, other members of the Republican Party who have kind of been stoking concerns about the validity of whatever the outcome is. I think one thing that will put that to bed is if it's a really clear win for Harris, and that at the moment, according to the polling, seems remarkably unlikely. It seems like it's going to be a really close run thing. But that is the only thing, perhaps, that would be able to put that sort of stuff to bed.
Yeah.
So I just wonder if the discontent will emerge over the course of the night, particularly in the aftermath of early results. So you mentioned Georgia. The other one to look out for is North Carolina. And if we get any indication of a sort of even a Trump struggle in somewhere like North Carolina, that would be indicative of a difficult
That's very
night.
indicative. Yeah.
And it could kind of fuel a bit of discontent / resentment at that point too.
So a big watch on whether Donald Trump will declare victory prematurely. That is what I've been hearing tonight. from sort of people fed into some of Trump's advisors that he may well be punchy and do that. What does that mean, though? Big question marks about whether he'll jump in too early on that. We're going to be, of course, watching Senate seats as well. And we should explain that, of course, you've got the Senate and the House making up Congress. That is 1/3. You've got the Supreme Court. That is another third. And then the US president is the other third in terms of the weighting and the proportionality of sort of how the political system works in the United States. So we've got, 100 Senate seats. We've got, a third of those up for grabs tonight. 34 of its 100 seats up for grabs as well. Currently, Democrats control the Senate by that 1-seat margin. It's the Kamala Harris seat, and it's widely expected the Senate will go to the Republicans. There's loads to watch out for. I know you'll make such an entertaining, engaging night of it, ably abetted by your team. And I'm going to say Callum McDonald's team this evening includes John Pienaar and Andrew Neil. You get to hold the high office, Callum, controlling it all from HQ.
I don't know about that. Controlling it all, I think, might be overstating it.
Darryl Morris with you, Rosie Wright with you as well. We're really looking forward to it, Callum.
Thanks, Kate. Us too. We're on the radio and we're on the Times Radio YouTube channel all night long. It's going to be a big one, and we get to write the first page of this chapter in the history of, let's not understate it, the world. So make sure you're with us.
Callum McDonald with you from 1 a.m. on Times Radio. Carol Walker, of course, coming up at 10 o'clock as well. She's got plenty of build-up to bring you as well. This is Kate Borsay. It is the evening edition on Times Radio. Should we take a walk through some of the top stories online tonight? These are a selection of some of the other news stories making up column inches this evening. In the Times tonight, an oak that stood for more than 4 centuries has won the Woodland Trust Tree of the Year contest. Skipponish Oak, which is named after, in fact, I think we've done these ones already. I think this is an old copy of it. Apologies. We will move on. We'll just shelve that. Apologies. And move on to the headquarters of both camps. This is exciting. So Donald Trump's headquarters are in Florida. Kamala Harris's base is in Washington, D.C. Let's go to Kamala Harris, first of all. Patsy Widakuswara is White House Bureau Chief with Voice of America, and she's at Howard University this evening. Patsy, good evening.
Hi there.
Give me the vibe. Are they optimistic, cautious, exhausted?
I think the term that the campaign likes to use is nauseously optimistic. So obviously they like to project confidence, but yes, I mean, as you said, this is a super tight election. It's down to the wire. I mean, even just a few hours ago, Vice President Kamala Harris was still spending time at the phone bank, making phone calls to voters, urging them to vote. So this is going to be down to the last vote, down to the last person. You know, don't give up until the last drop of blood.
We've just been talking about whether Donald Trump might try and declare a little earlier, that if there's in any way an indication, not official of course, but if there's in any way an indication that he's got this, he might just plump and declare victory early. Are people concerned about that in Kamala Harris's camp?
Well, what they're telling us yesterday in their last briefing of the Harris campaign is that they are staying focused. They're staying calm and confident, and they're fully aware of all the legal challenges and all the issues that the Trump campaign would like to throw their way, including this kind of a scenario that you just mentioned. So, you know, they're definitely ready for this. They have a whole army of lawyers. Don't forget, they have close to $1 billion in their war chest. So definitely something to be concerned about, but I think they're also ready.
Carolyn Prosciutti, we know, is on the same line as you. Carolyn is at Trump HQ. Carolyn, we will come to you in a few minutes' time. You're trying to connect through to us at the moment. But Patsy, let's just talk about the relevance of Howard University. It's where Kamala Harris studied, of course.
Yeah, so I mean, she was this is definitely her alma mater. Right. I mean, she studied here in Howard. Sorry, they just started out the speakers right now. And she has a lot of personal and professional connections to this institution. It's obviously a historically Black university. Her campaign says that it reflects her commitment to inclusion and diversity. I mean, there were initially talks about having the election night headquarters in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, but perhaps shows a little bit of a question mark in terms of are they going to win Pennsylvania, because obviously it's not going to be a good look if the election night headquarters is in Philadelphia and they do not win Pennsylvania. And of course, we don't know who's going to win Pennsylvania until perhaps much later, if not tomorrow or in a couple of days, because Pennsylvania has this funny rule where you're not allowed to count ballots, mail-in ballots, until 7 a.m. of election day. That means machines have to open the envelopes, people have to tabulate and check the votes and, verify and everything else. So Pennsylvania could take a while.
All right. Well, listen, we will leave it there. Patsy Wodakaswara, thank you for being with us. White House Bureau Chief with Voice of America. She's at Howard University. That's Kamala Harris's base where her watch party will take place as the results roll in. Carolyn Presutti is at the Trump HQ. She's senior Washington TV correspondent with Voice of America. She's in Florida, Mar-a-Lago. Carolyn, good evening.
Good evening to you, Kate. Good to be with you tonight.
Tell me a little bit about the atmosphere there at Mar-a-Lago.
So we are currently inside the Palm Beach County Convention Center, which is actually in West Palm Beach, Florida. And this is an enormous convention center. People just started arriving. So we have maybe, 50 people kind of gathered near the stage. But as for the media, there are about 200 of us. And I've spoken to a lot of people from various countries around the world. I've spoken to several from the UK. I've spoken to someone from Lebanon, from Israel, from Asia, from the Middle East. All over the world has its eyes on this election tonight. We're expecting former President Donald Trump to address this crowd. We'll have a couple of speakers warm up the crowd before he takes to the stage, whether it be to say, we don't have an answer tonight, or I won tonight, or I concede tonight. We don't know what he'll be saying, but most of the experts say we won't have a decision tonight. There's just too much to count. And this is such a razor thin margin between Trump and Harris in this race. Everyone says we'll be in it for the long term. I heard you say that you're going to be on the air all night. We will be here all night too, waiting for results.
Yeah, certainly. Look, when do we get the first indication? When do we know how close it is, or maybe not is the case? Maybe it could be that early indications show that it's a lot more convincing for Donald Trump than we might have thought, or a lot more convincing for Kamala Harris the other way. When might we get that first indicator?
So right now in the United States, it's nearing 5 o'clock and the polls close at 7. So in about 2 hours, the polls on the East Coast will close. That's when the results will start trickling in, right? And we have those huge jumbotrons behind us. That's when the results will be on those jumbotrons for the people who are gathered here, his supporters, his volunteers, his family. That's when they'll start cheering when it looks like it's going towards Trump, or booing when it doesn't look like it's going towards Trump. So I think the first results will be those early voter results. Those, be they write-in or be they voting in person at the different poll locations. 83 million Americans did that early vote.
Yeah.
That's what we'll hear from first. However, Pennsylvania, that is a very rich electoral state with 19 electoral votes. They didn't start counting those votes until 7 this morning, so it may be a long night for Pennsylvania. We might not hear from them for a while.
There you go. So early voters, there was a lot of early voting that took place, at least 50%. That'll be significant. And then, as Patsy was saying earlier as well, Pennsylvania, all eyes on Pennsylvania.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Also,
go on, Karen,
you might want to
on.
mention one more thing, if you have time.
Yeah, go for it.
There was 4 years ago, there was something that was named the Red Mirage. And we want to be careful for that too, because a lot of these early votes are coming in from the suburban areas. It takes longer to count the urban areas, the more populated areas. So what we had 4 years ago was it was looking to kind of point towards Trump as the winner, right? When the early voting results were coming in. And then all of a sudden, when those urban areas then stacked up with their results, then it veered toward Biden. And that's why it's called the Red Mirage. So we're also going to be very careful of that tonight when the early votes start rolling in and become tabulated.
Which is why it's such a big talking point if Donald Trump takes it upon himself to declare early before it's really properly official, because that could be as a result of the Red Mirage. Carolyn Presutti, great to speak to you. Thank you. At Trump HQ in Florida, Mar-a-Lago. Carolyn is senior Washington TV correspondent with Voice of America. Coming up, we'll find out what Carol Walker's got in store for you. Stay with us.
John Pienaar on Times Radio Drive with Barclays. Tomorrow afternoon from 4, join broadcasting powerhouse John Pienaar for an expert debrief of the daily news agenda.
What's happening behind the surface? Are there tensions and doubts?
From international events on the world stage to issues closer to home.
And I'm going to give people a bit of time and space to tell us what they think.
Get well-informed debate, insight and analysis that brings the big political picture sharply into focus. Times Radio Drive with Barclays Corporate Banking. Find out what big picture banking could mean for your business at barclayscorporate.com.
Download the Free Times Radio app and listen to us wherever you are.
It's time to get the ball rolling on another Terry's chocolate flavour.
Ooh, I've always wondered what a chocolate orange would taste like without the orange.
A Terry's chocolatey chocolate?
Or a Terry's orangeless orange.
Ooh, a chocolate orange without the orange is one of life's great mysteries. I suppose it would taste like,
milk chocolate.
Oh, that's ballsy. New Terry's Chocolate Milk Ball! Deliciously unsquare.
Here we go again. Running a small business, I should be used to early mornings. Gotta stay ahead of the competition. After all, the early bird catches the sun loungers by the pool.
With an American Express business card, spend securely and earn points on business transactions to put towards your dream holiday.
Right by the bar as well.
The card is for business, the points are for pleasure. Search Amex Business Card. Terms and annual fees apply. 18 plus, subject to status.
The Evening Edition with Kate Borsay on Times Radio.
We'll hear from Carol in a few moments' time. It's going to be, absolutely nail-biting. We've got some amazing coverage throughout the night on Times Radio. Not just Carol Walker at 10, but Callum MacDonald and all his team, all his friends, Andrew Neil and John Pienaar amongst them. They follow at 1 a.m. and through the night. Here are some of the highlights of tonight's show to get you in the mood.
I really can't call this one. I really think it's very, very close indeed.
I think Donald Trump has shown a real propensity to bring out those people who don't normally vote. They're not the known voters. So what we're seeing across the country is a really rare voter coming out.
So listen, we got hard work to do, but here's the thing. We like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is joyful work. And make no mistake, we will win.
The level of enthusiasm on the Harris campaign recalls the Obama campaigns of 08 and 12. It's the only thing I can compare it to. Something like 800,000 doors knocked in a day. You can't fake enthusiasm like that.
She's a crooked person. She is a bad person. Evil. She's an evil, sick, crazy band. Oh, no. It starts with a B, but I won't say it.
Well, Donald Trump says a lot of things that most Americans, most Brits would not say. But he is an entertainer, and as one who ran numerous times, I can only tell you that pointing out somebody else's faults is only used because it works.
I think all the indications are, and the logic of how elections should play out, say that Harris will just do it. But who knows? It's going to be the most dramatic night.
Some best bits from the show this evening. Of course, the coverage continues throughout the night. It's going to be a dramatic night. Too close to call right now, of course. Polling stations are still open, but they begin to close from 11 o'clock onwards. And capturing many of those closures and the really early indications will be Carol Walker with you from 10 on Times Radio. You've got such a nice job this evening because you are going to start to get little hints, Carol.
Yeah, I mean, it is a fascinating, a really exciting evening. I think also a moment we shouldn't forget of quite significant tension across quite a few communities in the United States who know just how much is at stake here, how the results unfold tonight will affect their lives, their communities, their rules, their rights. So there is a huge amount at stake as we wait for the polls to close, as you say, another hour before the first polls close, a clutch more an hour after that at midnight. And in just over a couple of minutes' time, we should be getting the first exit polls. Now, of course, these are not the actual results, but they're an indication of what is uppermost in voters' minds, some indications of how voters are feeling in
early
some of the
voting as
key
well.
states, early voting, some signs of the turnout, which looks as though it could be pretty high in quite a few different states. So there will be a lot that we can read into these exit polls, but we have to approach them with a bit of caution because, like all polls, they are a snapshot, they are a survey, they are not a final result. But we'll be staying across all the developments as we get them throughout my section of the night through until 1 a.m. And of course, we'll be getting more exit polls as more of the key states close at midnight. Polling stations close in places like Georgia, which is one of those important battleground states where the presidential election will be decided, and we'll begin to find out who might be the winner, although, as we've been hearing throughout, we could hear early tomorrow morning. We might have a clear indication of whether it's Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Could take several days.
Carol Walker with you from 10 on Times Radio. Do not miss it. Thanks to the team behind the show today. Been working really, really hard, and we'll continue that during the week. Anne-Marie Mill, Matt Murphy, Araminta Parker, and our technical operator, Ryan Brannigan. Myself and the team are back tomorrow at 7. Who knows what we'll know by then, but we'll bring you all the analysis and build-up continued throughout the night.
Online and on your smart speaker. News, national, international, and full coverage of the race to the White House. This is Times Radio.
It's 10 o'clock. I'm Carol Walker on Times Radio. A very good evening to you. We are about to get the first exit polls from the United States, an early indication of potential results to come in the closest presidential race in recent history. Donald Trump will be at his ranch in Florida as he awaits the voters' verdict.
No, I feel very confident. I have felt. We went in with a very big lead today, and it looks like Republicans have shown up in force.
Kamala Harris has told a radio station she'll be watching the results at her old university.
To go back tonight to Howard University, my beloved alma mater, and be able to hopefully, recognize this day for what it is really, it's full circle for me.
Well, we have a great lineup of experts, insiders and commentators to take you through all the latest developments. In a moment, I'll be speaking to the journalist and former BBC US anchor Laura Trevelyan and to the former Republican Congressman John LeBoutillier. Many more guests lined up as well. We're also going to be assessing Kemi Badenoch's shadow cabinet appointments as she prepares to take on Sir Keir Starmer at Prime Minister's Questions tomorrow. Much more on all that, plus our exclusive first look at the front page of tomorrow's Times, right after the latest news from Rob Malarkey.
Carol, thank you. Good evening. An investigation is underway in Washington, D.C. after police arrested a man as he tried to enter the U.S. Capitol's visitor centre with a flare gun. It's one of a series of law enforcement incidents to have taken place on polling day in the United States. A senior FBI official has told NBC News the FBI is actively investigating a number of bomb threats at polling stations in Georgia, Wisconsin and Michigan. The US Capitol Police Chief J. Thomas Manger said the man smelled of fuel when he was apprehended during a screening process.
He was directed to put his coat and his backpack down for screening. He stood there for a few seconds, then put his stuff on the conveyor belt. The U.S. Capitol police officers saw what appeared to be something in the shape of a firearm. They also saw 2 bottles in the backpack.
Vice President Kamala Harris has spent polling day giving a series of radio interviews in swing states in which she urged people to get out and vote. She said she finished her election campaign with optimism, energy and joy. Spencer Critchley is a Democratic strategist who worked on 2 campaigns for Barack Obama.
I recognize there has been a lot of low propensity vote response, a lot of response among males for the Trump campaign, but the level of enthusiasm on the Harris campaign recalls the Obama campaigns of 2008 and 12, something like 800,000 doors knocked in a day. I'm in contact with many Obama veterans, and you can't fake enthusiasm like that.
Her Republican rival Donald Trump cast his vote in Florida earlier, and before heading back to his home at Mar-a-Lago, he said he was confident of returning to the White House. Israel's Defence Minister Yoav Gallant has been dismissed. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he had no trust in Gallant's management of Israel's ongoing military operations. He'll be replaced by the country's Foreign Minister Israel Katz. The Times correspondent is Richard Spencer.
He's clashed repeatedly with Netanyahu. He's stopped various Netanyahu's plans. He's advocated different policies from Netanyahu. So it's been a bit of a difficult relationship all along. He tried to fire Gallant last year, but failed. There was a big popular sort of protest about it, and he had to reinstate him.
Downing Street says the Prime Minister did reply to Sir Alan Bates after the Post Office Justice campaigner twice wrote to Number 10 last month, demanding faster compensation payments for postmasters impacted by the Horizon IT scandal. A spokesman for Sir Keir Starmer said there was no firm commitment to compensate victims with full financial redress by March of next year. Last week, the government announced that £1.8 billion has been set aside for compensation payments. Stormont's First Minister Michelle O'Neill is to lay a wreath at Belfast City Hall on Remembrance Sunday, a first for a senior Sinn Féin figure in Northern Ireland. While acknowledging it will be uncomfortable for some Republicans, she said it's the right thing to do.
I am a leader, I'm a First Minister for everybody in this society. This weekend and remembrance events are about acknowledgement of loss. They're about every loved one out there that's ever buried a family member as a result of the horror of conflict. So for me, this gives me an opportunity to fulfil that commitment.
The Queen has been forced to withdraw from her engagements this week because of a chest infection. She was scheduled to attend the opening of the Field of Remembrance at Westminster Abbey on Thursday, but will now be represented by the Duchess of Gloucester. And Manchester City have suffered a third successive defeat in as many different competitions, this time with a 4-1 loss at Sporting Club in the Champions League. Their manager Ruben Amorim is about to take over at City's rivals Manchester United. Elsewhere, Liverpool beat the German champions Bayer Leverkusen 4-0 to extend their perfect start to their European campaign to 4 matches, and Celtic beat RB Leipzig by 3-1. Don't forget you can set the Times News Briefing as your news service on Alexa.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker, this is Times Radio with Carol Walker.
A very good evening to you and welcome to the programme What a Night Ahead, as we wait to find out whether Donald Trump or Kamala Harris will be the next President of the United States. Well, we are just getting some early data from the exit polls which give the first indications of how Americans have voted. In less than an hour, the first polls will be closing, followed at midnight with the polls closing in a clutch of states, including the key battleground of Georgia. On the programme tonight, we'll bring you all the latest developments as we get them, and we have experts, insiders and commentators lined up to explain what is happening. In just a moment, I'll be joined by Laura Trevelyan, journalist and former BBC anchor in the United States, and I'll be talking to the former Republican Congressman John LeBoutelier. Also this hour, we'll consider what the new shadow cabinet tells us about Kemi Badenoch's priorities as Conservative leader. Katie Balls of The Spectator has more on that. And in half an hour, we'll take you through the front pages of tomorrow's papers. We're still waiting for the front page of tomorrow's Times. We should have that very shortly. Tonight, I'm going to be joined from Washington by Anne McElvoy, host of Politico's Power Play podcast, and Joe Phillips, former Lib Dem advisor. And of course, tonight, as every night, especially tonight, let us know what you're thinking. Text 87222, start your message with the word Times. Tweet us at Times Radio, email studio@times.radio, or send us a WhatsApp 0333 003 2353. Millions of Americans have been casting their votes in the closest presidential election in recent history. The first polls are due to close in less than an hour's time, and we're just getting the first exit polls. These give us an indication of how it's looking, though we won't be getting the actual results for several hours yet. Callum McDonald, of course, will be with you, taking over from 1 a.m. to take you through the night. He's also got an all-star cast cast accompanying him. Donald Trump is tonight at his Mar-a-Lago ranch in Florida, and it's been reported he'll be joined by Elon Musk, the controversial billionaire businessman who's become a staunch supporter. Earlier, Trump cast his vote at a nearby polling station and said he was feeling confident after a great campaign.
No, I feel very confident. I have felt. We went in with a very big lead today, and it looks like Republicans have shown up in force. So we'll see how it turns out. But it seems that they have really shown up in force. I just got a call from Dan Patrick in Texas. He said they've never seen anything like it.
Well, Kamala Harris sent her ballot by mail and has been calling a number of radio stations to urge her supporters to get out and cast their votes. She told one station in Atlanta she'll be at a watch party at her former university in Washington after a big family dinner.
The first office I ever ran for was freshman class representative at Howard University. And to go back tonight to Howard University, my beloved alma mater, and be able to hopefully, recognize this day for what it is really, it's full circle for me.
Well, the Vice President also made a surprise appearance at the Democratic Party's Washington, D.C. headquarters this afternoon, making a number of calls to voters.
Have you voted already?
Give me a second.
You did? Thank you. Thank you so very much. It's so important that everybody participates.
Well, let's talk to the journalist, former BBC anchor in the United States, Laura Trevelyan. A very good evening to you, Laura.
And to you, Carol, an exciting one ahead.
It really is. I know that you've been covering politics and much more right across the United States for more than 20 years. But this one really is on a knife edge, isn't it?
I mean, it's extraordinary, Carol. This is my 6th US presidential election, and it is the closest one yet, and the only one in which a president is trying to become only the second in history to have a non-consecutive term. Not since Grover Cleveland in the 19th century has someone been re-elected as Donald Trump is trying to do. And then just think, Carol, that when we were chatting back in June, Joe Biden was still running for the Democratic presidential bid. And now, for 106 days, Kamala Harris has been the candidate. So it's just been an absolutely extraordinary election where a disastrous debate performance in June sealed Joe Biden's fate. There was a revolt by his party. It upended the race. Donald Trump is still grumpy about that, as we can tell. It looked like he was cruising to victory against Biden, and now it's a toss-up. But I would say, Carol, that with a margin of error of 3% in polls, which is what we can expect, you could still get essentially a decisive victory either by Donald Trump or by Kamala Harris if the polls are out by 3%. So, but we will know, I think, pretty early on in that 7 o'clock hour, that's 2 hours from now, where the swing state of Georgia, they're going to report most of their vote by 8 o'clock. So we'll have a good idea how that's looking. Is Donald Trump on course to take a state that he couldn't take in 2020? Or is Harris going to match the strong performance of Biden in that state? Then at North Carolina at 7:30, polls close there. We'll get another clue in that key swing state. Donald Trump's been so worried about North Carolina, holding on to it, that he's been going every single day in this campaign, Carol. So absolutely fascinating, and we'll get some indications early on, I think.
Yeah, that will be fascinating to watch during our midnight hour as we get some of those results coming in from Georgia and North Carolina, because, of course, we know that it is which of the candidates gets to those 270 electoral college votes that emerges as the winner. We know which way so many of the US states are going to vote, and that it comes down to those key 7 swing states. What we have got just in the last couple of minutes is the first exit polls. Now, these, of course, are polls, but they are polls of people who've actually cast their votes. And NBC are reporting that the state of democracy and the economy in the United States were the top issues on the minds of voters as they cast their ballots. This exit poll from NBC News says that 35% 25% of voters said democracy mattered most to their vote. 31% said the economy, abortion on 14%, and immigration on 11% ranked as the next most important issues. I just wonder, Laura, what you make of that, because you would think that democracy has been an important theme for Kamala Harris, but the economy has been a very strong issue for Donald Trump.
I think it's fascinating, Carol, isn't it? I think both campaigns are going to be feeling pleased and cherry picking when they look at this exit poll result, because after all, voters were asked, what is the top issue on your mind as you're casting your vote? So we have 35%, as you said, saying the state of American democracy, 31% the economy, 40% abortion, 11% immigration. But of course, Trump supporters can also be concerned about the state of American democracy and feel that Kamala Harris is threatening it. It's not, cast iron that saying you're concerned about the state of American democracy means that you're voting Democratic. However, what is interesting is that ranks as the top issue. So yes, that would suggest that there's a bit of an edge there, because throughout this campaign, the top issue the voters have said has on their minds has been the economy, followed by abortion and then immigration. So that is extremely interesting. But quite what it means for the wider result, we'll soon see. And as you said, the American president is elected indirectly. This isn't about the popular vote, who gets the most votes. This is about who wins the most American states. So going into this, we basically have Kamala Harris with 226 votes, we think, from votes that states that are solidly Democratic. Donald Trump with 219 votes in the Electoral College from states which are reliably Republican. So who can get to 270 votes with those 7 swing states which are up for grabs, Carol? That is what it's all about tonight.
Just before you go, Laura, we have had a few security alerts, haven't we? A little bit of disruption in a few of the counties of the states.
A little bit, but nothing dramatic. Overall, election officials are reporting that turnout is extremely high, that election machines are functioning well. We did have a report from Georgia that there had been some threats to the voting system. The Secretary of State in Georgia said, without elaborating on it, that they seemed to come from Russia. There were reports from Pennsylvania of problems with a machine that was counting the votes. But other than that, it has been pretty smooth. And we haven't had some of the reports, although it's still, remember, early out in the west of America, which is 3 hours behind us here on the east. But we haven't had the reports that we had back in 2020 of armed people patrolling polling stations and an atmosphere of menace and of tension. So far, Carol, pretty much so good, with both campaigns reading what they want into this high turnout, both campaigns projecting confidence, both campaigns, interestingly, Carol, saying that there is a gender gap, with more women turning out for Kamala Harris based on the early vote and more men voting for Donald Trump. So a battle of the sexes tonight.
Laura Trevelyan, really good to speak to you. Thanks so much.
See you soon. Thanks, Carol.
Yeah, we'll be back with Laura a little later in the programme. But let's talk now to John LeBoutelier, a former Republican congressman. Good evening to you, John.
Good evening to you.
Well, I mean, we've been hearing Donald Trump sounding very confident. That, of course, is part of his trademark approach. What are you hearing about how it's looking for the Republican campaign?
Well, I think there's a huge turnout, both in the early voting that ended yesterday and then today. It appears anecdotally and by reports from different secretaries of state in the 7 battleground states that the turnout appears very large. The general rule in our system is the larger the turnout, the better it is for the Democrats. Then you add in the obvious gender gap in the voting, in the who's turning out, and it's almost a 10-point gap. More women are voting than men. That was in the early voting. How that's going to go on the same day voting today, we don't know. But that is all good for Kamala Harris's campaign and bad for the Republicans, because they have unfortunately for them, they've fumbled the abortion issue so badly that they've turned a huge swath of women against them.
I know we've got a bit of a delay on the line to you, John, so apologies for that, and I'm sure our listeners will bear with us. What do you make of this early exit poll data, which we're just looking at? It suggests that voters think the state of democracy is the most important issue. About a third saying that is their top concern, but that was closely followed by the economy, with only just under a third saying that that was the most important issue to them. Issues like abortion on 14% and immigration on 11%, according to the NBC exit poll. What do you think we can read into those results from those exit polls?
Not much, because why voters say they're voting and how they actually vote often have nothing to do with each other. And they often themselves have multiple reasons for voting, And so I don't really think we can read much into it. I'm glad that the state of the democracy is the top issue, because I do think after January 6th and after what happened in 2020 and 2021, there's been a big focus on would that happen again this time? And I hope that both parties don't want it to happen again. I hope that we're going to have a decision on who won this thing and an acceptance by the loser that he or she won and move on. That's the way we've always done it till 2020.
And John, you talked there about how these polls were looking and what we're hearing about the attitude of female voters as opposed to male voters. Laura Trevelyan was talking about the battle of the sexes, and we know that Kamala Harris is doing well again amongst female voters, whereas Donald Trump is doing well, particularly amongst younger men. Do you think that is to do with the abortion issue and, of course, the overturning of the statewide right to abortion? Or do you think it's more to do with Donald Trump, his personality, his comments and the accusations he's faced?
Great question. I think it's both. I think the repealing of Roe v. Wade, which Trump has taken credit for and bragged about, runs around saying, oh, I did it and all that. That has killed him among a lot of women voters. And his generally dismissive attitude, even encapsulated last week by saying, well, I'm going to protect women whether they like it or not. And that line was suicide for him among a lot of women voters, especially with his track record of being accused by more than a dozen, or actually 20 plus women, of sexually assaulting them. So he's got a problem with women voters. There's no question about it. And I think this increased turnout by a gap of 10 points, more women than men voting, that's the single worst news for Trump. Now, that was in the early voting. We don't know today if there's that same gap, or maybe all the anti-Trump women voted in the early voting and there are none left. We don't know. One other point. The issue of wives and husbands. What about a family where the husband is a Trump voter, the wife is a silent Harris voter? We know some of this exists. Yahoo News did a poll last week and found that 1 out of 8 married couples had this situation. Trump or husband, Harris wife. The Harris wife doesn't talk about it as much. But if she votes for Harris and he votes for Trump, boom, that's a canceled vote. And that's 1 out of 8. That's 12% of Trump's vote could be canceled out.
Well, that I'm sure will be something that will be analysed very closely as we get the results. It's been great to speak to you. John LeBoutillier, thank you very much indeed for that.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
Let me just bring you the front page of tomorrow's Times. World awaits America's fate. The paper headlines with a picture of Kamala Harris in Washington, Donald Trump in Michigan, another of the big swing states, as what the paper calls the extraordinary campaign enters its final hours. Trump, US will go to hell if Harris wins. He vows to accept the result if it's a fair election. huge turnout in key swing states. That's there on the front page of the Times. The Times also reporting farmers plan to disrupt food chain in protest over inheritance tax. The Times says farmers are plotting a strike to disrupt the food supply system in protest at the proposed 20% inheritance tax on farms. We'll talk about that more as we go through the papers as usual after 10:30. You're listening to Carol Walker on Times Radio.
Andrew Neil, tomorrow afternoon from 1 on Times Radio.
As the US wakes up, I'll be live from New York with all the very latest news and results from the race for the White House. I'll speak to correspondents across the nation for the state of play in the crucial battleground states. I'll hear from Republicans, Democrats and analysts for their reaction and what happens next.
Andrew Neil, tomorrow afternoon from 1 on Times Radio.
We all want to enjoy food that tastes great and is sourced responsibly. But it's not always easy to know where your favourite foods come from. McDonald's works with more than 23,000 British and Irish farmers to source quality ingredients. Mike Allwood is a dairy farmer from Cheshire who supplies organic milk to McDonald's in the UK for its teas, coffees and porridge.
We're involved in a network which has been set up by Arla to look at the possibilities for farming regeneratively. One of the things we're doing here is moving our cattle and giving them a fresh piece of grass every day to help regenerate the soil. We're very lucky that we've had a long-term relationship with McDonald's. And I think often people don't realise how seriously McDonald's take their relationships with farmers.
Change a little, change a lot. Find out more about McDonald's plan for change on the McDonald's website.
Listen to Times Radio on your smart speaker. Just say, play Times Radio. Carol Walker on Times Radio.
Now, the new Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch, has appointed leadership rivals and key allies to her shadow cabinet in what is seen as an effort to unite the warring factions within her party. Robert Jenrick, who was narrowly defeated by Badenoch in the final leadership runoff, is to become Shadow Justice Secretary. Chris Philp, the former policing minister, is promoted to Shadow Home Secretary. Mel Stride is the new Shadow Chancellor, and Dame Priti Patel makes a return to frontline politics as Shadow Foreign Secretary. Katie Balls is a Times columnist, a close watcher of the Tory party. She told me what she made of the appointments.
I think it tells us that she is trying to balance her cabinet to a degree. If you look at the really senior roles, Mel Stride, Shadow Chancellor, Priti Patel, Shadow Foreign Secretary, neither backed her in the leadership contest. They both ran themselves and they were knocked out early on in the contest. So I think it's an effort to show and also that she values experience and she's not just giving jobs to all of her mates, largely from the 2017 intake.
She has, of course, brought in Robert Jenrick, her rival in the final round of the leadership contest. But it does seem as though there's already a bit of friction, a bit of tension there, because Robert Jenrick announced his appointment before she did.
Yes, there was definitely a strange mix of messages coming on Monday night, because you had Robert Jenrick allies saying he's got this job, Shadow Justice Secretary, and then the Kemi Badenoch camp were not confirming that or putting it out on their side in the way they had for the other key appointments. And it meant you had a little bit of an impasse as to what was going on. And he was confirmed the next day. But clearly, I think his announcement had upset the planned media outline for the day ahead. And I think, it's not a huge deal. But as you say, I think it just points to, is this going to be a relationship? Given the final stage of the Tory leadership contest got pretty nasty between the pair, but there's quite a lot of tension that they're butting heads. The risk of having someone in your shadow cabinet who's potentially a rival is that they use it to make a platform for themselves and land points that help their career rather than necessarily the team. But of course, the risk is if you don't have them in their shadow cabinet, they're free to do whatever they want on the backbenches. So there's been a decision to bring him in for that reason, I think.
He's been very forthright on his desire to leave the European Convention on Human Rights. Kemi Badenoch has made it very clear that she's not at all convinced that's a good idea. And clearly there are many others within the Conservative Party who would be opposed to that. I mean, is that going to be an initial source of further tension, do you think, within the shadow cabinet?
I think it could be, because I think one of the reasons that the Jenrick camp was saying what his job was, there were rumours about various jobs he was being offered, and clearly Shadow Justice Secretary is one he was willing to take. But the issue with that brief is it's a tricky brief for lots of reasons, but lots of the issues on justice, you can see how they are linked to the ECHR, membership of the ECHR, when it comes to how we deal with terrorism offences and so forth. So the risk, I think, for Kemi Badenoch is that Jenrick comes up with policy solutions or policy briefs that involve leaving the ECHR, and it makes it a very live issue in the cabinet. It's also a tricky department for him because obviously prison overcrowding is a key part of the Labour response at the moment, and some of that can inevitably link to the Tories' time in government. So what tone does he take there?
There are several quite interesting appointments, some big promotions of people like Chris Philp, the new Home Secretary, and Priti Patel brought back into the top team of the party as the Shadow Foreign Secretary. Now, when she had to leave the government when she was International Development Secretary because of her trip to Israel, and she's someone who is seen as very, very close to the Israeli leadership, I just wonder whether that is also a potential area of problems, particularly with the Middle East currently on a knife edge.
So I think when you look at the shadow cabinet, some of the roles seem to be more about keeping various factions inside the necessarily policy directions. However, I think you look at what Kemi Badenoch said during the leadership, you look at what Robert Jenrick said, which I think went even further in being pro-Israel, and it does feel as though a hardening of the position is coming from the Tories, that Kemi and Badenoch will lead a party that is more probably pro-Israel than what came before, because David Cameron and Andrew Mitchell, who then took over the brief after, I think had a more nuanced approach to it. And that is something which I think will be changing when we look at how this is going to shake out. And Priti Patel, as you say, is very pro-Israel and will be articulating that. But I think it might chime with the general feeling of the new shadow cabinet and Kemi Badenoch's leadership.
Well, that was Katie Balls, Times columnist, speaking to me a little earlier. And, of course, Kemi Badenoch will be facing Sir Keir Starmer for her first Prime Minister's questions as Conservative Party leader from 12 noon tomorrow. Should be a fascinating contest if you can drag yourself away from the drama across the Atlantic. It will be a fascinating moment in British politics. Now, we are just getting the front pages of tomorrow's papers in, and we'll be back to take you through them all right after the very latest news from Rob Malarkey.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Good evening. A senior FBI official has told NBC News it is active. Trump said it looked as though he had a substantial lead. His election rival, Vice President Kamala Harris, has used a series of radio interviews today in swing states to urge people to get out and vote. Polls close at midnight UK time in 6 states, including Indiana, Kentucky and Virginia. Israel's Prime Minister has fired his Defence Minister. Benjamin Netanyahu says he's lost trust in Yoav Gallant over the management of ongoing military operations. The two have been at odds over the handling of the war in Gaza. Israel Katz, who served as foreign officer, will replace him. Stormont's First Minister Michelle O'Neill is to lay a wreath at Belfast City Hall on Remembrance Sunday, a first for a senior Sinn Féin figure in Northern Ireland. While acknowledging it will be uncomfortable for some Republicans, she defended her decision by saying it is the right thing to do. The Prince of Wales has warned of what he calls the troubling reality the planet faces as he focused on the need to tackle illegal wildlife trade during a visit to South Africa. Prince William has been meeting young climate activists in Cape Town, where he announced a new programme of life insurance cover for rangers.
We must also recognise the people on the front lines. Rangers are fundamental if we are to meet our global conservation targets for 2030 and prevent the dangerous tipping points that threaten our planet.
The Future Kings Earthshot Awards ceremony will take place in South Africa tomorrow. The Eco Prize, which is worth £1 million, will be handed out in grants to 5 groups for their climate change ideas. And Downing Street says the Prime Minister did reply to Sir Alan Bates after the Post Office Justice campaigner twice wrote to Number 10 last month, demanding faster compensation payments for postmasters impacted by the Horizon IT scandal. A spokesperson for Sir Keir Starmer said there was no firm commitment to compensate victims with full financial redress by March of next year. For a roundup of the news on demand, follow the Times News briefing on any podcast platform. Now with the sport this evening, here's Steve Forbes.
Manchester City have been humbled in the Champions League by the man taking over Manchester United next week. Ruben Amorim's Sporting Lisbon inflicted a 4-1 defeat on the Premier League champions, with former Coventry striker Victor Gyökeres bagging a hat-trick. Elsewhere, Liverpool moved top of the table with a 4-0 win over Bayer Leverkusen, while Celtic came from behind to beat RB Leipzig 3-1. And the tenure of former England Rugby Union head coach Eddie Jones is under the microscope after claims in a new book of a toxic environment during his stewardship. Former scrum half Danny Kerr accused Jones of ruling by fear and claimed everyone was terrified of him. Saracens fullback Alex Goode has told us whilst Jones got the right results, there were things he saw that weren't okay.
Especially when it was probably unnecessary. It wasn't a motivation tactic. It was more of a personal sort of spite or a malicious nature. I don't think anyone would have liked to see that.
The RFU have since said a system was in place to report concerns, but that it didn't happen. For more, head to the Times website or the app.
This is Times Radio.
Did you know that new McDonald's mini hash browns are direct descendants of the OG McDonald's hash brown? Fascinating. With their telltale crunchiness and warm golden hue, every mini hash brown is descended from greatness. Only $1.49 for 5, they're in the family for a limited time only. Served until 11 a.m, price may vary across restaurants, subject to availability.
As anyone who runs a small business knows, unexpected bills happen. Yeah, they do, just not your broadband bill. Because when you've got Virgin Media's business broadband, you won't get any unexpected mid-contract price rises. The price you signed up to is the price you pay. So now you can stay in control of your cash flow with business-ready broadband. Search Virgin Media Business Broadband. Virgin Media. See what you can do. 36-month contract. Virgin Media Fibre areas only. Legal stuff applies.
Wake up to a brighter breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel tomorrow morning from 6 on Times Radio. Across the UK, on DAB Digital Radio, online and on your smart speaker, this is Times Radio with Carol Walker.
Welcome back to the programme as we wait for the polls to close across the United States. Some of the first polls to close in less than an hour from now. We're just getting the front pages of tomorrow's papers in, and joining me to take you through them all, we have Anne McElvoy, host of Politico's Power Play podcast, joining us live from Washington, D.C. Good evening to you, Anne.
Hello there. Yeah, we're all pawing the ground here in the Politico office. and we've got nothing to do, which is the worst bit.
Well, you can talk to us, Anne, so it's great to have you with us. Do stay with us. And also with us tonight, Joe Phillips, former Liberal Democrat advisor. Hello, Joe.
Hello, Carol. There's a lot to be said for our old-fashioned exit polls at 10 o'clock, isn't there?
There certainly is. And just before we go through the main headlines, and just briefly, if you could, the US networks actually have a huge role to play in the next few hours, don't they? Because we've already got those first exit polls out. Both NBC and CBS are looking at this data of what shaped voters' decisions, the economy and the state of democracy, the most important issues for voters?
That seems to be the case. Obviously, all of these polls themselves have different methodologies, and people will argue about whether they're looking for the right things. Democracy, clearly, that's been the theme of Kamala Harris's campaign, that she's there to protect democracy and that Donald Trump is a threat to that. So you could imagine those voters who are replying in that way are probably skewing very heavily Democrat. Then the economy, that could really work out for either of them. Both of them have put it at the heart of their campaigns. And very close behind that, depending on which poll you look at, is the border and border security. Would you imagine that is being driven a bit more by those who lean towards the Republicans? But of course, where those voters are matters just as much, and how the Electoral College in this complex system of how votes are weighted across the states by population, by history. And so, the fact that if 51% of voters said something was very important to them, it still wouldn't imply that it mapped onto a 51% result. I know that listeners are very smart and they know that, but it's quite easy, I think, in the weeds of polls to be on the polar coaster, as we call it here, and sometimes lose the wood for trees.
Yeah, and of course, we are still waiting, and probably quite some time to go before we get any actual results. Let's look at the headlines on the front pages. The Times: World awaits America's fate. Trump, US, will go to hell if Harris wins. He vows to accept the result if it's a fair election. Huge turnout in key swing states, the Times is reporting. The Times also reports that farmers are planning to disrupt the food chain in protest at the rise in inheritance tax. The Telegraph: inheritance tax raid puts food security at risk. Tax on farmers will hit production and leave the UK more reliant on imports, say suppliers. The Telegraph has a picture of Donald Trump accompanied by his wife Melania. Russia behind bomb threats as US goes to the polls. The Telegraph also reports on Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, sacking his defense chief in a dispute over the direction of the war. We're going to have more on that after 11 on the programme. The Daily Mail: tinderbox America on a knife edge. As nation decides, experts say the result is basically a coin toss. The Financial Times: America decides. The Guardian: hope and fear, the paper says, with a picture of Kamala Harris on the phone as she tries to get supporters out to the polls. The Metro: new Trump versus Harris drama meltdown, result on a knife edge. Then voting machines fail in crunch states. I think that has only been a couple of incidents of that. The Eye: America votes for its future and braces for election unrest. The Daily Express turns to domestic issues. House prices to rise £84,000 in 5 years. The Sun: its big story, I'm a celeb exclusive. Colleen, get me out of trials. This is the news that Colleen Rooney could be ruled out of a string of I'm a Celebrity trials because of health reasons. And the Star has a picture of Donald Trump. Bigly trouble is its headline. US braced for riots and legal chaos as Orange Man Baby and Harris fight the tightest presidential election ever. So a range of headlines, but really all, Anne, reflecting just how tight this race is.
Well, that's the underlying theme here, isn't it? And the reason that you see, I was talking to a colleague here, I was just thinking about how you describe that, because obviously you can look at overnight polling and say there's a slight likelihood of the national campaign of Kamala Harris has been going pretty well. You can go a bit with your gut feeling, but you don't really know, as I said earlier, really when you map it on to where the turnout is most crucial. So in desperation, because I need to start making the Power Play podcast, I said to one of our most experienced news editors here in the DC newsroom, I said, when do you think we'll have anything like a result? And he said, as this was obviously a guess, but it's an interesting one. He said, well, an informed one. He said, it's 3 o'clock, maybe 3 a.m. He said, we won't have the result but we may know. And I think that's a good way to look at it, that if you're seeing a pattern of results coming in, if we're just seeing that a state like Georgia, even if we haven't got Pennsylvania, which is probably going to be hard to count, if we're seeing trends in some of those swing states, Georgia sometimes reports a bit earlier, well, we may have an indication that we kind of know. And of course, it could still be disputed, but I think that's the way that we have to look at it in the next hours.
Joe, we've just had an election here in the UK where, it was pretty clear from weeks, months out, that we were heading for a Labour government. This is certainly tighter, closer, more on a knife edge than any I can remember since, I guess, 2010 here in the UK.
Oh, absolutely. And when you look back at the sort of the time it takes for the results to be declared, and you think that Obama was declared before midnight, and you just sort of think this is crazy. And we'll all remember the hanging chads that delayed the result for several weeks. So we have to wait and see. I mean, it is such a different system to ours, obviously, as everybody knows by now. And I think there are people who I've been speaking to people today saying, sick to death of the American election, there's got to be other news. But of course, the impact is absolutely huge for everybody, every single person in the world. I think it's interesting what your guest before we came on was saying about the apparently high turnout, which I think is good and encouraging. Actually, whatever the result, the more people that get out and vote, the more people that get involved and cast their vote, that's got to be good for democracy. And it's very telling, that quote you read out, Carol, from Trump in the Mail, saying he'll accept the result, but only if the election is fair. Well, we know how that one's going to play, don't we?
Yeah, the Mail, its front page. Trump says he'll accept the result, but only if the election is fair. Washington locks down with the US bracing itself for civil unrest. Those remarks from Donald Trump and do suggest that his team is ready to challenge the result if it sees any potential grounds to do so. And they're already, they've already got a whole series of legal cases, haven't they, ready to go. And we've got these precautions being taken in Washington, barricades around the Capitol building and so on. How seriously do you think we should take these concerns of trouble?
You take them, I always lean out a bit from predicting trouble before it kind of happens. I mean, obviously it did happen, but of course, when it happened on January the 6th, it happened in a way that was wholly unexpected at the time. I think this time, both the system, the security, the kind of authorities are much more braced for it. And as much as there are certainly parts of Washington that are barricaded around the Capitol, given that January the 6th is in very recent memory, you can understand why. But I spend most of the day going about my business in Washington, and it's one of the calmest cities on the planet. So kind of occasionally you sort of think you're middle of the road and you think, oh, there's a car coming. It's a very sort of calm atmosphere here in Washington on the whole. Of course, that could change if people are whipped up. I think when you talk about Trump being prepared to challenge, and if he says if the result is fair, which of course in his mind would be if he lost, there is a difference between him starting a nagging justice process, as he would see it, a legal process, a constitutional one, which is also why I've got my constitutional editor friend on standby to join my podcast tomorrow, because he knows that in detail. There's a difference between that and obviously trying to encourage people to come out onto the streets. They're two different tracks, and we must hope that even if we think Donald Trump would be wrong to challenge the results, if he does it in a way where he simply says, I'm not giving up and I'm going to keep on nagging on about it, that is manageable in a way, obviously, that violence on the streets is not. And it depends a lot, I think, also, frankly, on the margin of victory, which way he will go if he loses. If it is a Kamala Harris victory, his position, whether he acknowledges it or not, is a lot weaker if there has been, which is what the Harris camp was with last night. They rather hope that they will show a clear pattern through the swing states. If it's more
but
scrappy,
that's without Elon Musk interfering, isn't it?
Well, I mean, Elon Musk is significant, but not all important in the American system. I mean, Elon Musk is noisy, and Elon Musk has X as his platform, but Elon Musk is not on the ballot. And elections in the US, do have a habit of coming back to who's all on the ballot. So yeah, I think Elon Musk can definitely push people to do one or the other thing. But I wouldn't. I think that we sort of sometimes can err by taking him too much at his own estimation as the man who is ruling America. I mean, the person who will be in charge of America is the person who's ultimately in the White House who wins this election.
And we know that apparently Elon Musk is going to be joining Donald Trump as they wait for the results in Florida tonight. It is just interesting, isn't it, when we talk about that, the margin of the result, because, of course, Donald Trump challenged the last result back in 2020, even though Joe Biden won by an absolutely clear-cut margin. But just before we move on, and we must touch on some of the other stories, I just wanted to ask you, Joe, the Times headline, "World Awaits America's Fate." And I think that is a reflection, isn't it, of just how important this election is, not just to people across America, and of course it will have an immediate and a direct impact on their lives, but on so many other countries. What America does in terms of its foreign policy, in terms of its approach to the UK, to Europe, to the conflicts in the Middle East and in Ukraine, that will all be decided by this election.
Yeah, absolutely. And, as you say, there is so much hinging on it, not least of all what's happening in Ukraine, what's happening in the Middle East, what might happen with NATO and relationships with Europe. If Trump wins and does what he says he wants to do, which is to bring in tariffs, that will have a huge impact on the global economy, and a very detrimental effect on us here in the UK. So yeah, I mean, there's Taiwan, there's relationships with, and we're not the only people who are watching this. I'm sure Putin is watching this, and in China and India and Iran and Israel, people are also watching to see the result, because as you rightly say, Carol, it has implications absolutely across the world.
Joe Phillips and Anne McElvoy, do stay with us. Let me just say that Donald Trump has just tweeted that there's massive cheating in Philadelphia. He's claimed there's a lot of talk of massive cheating in Philadelphia. The former president saying that law enforcement is coming. And he's also said the Republicans will have a big victory tonight. Let me also just remind you that as the results come rolling in, the Times and the Sunday Times website are opening their paywall as of midnight tonight. So throughout Wednesday and Thursday, you can get free access to real-time coverage, expert analysis, and evolving stories, whether you subscribe or not. It's a great opportunity for anyone to sample the Times and the Sunday Times, world-class journalism, news, commentary, in-depth election analysis, all the updates and lots of contributions from the brilliant Times journalists across the US and more widely across the world. And you can do that for free from midnight tonight. We'll be back with some more of the front page stories in just a moment here on Times Radio.
The Money Moment.
Anne McElvoy and Joe Phillips taking you through the front pages of tomorrow's papers. Let me just give you a little update we've had from NBC, the latest on their exit poll. Just 1 in 4 voters saying they're better off than they were 4 years ago, and nearly half of voters saying they're financially worse off today than 4 years ago. That's the highest level in the last 5 presidential elections, and that, of course, has been one of the key themes of Donald Trump throughout this election. Lots more to come on that on the programme. But let's touch on a couple of the other stories on the front pages of the papers. The Times, farmers plan to disrupt food chain in protest over inheritance tax. Farmers apparently plotting a strike to disrupt the food supply system in protest at the proposal for a 20% inheritance tax on farms. And the Telegraph also picks up on that story. It is saying the inheritance tax raid is putting food security at risk. Joe, it does seem as though there's quite a backlash building amongst farmers to this change in the inheritance tax rules that was announced in the budget.
Yes, and I would imagine that if Kemi Badenoch has got any sense, she will probably use that tomorrow as her debut at Prime Minister's Questions. There is a lot of anger amongst farmers, and understandably. And I think the government would do well to get farmers, leaders and representatives in to have a conversation with them, because there is no doubt that there are an awful lot of extremely wealthy people who wouldn't know one end of a cow or a combine harvester from another, who buy agricultural land simply to avoid paying tax, inheritance tax. But there are also a lot of family farms, particularly, and actually, you know, £1 million sounds like a lot, but it's not really when you take into consideration land and a farmhouse, and possibly outbuildings and other things. So, you know, there is a way. I think the government needs to have a conversation, say, okay, let's see if we can look at this and find a way that doesn't exist at the moment to make sure that people who are claiming this exemption, if you like, from the current system are actually farmers, not just wealthy investors who are using it purely for the sake of avoiding tax. I mean, the story on the front of the Times, I have to say, is pretty ridiculous. I mean, this is some farming influencer, which I would have thought would be news to quite a lot of farmers that I know. And the idea that, you know, they're going to disrupt the food chain. Well, the year we've had with so much rain, so little sun, and the vagaries of the British weather do quite enough to disrupt the food chain as it is. And the idea that you're going to go on strike, you know, for 3 days, it's not like closing down the railways or stopping hospital appointments. But I think it is a genuine worry for lots of family farms, and I think the government needs to have conversations before this whole thing gets out of hand and they end up with a split, because what it will be portrayed as is, you know, country versus town. Labour doesn't understand rural life, you know, which is very much what Tony Blair did when he came in with the fox hunting ban. And we remember those great big demonstrations with the Countryside Alliance. And I think, you know, the Labour Party and the Labour government need to heal those risks. They've now got MPs in rural areas, so they need to be listening to the farmers.
Yeah, and it does seem as though this was pretty much sprung on farmers with absolutely no prior consultation. And part of the issue seems to be that the changes don't necessarily affect those wealthy farmers who just buy up a bit of land in order to try and dodge inheritance tax. And it is going to be the family farms that are hit. But as Joe points out, the Times is reporting that 10 farming influencers whose videos get millions of views on social media every week are deciding on which days this month they'll urge farmers to hold back produce in an effort to cause shortages in shops. I mean, this does seem a pretty new development in this this disagreement, Anne.
It's not uncommon on the continent where farmers parties and farmers' movements have also leveraged social media. I mean, I think as Joe was reflecting, I think a lot of British farmers, even if they're feeling very cross and put upon by the government's tax rate, will not be responding to this sort of thing. But I think what we are seeing is farming becoming something that is more of a protest movement, and that then tends to work out in different ways. I mean, there are some people who call themselves a farming influencer. Sounds a bit like a contradiction in terms, doesn't it? But it certainly is the case that where there is a sort of anger and where there is a cause, we are seeing a lot of that. I've seen it in Brussels myself when I was last there for work and happened to get sort of caught up in the farming protests. I mean, they are spread by social media because it is the way that people now get their sort of co-demonstrators together. So I think it may be a little overcooked to say that farming influencers are going to storm Westminster and stop us getting our boiled eggs. But I wouldn't underestimate it if I were the government. I agree with Joe on that. And I think the government didn't prepare this at all as far as farming community sees it. They would spend so much time talking about fox hunting and talking about it as if people in the country cared a lot about it. They don't, but they do care about their farms and they do care about communities which are based around farms and farmland.
Yeah, and Nick's got in touch, says, can anyone explain why farmers shouldn't pay their fair share of tax? Why should the rest of us subsidise their own Range Rover? Listen, this is a story that we've been discussing on the programme, and an awful lot of our listeners have very different views on this. The government making the point that there are quite significant exemptions for the first £1 million and more if you take into account the family farm. I just got the front page of the Daily Mirror. World holds its breath. Pray for victory. Brace for chaos. Over a picture of Kamala Harris with her hands together as if in prayer. No prizes for guessing which side the Daily Mirror is supporting. Anne McElvoy and Joe Phillips, thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carol.
Now, do stay with us. Coming up, we're going to be heading back across the United States. We're going to bring you more on those latest exit polls and much more to come here on Times Radio.
On DAB, online and on your smart speaker. News, national, international and full coverage of the 2024 US presidential election. This is Times Radio.
It's 11 o'clock. I'm Carol Walker on Times Radio. A very good evening to you. The polls have just closed in the US states of Indiana and Kentucky, both considered to be usually Republican seats. We'll have reaction to that. And as the early exit polls suggest, democracy and the economy are key issues for voters. I'll be talking to Joanna Maska, former White House Director of Press for President Barack Obama, and Nick Akerman, a former Assistant US Attorney and Assistant Special Watergate Prosecutor, to look at the potential for legal challenges. We'll also get an update on the news emerging from Israel that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has dismissed his Defence Minister, Yoav Gallant. I'll be talking to military analyst Cedric Layton for more on that, and much more to come after the very latest news from Rob Malarkey.
Carol, thank you. Good evening. A man has been arrested at the US Capitol's Visitor Centre in Washington, D.C. amid a series of police incidents on polling day in the United States. A senior FBI official has told NBC News it is actively investigating a number of bomb threats at polling stations in Georgia, Wisconsin and Michigan. The investigation into the Capitol incidents is ongoing. J. Thomas Manger is the local police chief.
At about 12:20 this afternoon, a white male entered the south entrance of the Capitol Visitor Center. He was directed to put his coat and his backpack down for screening. As soon as his backpack and his jacket went into the screening area, U.S. Capitol police officers saw what appeared to be something in the shape of a firearm.
Donald Trump says he's confident he'll secure a return to the White House as the 47th president of the United States. Speaking after casting his ballot in Florida, Trump said it looked as though he had a substantial lead. Speaking to Times Radio, Chad Connolly, a former Republican Party chair in South Carolina, said he too was feeling confident about Trump's chances.
The early vote numbers are significant. Democrats have underperformed in the early vote. And let's face it, our side told people for a long time, don't go early vote. But to be neck and neck in North Carolina, to win 14 out of 14 days in Nevada, to only have a deficit of about 383,000 early votes in Pennsylvania, when just 4 years ago it was about 1.3 million, those are significant numbers.
Early exit polls suggest democracy and the economy are the most important issues for voters. John Le Boutelier is a former Republican congressman. Speaking to Carol Walker on Times Radio this evening, he cited gender and the abortion issue as critical factors in the election's outcome and said that could play into the hands of Kamala Harris.
And it's almost a 10-point gap. More women are voting than men. That was in the early voting. How that's going to go on the same day voting today, we don't know. But that is all good for Kamala Harris's campaign and bad for the Republicans because they have, unfortunately for them, they've fumbled the abortion issue so badly that they've turned a huge swath of women against them.
Away from the United States, Israel's Defense Minister Yoav Gallant has been dismissed. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said he had no trust in Gallant's management of Israel's ongoing military operations. The nation's Foreign Minister Israel Katz will replace him. Stormont's First Minister Michelle O'Neill says she knows her attendance at a Remembrance Day event will be uncomfortable for many Republicans, but says it's the right thing to do. The Vice President of Sinn Féin is to participate in a wreath-laying ceremony in Belfast on Sunday, the first time a senior figure from the party will take part in such an event in Northern Ireland.
I'm a Republican, I have my worldview of things, but that I can be a First Minister for all. And I also very clearly give a very direct message to those of the British Unionist identity that I will represent them. And I hope that this weekend that people will see that this is a fulfilment of that commitment and that I am actually very true to the pledge that I made to represent everybody in our society. And I think, given our history and where we've come from, I think this is a very important time to do that.
Downing Street says the Prime Minister did reply to Sir Alan Bates after the Post Office Justice campaigner twice wrote to Number 10 last month, demanding faster compensation payments for postmasters impacted by the Horizon IT scandal. A spokesman for Sir Keir Starmer said there was no firm commitment to compensate victims with full financial redress by March of next year. Last week, the government announced that £1.8 billion had been set aside for compensation payments. And the Queen has been forced to withdraw from her engagements this week because of a chest infection. She was scheduled to attend the opening of the Field of Remembrance at Westminster Abbey on Thursday, but will now be represented by the Duchess of Gloucester. The Queen has also cancelled plans to attend a reception for Olympic and Paralympic athletes. Remember, our news podcasts on the Times Radio app. Look for the Times News Briefing and The World in 10.
Across the UK, on DAB Digital Radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker, this is Times Radio with Carol Walker.
A very good evening and welcome back to the programme. The polls have just closed in the US states of Indiana and Kentucky, though they do both usually vote Republican. We're also getting some data from the first exit polls. Nearly half of voters say they're financially worse off today than 4 years ago. That's the highest level in the last 5 presidential elections, according to the NBC network. Donald Trump is at his Mar-a-Lago ranch in Florida. Kamala Harris is due at Howard University in Washington. In just a moment, I'll be speaking to Joanna Maska, Chief Executive of the Global Situation Room and a former White House Director of Press for President Barack Obama. We'll find out about potential legal challenges, especially if the results are close, with Nick Akerman, a former Assistant US Attorney. And I'll be joined later this hour by the pollster John Kluverius. Also coming up this hour, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has sacked his Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, sparking protests on the streets of Tel Aviv. Former US Colonel and military analyst Cedric Layton will be with us for more on that. And we'll have the latest on the devastating floods in Valencia from Times correspondent David Sharrock. And do get in touch with your views all the usual ways. Text 87222, tweet at Times Radio, email studio@times.radio, or send a WhatsApp 0333 003 2353. So the polls have just closed in the US states of Indiana and Kentucky. Both of these usually vote Republican. At first glance, the opening round of exit polls are not too surprising. The economy and the state of democracy are the two top issues for American voters this year, in keeping with what we've been seeing from public opinion surveys for months. Donald Trump is expected to watch the results at his Mar-a-Lago home in Florida. Kamala Harris is due to be at Howard University, which she attended in Washington, D.C. Let's go straight to Joanna Maska, Chief Executive of the Global Situation Room and a former White House Director of Press for President Barack Obama. Good evening to you, Joanna.
It's wonderful to see you, Carol. I'm afraid that this may just be the beginning of a long election night and potentially longer as we await election results tonight.
What are you reading into those early exit polls suggesting democracy and the state of the economy, the important issues?
Well, I'm worried that so many people believe fundamentally that democracy is on the line. And if you look at both campaigns, I mean, you've got Elon Musk saying there will never be an election again if Kamala Harris is elected president. You've got them saying Western civilization is on the line. You've got surrogates for Kamala Harris saying many things, including comparing Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler. That is instilling such fear and anxiety that I've got so many friends texting me, and they're just so worried they don't even know whether to watch tonight and how long this is going to take on. I think what we are seeing is that women are coming out in large numbers. And there was an outlier of a poll this weekend. Ann Seltzer, who is the Des Moines Register pollster in Iowa, and she is never wrong. She saw that women were breaking for Harris by like a 20-point margin. And if that holds up, then we may know the outcome of the election tonight, and it may go to Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris, of course, appears to be gaining a lot of support from women voters. Donald Trump getting a lot of support from male voters, especially younger male voters. I know that you're very much in touch with the Kamala Harris campaign. How would you describe their mood tonight?
Well, they're cautiously optimistic. Like I said, this Ann Seltzer poll, I mean, all of us who have worked in Iowa, she is kind of the god of polling. And so that kind of reassures us because it also mimics what you see anecdotally. I mean, I was with family who have never voted for a Democrat, and they're voting for Kamala Harris. So, that could be a surprise. Obviously, we know that in some places, Republicans are outpacing Democrats in early voting at a higher rate than we've seen before, but we don't know which way they're breaking. So there's a cautious optimism, a healthy skepticism. I mean, we don't expect anyone to concede tonight. Donald Trump would not concede even the last election and mentioned even this weekend that he should still have just stayed in the White House. And Kamala Harris is going to want to make sure that any irregularity, and we are seeing some, issues, that we have a chance to look at all of those votes. If it's close, you're going to see them, laser into every single race. The hope of everybody is that it's not close, but every poll and Dixville last night, the first little town that voted, 6 people voted, 3 for Harris and 3 for Trump. So we may be in for a little while when we're waiting for this election, and I hope everyone can be patient.
Joanna Maska, really good to speak to you. Chief Executive of the Global Situation Room, former White House Director of Press for President Barack Obama. Really good to talk to you. Thanks so much.
Good to see you, Carol.
Now, let me just bring you a few lines that we've got in the last few minutes. Some American embassies are reported to be ditching their election watch parties amidst a possible Trump victory. This is being reported tonight that some US embassies in Europe are ditching their usual festivities that come with the election watch parties over another possible victory for former President Trump. But I should say that's coming to us from Fox News. So we'll treat that with a degree of skepticism and wait until we find out what the results are. And I'm sure that there will be many election parties going on right across the UK and many places in Europe and elsewhere as well. Let us speak tonight to Nick Akerman, who is a former assistant US attorney and a former assistant special Watergate prosecutor. Good evening to you, Nick.
Good evening to you.
Really good to speak to you. What do you think is the likelihood of legal challenges to the overall result, or indeed to many of the individual results that we'll be getting tonight?
Oh, I think if Trump loses, which I predict he will, there's going to be lots of challenges. There's going to be lots of lawsuits. There have already been a whole slew of lawsuits that have been brought prior to the election, many of which have been already dismissed by various courts in all the battleground states. So I would expect you're going to see a lot of litigation, probably ending up the same way it did the last time, being dismissed by most of the courts. You had 60 some odd lawsuits that Trump brought the last time, and just about every one of them except one were dismissed.
I wonder what you make of what we're hearing already this evening. We've had Donald Trump tweeting about massive cheating in Philadelphia. I mean, have you heard any reports from any states that seem to suggest that there have been any serious irregularities?
No, absolutely not. He is simply setting this up so that he can claim afterwards that he lost because there was some kind of cheating in the election. I mean, this is the same thing he did the last time. He made up a whole series of claims. All of them were false, claiming that immigrants were voting, claiming that dead people were voting, claiming that people who didn't live in the state were voting. And he knew all of these were false, and he knows they're false now. He's done this same technique back in 2016 in the primaries when he was running for the Republican nomination. He did it after the 2020 election. And all of this stuff is provable by his own language, his own words, and documents by his own lawyers that he knew it was false. And this is his technique to try and somehow worm his way into the White House.
Of course, that challenge in 2020 came despite the fact that Joe Biden won the Electoral College, I mean, by a hugely significant margin, didn't he? Although some of the early votes broke for the Republicans, but when we got later results, they showed the Democrats the clear winner. I mean, it wasn't even that tight a result, and there were legal challenges.
No, that's right. But keep in mind, even though he won many more electoral votes, within those states, the margins were pretty slight. I mean, it wasn't like, in Georgia, it was, somewhere around 12,000 votes separating the two. I think in Wisconsin, it was somewhere in the area of 10 to 20,000 votes. If you look at each of those individual states, the number of votes were not that great that separated the two, but the winner takes all with respect to the Electoral College, even though the winner may not be, at the end of the day, the winner of the entire popular vote of all of the voters who voted in the election. It's just a weird quirk of history that sort of governs our presidential elections.
Do you think that these potential legal challenges could significantly delay the overall final result? I mean, could it be that legal challenges will mean that we don't actually get results until legal cases are actually heard, or could they be thrown out pretty quickly?
Oh, I think they're going to be thrown out pretty quickly. I mean, look, there will be recounts if the votes are really close in the states, and that's legitimate. A candidate has the right to ask for a recount under many circumstances, particularly if the vote is very close. So that could take some time. Also, don't forget in Pennsylvania, they don't even start to count the absentee ballots until today. They tried to change that so that the election officials could count those ballots prior to the election day, but the Republicans wouldn't allow that, so they couldn't get that through the Pennsylvania legislature. So there's a number of items here that are going to delay maybe knowing who the actual winner is for several days.
But it could just be a matter of days. It's not going to be a question of actually waiting for an entire court case to unfold.
No, I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, we don't know how this is all going to unfold tonight. I think Kamala Harris is going to win pretty handily, but we just don't know that for sure at this point.
Let me ask you about the exit polls that we're seeing tonight. They're saying that democracy and the economy, the two top issues, 35% saying democracy, the key issue in determining their vote. I just wonder what you make of that. I mean, for example, I think that is a very different picture to here in the UK. We've had an election earlier this year. We had a landslide Labour government. But I don't think many voters here in the UK actually felt that the state of our democracy was at stake.
Well, it's a totally different situation here. Donald Trump has already promised he's going to be a dictator from day one. He's promised that he wants to suspend the U.S. Constitution. His former chief of staff has basically said that he wants to be a dictator. He is a fascist. His head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff that he appointed also said that he's a fascist through and through. Everything that he said, the fact that he's talked to Putin over the last couple years, at least 7 times, according to the book by Bob Woodward, not even denied by Donald Trump. There is a lot of information out there that has people seriously worried, and I'm sure it has people in Europe worried too, with respect to the NATO alliance.
Well, let me just also put to you what we were hearing earlier on the programme from a former Republican congressman, John LeBoutelier. He told me why he believes Donald Trump may have struggled to win the votes of women.
Repealing of Roe v. Wade, which Trump has taken credit for and bragged about, runs around saying, oh, I did it and all that. That has killed him among a lot of women voters. And his generally dismissive attitude, even encapsulated last week by saying, well, I'm going to protect women whether they like it or not. And that line was suicide for him among a lot of women voters, especially with his track record of being accused by more than a dozen, or actually 20 plus women, of sexually assaulting them. So he's got a problem with women voters. There's no question about it. And I think this increased turnout by a gap of 10 points, more women than men voting, that's the single worst news for Trump. Now, that was in the early voting. We don't know today if there's that same gap, or maybe all the anti-Trump women voted in the early voting and there are none left. We don't know.
Well, that was John LeBoutelier speaking to me a little earlier. Nick Akerman, I just wonder what you make of that, this gender divide that appears to be opening up in the United States.
Oh, I think that's spot on. I mean, that is a huge issue for Donald Trump. To go back to that Iowa poll that you were discussing previously, I mean, what that Iowa poll shows is that women, older women, were breaking heavily for Kamala Harris. I think you're going to see that in other states as well. Look, I think Donald Trump has made 2 major mistakes in this campaign. One is he refused to bring Nikki Haley, who was his primary opponent in the primaries during this election, into the fold and get her to campaign with him. He refused to do that. She was one person that could appeal to women. He essentially ignored her, which is a major mistake. And then he held this rally in New York City at Madison Square Garden last week, which turned out to be a total hate fest and turned off all of the Puerto Ricans who were just aghast at the statement by this comedian that Puerto Rico was just an island of garbage. Between those two things, I think Donald Trump has hemorrhaged a lot of support over the last several weeks. And I think that is why Kamala Harris, in the end, with the comparison with her upbeat message, with her focus on the middle class and the issues that revolve around the middle class, as opposed to all of Donald Trump's claims that he wants to get retribution against his political enemies and all of his grievances, I think at the end of the day, that sinks him.
Nick Akerman, former assistant US attorney, former assistant special Watergate prosecutor. Good to have you with us. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Let me just remind you that here on Times Radio, from 1 a.m. tonight, we have a special US election results show hosted by Callum McDonald. He'll be speaking to Times Radio's very own John Pienaar from Washington, D.C., Andrew Neil, who's in New York, live throughout the night, bringing you analysis and reaction as the results come in on this hugely significant election. You're listening to Carol Walker on Times Radio.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel.
Will we know who the next president is tomorrow morning? Maybe, maybe not.
But we're going to be here to find out. We'll bring you all the latest results, analysis, and our own reactions in what is a huge moment, not just for the US, but for the whole world. USA! USA!
USA! Oh, you left me hanging.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel. Tomorrow morning from 6 on Times Radio.
Jen?
Netanyahu has sacked his defence minister, Yoav Gallant, saying there's been a crisis of trust between the two men. In a statement, Mr. Netanyahu said Gallant would be replaced by the foreign minister, Israel Katz, in a move that has prompted protests on the streets of Tel Aviv tonight. Well, a short time ago, Yoav Gallant himself gave his reaction to his dismissal.
This evening, before the time 8 p.m., Prime Minister Netanyahu informed me that he is intended to remove me as defense minister during the war. I told the Prime Minister, because my priorities was and has remained during my entire political life, nearly 50 years, has been constant and clear. The State of Israel, the IDF, and the defense establishment, and only after that, the rest, including my personal future.
Well, Cedric Leighton is a former US colonel and member of the Joint Staff for the Pentagon. He's now CNN's military analyst. Good evening to you, Cedric.
Good evening, Carol. Good to be with you.
Well, great to have you with us. What do you make of this decision by Prime Minister Netanyahu to sack his defense minister when he is in the middle of a war on several fronts?
Yeah, in many ways, it's really surprising because of the fact that he is in this war, this multi-front war that could very well flare up into something major if Iran decides to respond to Israel's latest attack. But we also have to note that the disputes between ex Defense Minister Gallant and Prime Minister Netanyahu have been going on for quite some time. In fact, in 2023, last year, Netanyahu did fire Gallant, but then was forced to reverse that decision because of protests in the streets. Basically, Gallant indicated at that time that the judicial reforms that Netanyahu was proposing would weaken not only the Israeli court system, but also the security of the Israeli state, because a lot of the reservists that were being called up for the war in Gaza were not going to be fighting, were not willingly going to the front, would not willingly fight for Israel under those conditions. So this dispute between these two men has gone on for some time. So in that sense, it's not surprising. But from a military perspective, it is certainly an odd sense of timing and could potentially have been timed to coincide with the U.S. election, while the U.S. is focused, of course, inwardly at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't the first time that Netanyahu has actually sacked Yoav Gallant, but it does seem as though there has been quite a battle going on between the two of them. And at the heart of this, Cedric, it seems as though Gallant was a key figure in trying to get negotiations to make some significant progress in terms of a deal to get the hostages out.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, because Gallant looked at the hostage situation as being basically, and to quote him, an ethical and moral commitment on the part of Israel to do everything in its power to negotiate the release of those hostages, and especially to do that while those hostages were still alive. So that was a significant part of the disagreement between Gallant and Netanyahu. Netanyahu seems to be much more concerned with the idea of the military actions without regard to the lives of the hostages, and that, of course, has certainly resonated within the Israeli body politic, both on the Gallant side of the equation as well as on the Netanyahu side of the equation.
And we've seen Israel Katz being appointed as the new defense minister in replace of Yoav Gallant. What do you make of that appointment?
Well, it's very interesting. I mean, Israel Katz is certainly a very experienced national security figure within Israel. He served previously as Minister of Intelligence back in the 2015-2020 period, and has served as Foreign Minister not only this time around, but also previously in the 2019 and to 2020 period. So he is certainly someone who is very capable, but he is very much an ally of Netanyahu's, and it could make it tougher for the Pentagon and specifically Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin to continue the very good relationship he had with Yoav Gallant with Israel Katz. It could very much weaken the ability of the United States to influence Israeli actions.
So what you're suggesting is that, in fact, Benjamin Netanyahu might, if anything, take an even more hardline approach to his enemies, even more inclined to go for the military solution instead of seeking diplomacy and talks.
I'm afraid that's the case. Carol, when you look at where all the pieces are lining up right now within the Israeli government, and what's also being planned by the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, it very much looks like Netanyahu wants to continue this multi-front war. Destroy Hamas, destroy Hezbollah, and potentially even try to destroy the Houthis, although that's very far away in Yemen. But certainly make it very difficult for the Iranians to conduct military operations against Israel. And so from a national security perspective, a lot of that makes sense. However, it is definitely Israel in a very precarious position, because this puts a lot of their forces at risk and puts basically the entire country at risk.
Just finally, of course, we are waiting for the first results from the US presidential election. What we're hearing from the exit polls just reinforces the picture that this is going to be a very close race indeed. In terms of the war in the Middle East, Kamala Harris presumably going to follow a broadly similar approach to that of Joe Biden. She's been the vice president there for many months. But if we do see Donald Trump returning to the White House, what do you think that will mean in terms of the US approach to the Middle East war?
Well, I think Trump would very much go in line with what Netanyahu has proposed and will propose. He would back Netanyahu's military option and the frankly militaristic approach that Netanyahu is taking. On the other hand, if Harris wins, it's going to be a different story, because not only has she opened up the possibility of negotiations with the Palestinians in her statements on the campaign trail, but she also is clearly voiced concern about how Israel is using U.S. weapons, and how they use those weapons matters to her, and I think to a future possible administration of hers. So this is going to be a situation, if Trump does win, then Netanyahu will feel a degree of relief. If Harris wins, the opposite will be the case.
Cedric Leighton, former US colonel, member of the Joint Staff of the Pentagon, now CNN's military analyst. Really good to talk to you. Thanks so much for joining us.
You bet, Carol. So great to be with you.
Thanks so much. Now, do stay with us here on Times Radio. We are keeping a close watch on all the latest developments across the United States. We have so far had some exit polls suggesting that democracy and the economy are the key issues for most voters. Some more details coming in on that. And we're also going to be getting an update from Spain, where there is growing anger amongst voters to the way that the authorities have responded to the devastating floods in Valencia. All that and more after the very latest news from Rob Malarkey.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Good evening. Early exit polls in the United States suggest the state of democracy is among the most important issues for voters in the presidential election. CBS also says this is the first time in the network's history that the exit poll has asked voters about the prospect of violence after the result has been announced. 7 in 10 voters said they were confident that the election was being conducted fairly and accurately. Chad Connolly is a former Republican Party chair in South Carolina.
The only person I've heard say out loud that they would not accept the results was Jamie Raskin, a congressman. He said Donald Trump will never step foot in the White House. We'll make sure of it in the United States Congress. Now, I don't think he can do that, but actually he is the only one who's made that kind of threat public. I haven't heard anybody in the Trump team or Trump himself say anything of the like.
Another exit poll released by NBC shows voters are also concerned about women's rights and the economy. These voters have been heading to polling stations in North Carolina.
Tried to stick to my values and just tried to pick candidates that align to those values.
I voted Republican, pretty much straight down the line. Voted for him. This will be the third time.
The first polls have closed in the states of Indiana and Kentucky, and Michigan has recorded a record turnout. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., supporters of Kamala Harris are gathering outside Howard University, Harris's alma mater and the venue for tonight's election party. And an investigation is underway in Washington, D.C. after police arrested a man as he tried to enter the U.S. Capitol's visitor center with a flare gun. It's one of a series of law enforcement incidents on polling day in the U.S. A senior FBI official has told NBC News it is actively investigating a number of bomb threats at polling stations in Georgia, Wisconsin and Michigan. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has fired Yoav Gallant, his defence minister, saying that trust between the pair had broken down. Netanyahu said that significant differences in strategy had developed between him and Gallant, the most vocal government minister pushing for a ceasefire agreement to release Israeli hostages in Gaza. He'll be replaced by Israel Katz, the country's foreign minister. 6 Labour councillors on Newcastle City Council, including its former leader, have switched their allegiance, meaning the party has lost overall control of the local authority. Nick Kemp, who stepped down from the leadership role in September after being accused of bullying, and 5 others now appear on the council website as independents. And an XL bully dog has been put down after fatally attacking a 10-year-old girl. Savannah Bentham from Malton in North Yorkshire was fatally attacked by her family's pet dog last Friday. You can hear more from our Times experts and correspondents in the World in 10 podcast. Search for it on your favoured podcast platform. Now with the sport this evening, here's Steve Forbes.
Manchester City have been humbled in the Champions League by the man taking over Manchester United next week. Ruben Amorim's Sporting Lisbon inflicted a 4-1 defeat on the Premier League champions, with former Coventry striker Victor Gyökeres bagging a hat-trick. Elsewhere, Liverpool moved top of the table with a 4-0 win over Bayer Leverkusen, while Celtic came from behind to beat RB Leipzig 3-1. And the tenure of former England Rugby Union head coach Eddie Jones is under the microscope after claims in a new book of a toxic environment during his stewardship. Former scrum half Danny Kerr accused Jones of ruling by fear and claimed everyone was terrified of him. Saracens fullback Alex Good has told us whilst Jones got the right results, there were things he saw that weren't okay.
Especially when it was probably unnecessary. It wasn't a motivation tactic. It was more of a personal sort of spite or a malicious nature. I don't think anyone would have liked to see that.
The RFU have since said a system was in place to report concerns, but that it didn't happen. For more, head to the Times website or the app.
This is Times Radio.
Jen knows stuff. Jen knows national experience.
And on your smart speaker, this is Times Radio with Carol Walker.
Welcome back to the programme. Let me just bring you an update, the latest we're hearing on the US presidential race. The Times is reporting that the first vote tallies of the night have arrived in Kentucky and Indiana, where the polls closed about 40 minutes ago, with an estimated 1.9% of the vote counted in Kentucky. 65.1% of the votes have gone for Trump, with 33.7% for Harris. In neighbouring Indiana, with 1.6% of the vote counted, 71.8% opted for Trump, with 27.4% for Harris. But we should remember that, as the Times points out, Trump is pretty much certain to win both states. In 2020, he won Kentucky by 62% and Indiana by 57% to Biden's 41%. Clearly, it's much too early to derive any broader significance from these first very early, when they talk about a vote tally, it's the percentage that we're seeing from the very first votes to be counted from these very first states where the polls closed around 40 minutes ago. We should also just let you know that Georgia, which is one of the key battleground states, the polls there were due to close at midnight our time, but the voting hours have been extended after bomb threats. 10 polling stations in Georgia extended their hours due to disruption from non-credible bomb threats, and the final polls will now close at 12:45. So that's in just over an hour's time. It means that North Carolina might become the first battleground state to close at 7:30. Right, now let's just head to Spain. I shall just sip some water. Excuse me. Back in Europe, the Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, has said the catastrophic floods which hit his country last week prove that climate change kills. I spoke to Times correspondent in Spain, David Sharrock, who told me what we know about the number of people missing.
It's becoming a bit of a mystery, actually, because the number went up very rapidly at the end of last week to just over 200. And the briefings that were being given off the record were that there were hundreds more bodies probably lost in cars in underground garages. And on top of that, an extraordinary figure of 2,000 missing people recorded via a telephone line. Having said that, since that, the number of dead has crept up to 218 today. And the biggest fear was that there's a very large, the largest shopping centre in the greater Valencia region, which with a flooded car park and hundreds of cars there, they thought that was going to be really bad. But they concluded the search today. It's taken a couple of days. They had to drain it first and go through all the cars. And while there had been a previous expectation that they were going to find possibly scores of dead bodies in cars, they finally declared this afternoon that they have found no dead bodies there.
Well, that is at least something which can be a source of some relief. But, I mean, the scenes that we're seeing of the devastation, the wreckage, the mud are still horrendous. And so many people have had their homes, their livelihoods ruined.
Yes, that's right. I mean, it's apocalyptic almost, how it looks. When I first arrived there, the first thought I had, having worked in the Middle East in places like that in the past, was it looked very much like a war zone. I mean, it was literally a bomb had gone off. It was a weather bomb which had just destroyed 5 or 6 dormitory towns around Valencia. And the progress in putting them to rights is very slow, and unfortunately, it looks like it's not going to speed up very much because it's extremely complicated.
And we've already seen just how angry people are becoming at the failure of the authorities, first of all, to warn them of the floods, and indeed then to recover bodies, to try to clear up the mess, to try to sort out the huge problems which local residents are facing.
Yeah, that's right, Carol. I mean, it was the tension was palpable towards the end of last week, and then, of course, the lid blew off on Sunday with this extraordinary visit by the King and Queen of Spain, accompanied by the Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez and the regional president Carlos Mazón. And while most of the pictures that certainly in the foreign press concentrated on the King and Queen, really the most of the anger was being directed at the politicians. I was quite struck by that visit, and it had me thinking that I would have doubted very much that a British monarch would ever have conducted a visit like that in the company of politicians, given the monarchy's role. So I think it was very high risk. In fact, it's in some ways it's turned out quite well for the king, because he stood his ground. He was told by his security detail to leave 3 times, and he said, "No, I'm going to stay. I want to talk to these people." And by contrast, the Prime Minister was very quickly ushered away. So even though Spanish people are sort of almost evenly divided on the monarchy, it was a republic briefly before the Spanish Civil War began. But he's earned quite a lot of admiration and respect for the stand he took. And also his wife, the Queen, I think her reputation has risen as well because she demonstrated so much empathy.
And the politicians are blaming one another, the regional authorities blaming the national government and vice versa. And in the meantime, we're seeing real worries about contamination and disease.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the bickering has been constant between the regional government, which is run by the Conservative Popular Party, and the central, the national government, which is a sort of a fragile coalition headed by the Socialist Party. They loathe one another, and so they constantly look for any opportunity to make the other side look bad, and this has become highly notable in the past week. Everyone is aware of it, and everyone is. This is adding to the anger because a lot of people just say you're just so busy trying to blame the other side that you're not actually doing your jobs, which is helping us. And as you said, I mean, a week on, the temperatures, it's still very warm. Today it was 24 degrees, and it's getting, the smell is, there's a lot of rotting debris there, the food, etc. So it's getting worse by the day.
And there were real concerns about the scale of the flooding around Barcelona. It seems to have got through another huge torrential downpour without too many serious problems.
Yes, contrast was drawn by the very prompt and persistent alerts that were issued by the Catalan regional government. There was a lot of disruption. The fast train services linking Barcelona with Madrid were knocked out for about 6 hours. All the regional train services, the commuter trains, were closed down. The airport was badly flooded. Didn't close down entirely, as more than 70 flights were cancelled, and a lot of incoming flights were sent elsewhere, but they weathered that. They got through it. There were no deaths, so that is some consolation for Spain in what's been a really tragic week. Its worst natural disaster in its history, really.
David Sharrock, the Times correspondent in Spain, speaking to me just a little earlier here on Times Radio.
Jane Garvey and Fee Glover on Times Radio, sponsored by John Lewis Money. Tomorrow.
Closely watching any of the data emerging from the US presidential race, several of the key battleground states have extended the hours of at their polling stations, pointing to unexpected waiting times for voters, technical issues, and other issues for voters in certain key parts of those states. In Pennsylvania, where the polling stations were due to close at 1 a.m. our time. In several counties, those hours are now being extended until 2:30 in the morning our time, in order to give voters time to cast their cast their votes. Georgia has also announced an extension. It's now not going to have all of its polling stations closed until 12:45. And in North Carolina, state election officials have also extended the voting hours by 30 minutes in some parts of the state, where voters will have until 1 o'clock our time to cast their ballots. Democracy and the economy are the most important issues for voters. That's according to early exit polls. And the polls in Kentucky and certain parts of Indiana have officially closed. Well, let's get more on all of this now, and we can talk now to a pollster. John Claverius joins us now. A very good evening to you, John.
Good evening, Carol. How are you this evening?
Yeah, very well. Great to have you with us tonight. We're just looking at some of the polling stations staying out longer than expected. This, I think, mainly due to technical issues, some bomb alerts in some places. But we have also got those exit polls. I'm sure you've been looking at them. What do you make of the exit polls suggesting that the state of democracy and the economy are the key issues for most voters?
Well, I think we're going to learn more as we start to count votes. Most of these exit polls are being compared to final exit polls that were weighted to election results in previous elections. So the data that we have right now are actually quite preliminary. And while I think they show things that most pollsters have known for a long time, that the economy, that the state of democracy in the country, that abortion and immigration are front of mind for voters, how they weigh each of those issues and how they interpret those issues in terms of translating them into votes for candidates really remains to be seen tonight. This race is tighter and more unpredictable than any election in my lifetime. And what's left beyond calling your astrologer, reading entrails, or casting bones is to wait for the results themselves to come in.
Yeah, and just looking at those exit polls, both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump's flagship campaign issues appear to have had an effect on voters. 51% of voters trust Kamala Harris to handle abortion, compared with 44% for Donald Trump. 52% trust Donald Trump to handle immigration, compared with 46% for Kamala Harris. Perhaps no surprises there. And even on those issues which you would have thought would be most divisive, I mean, the margins of difference are pretty small, aren't they?
Absolutely. And these are extremely consequential issues for Americans this year that have starkly divided the country. And what we've seen over and over again is that immigration voters are casting their ballots for Donald Trump with slim majorities, and that abortion voters are casting their ballots for Kamala Harris with somewhat larger majorities. But again, the question remains as to how important these issues will actually be in voters' minds at the end. And I love reading exit polls, and I think that they're an important guide to get in the minds of voters into what they're thinking. But the way this translates into votes remains to be seen. I'm watching the results from Virginia that will come in hopefully early most closely, because it seems to be the state that is due to close in less than 5 minutes and that has a reputation for counting quickly. In 2016, Hillary Clinton won that state by less than 5 percentage points. But in 2020, Joe Biden won it by more than 11. So a large margin in Virginia will likely predict a Kamala Harris victory, but a narrow margin and a long count in Virginia before the race is officially called by media outlets might signal a stronger night for Donald Trump.
Yeah, that is going to be an interesting one to watch while we wait, of course, for those vital swing states, because just as a reminder to people listening, so many of the states, we pretty much know which way they're going to go. They're either likely to cast their electoral college votes for the Republican candidate or the Democratic candidate, because that's what they've all done. That's what they've always done. So it comes down, doesn't it, to those 7 key swing states. We're hearing that Georgia might not close its polls till a little bit later than expected. Then we've got North Carolina coming up. And the polling that we had in the run-up to tonight just suggested it was so close between these two candidates right across those key swing states.
Absolutely. In our own polls at the University of Massachusetts Lowell, we had extremely narrow margins in both Pennsylvania and North Carolina, ones that were well within the margin of error, and that we could not make any definitive claims about who was ahead and who was behind in those races. And I think that tonight, hopefully, we will have some resolution to this question. One of the things I'd like to remind people, though, is that as much as we've talked in terms of predictions about the race being close, there is still quite a wide range of possibilities that we may see tonight. And over again, people forget that these margins of error are actually quite large, and that a normal polling error could shift the race 3 percentage points in either direction, which could result in what would resemble a landslide victory for either Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. So I want to remind listeners tonight to keep their mind open in terms of what results they see in the long run.
And given all of that, do you think it could take quite some time, maybe some days, before we get a final result?
Absolutely. The extended polling times that are coming out of North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania all suggest that if the results are in fact narrow, and if we don't have a clear result by, let's say, about noon on the East Coast of the United States tomorrow, then we would expect a much longer count, because these counting processes involve a series of procedures that can take up to a week after Election Day to certify the final result. And even after then, there may be recounts that may adjust those results in the long run. So really, if we don't know in the next, I would say, 12 to 24 hours, we're less likely to know in the next 7 days.
Oh, could be quite some way to go then. John Cliverius, political scientist, director of the Center for Public Opinion at the University of Massachusetts. Great to speak to you tonight. Thanks so much, John.
Always a pleasure, Carol, and anytime.
Now, do stay with us here on Times Radio. Lots more updates to come, and I'm going to be joined once again by Laura Trevelyan to take us through our midnight hour.
On DAB, online and on your smart speaker. News, national, international, and full coverage of Trump v. Harris 2024. This is Times Radio.
It's midnight. I'm Carol Walker on Times Radio. A very good morning to you. The polls have just closed in a number of US states. But those key swing states that we're waiting for, many of them have extended the hours of their polling sites. So we may have to wait a little longer before we get the close of polls in Georgia, North Carolina and Pennsylvania. And in tonight's View from Here, we're heading to Scotland to find out why Donald Trump has more support there than in any other nation in Europe.
You have to remember that Trump's invested an awful lot of money in Scotland. He owns 2 golf courses, one, the world famous Turnberry golf course where the Open Championship's been played on a number of occasions.
John Boothman, the Times Scottish political correspondent. And joining me for our midnight hour will be Laura Trevelyan, journalist, former BBC anchor who's been covering the United States for more than 20 years. All that and more after the latest news from Rob Malarkey.
Carol, thank you. Good morning. Exit polls in the United States suggest a high female turnout, which could be good news for the Democrats' candidate Kamala Harris. Early data shows women accounting for 53% of the vote, an increase of 1% from the 2020 election. And in a further boost for the vice president, voters think the state of democracy is the most important issue at this election. John Le Boutillier is a former Republican congressman. Speaking to Carol Walker on Times Radio, he said this is a potential setback for Donald Trump.
It appears anecdotally and by reports from different secretaries of state in the 7 battleground states that the turnout appears very large. And the general rule in our system is the larger the turnout, the better it is for the Democrats. Then you add in more women are voting than men. That is all good for Kamala Harris's campaign.
Vice President Harris has appeared at the Democrats' headquarters in Washington, from where she called people to thank them for voting for her. She said she finished her election campaign with optimism, energy and joy. Spencer Critchley is a Democratic strategist who worked on 2 campaigns for Barack Obama.
I recognize there has been a lot of low propensity vote response, a lot of response among males for the Trump campaign, but the level of enthusiasm on the Harris campaign recalls the Obama campaigns of 08 and 12, something like 800,000 doors knocked in a day. I'm in contact with many Obama veterans, and you can't fake enthusiasm like that.
The first polls are now closed in the states of Indiana and Kentucky, and Michigan has recorded a record turnout. But 10 polling stations in Georgia have extended their hours because of disruption from non-credible bomb threats. And Donald Trump has this evening made an accusation of massive cheating in the city of Philadelphia. The district attorney in the state of Pennsylvania has dismissed the claim. Pat Toomey is a former Republican senator.
There's no question in my mind, if Donald Trump loses the election, he will deny having lost the election, just as he did last time. So I'm not surprised that he's kind of laying the groundwork for that just in case.
And an investigation is underway in Washington, D.C. after police arrested a man as he tried to enter the U.S. Capitol's visitor center with a flare gun. It's one of a series of law enforcement incidents on polling day in the United States. Elsewhere, Israel's Defense Minister Yoav Gallant has been dismissed. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he had no trust in Gallant's management of Israel's ongoing military operations. He'll be replaced by the country's Foreign Minister, Israel Katz. The Times correspondent is Richard Spencer.
He's clashed repeatedly with Netanyahu. He's stopped various Netanyahu's plans. He's advocated different policies from Netanyahu. So it's been a bit of a difficult relationship all along. He tried to fire Gallant last year, but failed. There was a big popular sort of protest about it, and he had to reinstate him.
Downing Street says the Prime Minister did reply to Sir Alan Bates after the Post Office Justice campaigner twice wrote to Number 10 last month demanding faster compensation payments for postmasters impacted by the Horizon IT scandal. A spokesman for Sir Keir Starmer said there was no firm commitment to compensate victims with full financial redress by March of next year. Last week, the government announced that £1.8 billion had been set aside for compensation payments. The Queen has been forced to withdraw from her engagements this week because of a chest infection. She was scheduled to attend the opening of the Field of Remembrance at Westminster Abbey on Thursday, but will now be represented by the Duchess of Gloucester. And Manchester City have suffered a third successive defeat in as many different competitions, this time with a 4-1 loss at Sporting Club in the Champions League. Their manager Ruben Amorim is about to take over at City's rivals Manchester United. Liverpool beat the German German champions Bayer Leverkusen 4-0 to extend their perfect start to their European campaign to 4 matches, and Celtic beat RB Leipzig by 3-1. Don't forget you can set the Times news briefing as your news service on Alexa.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker, this is Times Radio with Carol Walker.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to the programme. We are keeping a close watch on events across the Atlantic as we wait for the polls to close in the US presidential election. The polls have just closed in a number of states, including Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia and Vermont. But several of the key swing states have extended the polling hours because of technical issues or other concerns. In Pennsylvania, where the polling locations were due to close in an hour's time at 1 a.m., that is going to be extended in some parts until 2:30 in the morning. Georgia has also allowed an extension at some of its polling stations until 12:45, and in North Carolina, they've also extended the voting hours by 30 minutes. So voters will have until 1 o'clock in the morning, our time, to cast their ballots. We have, in the meantime, been getting some early exit polls. Democracy and the economy, the most important issues for voters. Nearly half of voters saying they're financially worse off today than 4 years ago, the highest level in the last 5 presidential elections. That's according to NBC. Over the next hour of the programme, I'm going to be joined by Laura Trevelyan, journalist, former BBC anchor, who's been covering the US since 2004. And in tonight's View from Here, we're going to head to Scotland, where a survey has found that more Scots support Donald Trump than in any other nation in Europe. We'll talk to John Boothman in Scotland for more on that. So throughout the last 2 hours, we've been bringing you reaction and analysis as we wait for the first significant results from the United States presidential election. Millions of Americans have been casting their votes in the closest presidential election in recent history, and we've been getting a series of exit polls. Democracy and the economy were the 2 top issues for US voters. That's according to preliminary exit poll data from CNN. 35% said democracy was the key issue that would determine their vote, while 31% put the economy first. Abortion with 14% and immigration at 11% were the next most important issues to voters. Well, we won't be getting any actual results for probably a few hours yet. And just a reminder, though, that from 1 o'clock this morning, Callum MacDonald will be taking over the reins here at Times Radio to take you right through the night until Times Radio Breakfast picks up at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Well, Donald Trump has been tonight at his Mar-a-Lago ranch in Florida. It's been reported that he's going to be joined by Elon Musk, the controversial billionaire businessman who has become a staunch supporter. Earlier, he cast his vote at a nearby polling station and said he was feeling confident after a great campaign.
No, I feel very confident. I have felt. We went in with a very big lead today, and it looks like Republicans have shown up in force. So we'll see how it turns out. But it seems that they have really shown up in force. I just got a call from Dan Patrick in Texas. He said they've never seen anything like it.
Well, Kamala Harris sent her ballot by mail and has been calling a number of radio stations to urge her supporters to get out and cast their votes. She told one station in Atlanta that she'll be at a watch party at Howard University after a big family dinner.
The first office I ever ran for was freshman class representative at Howard University. And to go back tonight to Howard University, my beloved alma mater, and be able to hopefully, recognize this day for what it is really, it's full circle for me.
Well, Kamala Harris also made a surprise appearance at the Democratic Party's Washington, D.C. headquarters and made a number of calls to voters.
Have you voted already? Give me a second. Okay? You did? Thank you. Thank you so very much. You know, it's so important that everybody participates.
Well, that was Kamala Harris trying to make sure that her supporters get out and vote earlier. Listening to all that, watching the exit polls and everything else, Laura Trevelyan joins us from the United States. Laura, we are still very much waiting for any significant results. But just, tell us your take on where we are tonight.
Well, it's just so close, isn't it, Carol? And this is this agonizing moment where you don't know very much, but you can see anecdotally that there are incredibly long lines at the polls, particularly in Philadelphia, where it looks like they're going to have to extend the opening hours because the law is that if you're online when the polls close, you do get the right to vote. So in Philadelphia, which I think is heartening for Democrats, it's the key state of Pennsylvania, there's incredibly long lines to vote. And Donald Trump has already posted on his Truth Social network, Carol, that there's massive cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement on the way, a sign that perhaps he too is rattled by the turnout in Philadelphia. Now, election officials in Philadelphia say there is absolutely no cheating. This is unfounded, but it just shows you how the night may begin to unfold. And by the way, US networks have called 3 states, Indiana and Kentucky, where the polls have closed, have been called for Donald Trump. So he has 19 electoral votes in the US network's tally. And Vermont has been called for Kamala Harris, and she has 3 electoral votes. Remember, you have to get to 270. Just one thing I did think was interesting, Carol, looking at the results out of Indiana, where the polls closed just over an hour ago, by the way, which Donald Trump has comfortably won, according to the share of the vote in. But in one county, Hamilton County, which is pretty suburban, there was a strong showing by Kamala Harris with 2/3 of the vote in, a better performance than Joe Biden's in 2020 in that county. So that's something that could be interesting as the night unfolds if that's repeated across other suburban districts.
So if we look at those results, or the results that have been called by the American networks, which is what happens throughout the night, 3 electoral college votes to Kamala Harris, 19 to Donald Trump. But that is, in a sense, a reflection of the fact that we've only had Indiana and Kentucky that have actually been counting votes, and those are states that have traditionally voted Republican.
Exactly. I mean, this next hour is a pretty exciting one, Carol, because most of the polls have closed in Georgia, except, as you were reporting, in places where there were what turned out to be fake bomb threats, and so the polling stations had to close for a bit. But Georgia is a key swing state in all of this. Donald Trump narrowly lost it in 2020. Joe Biden narrowly won it. If Harris has a strong performance in Georgia, that would bode well for her, and they count the votes quickly there now. We should know really by the top of the next hour how things are looking in Georgia. So that will be a strong indication. If Donald Trump does well there, then at 8 o'clock, the polls will be closing, most of them at any rate. In Pennsylvania, 7:30, so in about 20 minutes, that's when North Carolina, the polls close there. Another state where both campaigns are hoping for a strong showing. It's a state that Donald Trump won in 2020. So we have 2 battlegrounds to keep an eye on and to discuss in the next hour, Carol, both Georgia and North Carolina.
Well, we will keep a close eye out on that, and for any indications of any projected results. And we'll be back to hear some of what we've been hearing on the programme already in just a moment here on Times Radio.
Times Radio.
Just let me remind you that as we await more results from the US elections, the Times and the Sunday Times have just opened their paywall. So throughout today, Wednesday and Thursday, you can get free access to real-time coverage, expert analysis and evolving stories, whether you subscribe or not. This is a great opportunity to sample the Times and Sunday Times world-class journalism across news, commentary and in-depth election analysis. And of course, the Times website will be updating minute by minute as we follow the results as they come in. And from now on, you can actually do that for free, even if you haven't got a subscription. It is a great opportunity to try out what you can see on the Times website. I have with me throughout this hour, I'm delighted to have the company of journalist Laura Trevelyan, who's in the United States. And I was speaking earlier to a former Republican congressman, John LeBoutillier. He told me what he was hearing about his party's performance so far.
Well, I think there's a huge turnout, both in the early voting that ended yesterday and then today. It appears anecdotally and by reports from different secretaries of state in the 7 battleground states that the turnout appears very large. The general rule in our system is the larger the turnout, the better it is for the Democrats. Then you add in the obvious gender gap in the voting, in the who's turning out, and it's almost a 10-point gap. More women are voting than men. That was in the early voting. How that's going to go on the same day voting today, we don't know. But that is all good for Kamala Harris's campaign and bad for the Republicans, because they have, unfortunately for them, they've fumbled the abortion issue so badly that they've turned a huge swath of women against them.
And John LeBoutillier, a former Republican congressman, told me more about how Donald Trump was struggling to win over women voters.
Repealing of Roe v. Wade, which Trump has taken credit for and bragged about, runs around saying, oh, I did it and all that. That has killed him among a lot of women voters. And his generally dismissive attitude, even encapsulated last week by saying, well, I'm going to protect women whether they like it or not. And that line was suicide for him among a lot of women voters, especially with his track record of being accused by more than a dozen, or actually 20 plus women, of sexually assaulting them. So he's got a problem with women voters. There's no question about it. And I think this increased turnout by a gap of 10 points, more women than men voting, that's the single worst news for Trump. Now, that was in the early voting. We don't know today if there's that same gap, or maybe all the anti-Trump women voted in the early voting and there are none left. We don't know.
Well, that was John LeBoutillier speaking to me a little earlier. I mean, when we were speaking earlier, Laura, you were talking about the battle of the sexes, and John really explaining a bit more about what lies behind that.
Yes, exactly. I mean, the seismic shift in American politics in the last 2 years has been the overturning of the federal right to an abortion by the United States Supreme Court, something that had existed for more than 50 years. So now whether or not a woman has access to an abortion depends entirely on where in the country she lives. And in about 10 states tonight, there are moves to enshrine abortion rights constitutionally in these states. So Democrats are hoping that this will drive up turnout amongst women who are concerned about reproductive freedoms, and it will benefit them. But of course, the thing is also, Carol, that in America, people do what's called splitting their ticket. So it might be, for example, that you're a woman in Arizona and you decide, yes, I want to vote for Donald Trump for the presidential election, but I also want to vote for this enshrining abortion rights in the Constitution. I may disagree with Donald Trump on the issue of abortion, but I think he'll be better as a president. So we just have to see how it all turns out. But it is exciting that so many Americans are engaging in the democratic process, Carol. I'll tell you, even here in New York, when I was voting in Brooklyn, which, by the way, is not a swing state, the 28 electoral college votes are expected to go to Kamala Harris. There were so many people online and excited. And by the way, we get stickers here in the US if we vote early, Carol. So there's an incentive.
Just before we take in some more of what we've been hearing tonight, let me ask you a question, rather unfairly, from one of our listeners, saying he wants to know whether the number of electoral college votes in each state changes based, for instance, on population changes. I mean, we know that in most of the states, it's winner takes all, isn't it? And each state has a particular number of electoral college votes. But does that change if they've suddenly got a big increase in their populations?
Well, that's an excellent question, Carol, and I'm not being a constitutional lawyer. I'm not going to answer that question. But yes, the key tonight is getting to 270. So the most populated states have the most votes in the Electoral College. That is exactly how it works. And the question we have tonight is the 7 states which don't, according to the polls, seem to be falling in either camp. The question is, where do they go? So we have pretty reliably Kamala Harris getting 226 electoral college votes based on the states which are solidly Democratic. You have Donald Trump getting 219 electoral college votes. And then how do they get to 270 votes? For Kamala Harris, the easiest way to get there is to win what's called the Rust Belt in the Midwest, to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, which, by the way, have all behaved the same way for many years in elections. For Donald Trump, the route is to win Pennsylvania, plus some of the Sun Belt states like Georgia, Arizona, North Carolina. That would get him there, which is why it may all come down to Pennsylvania and its 19 electoral college votes, Carol. And that's why in Philadelphia, where we're seeing these long lines, I think that's why you're seeing Donald Trump on Truth Social saying that there's been massive cheating, even though election officials say no sign of that.
Yeah, definitely one to watch very closely indeed. Well, we have, though, had those early exit polls which give an indication of the issues that voters are most concerned about, the state of the economy and the state of democracy, the two biggest ones. Joanna Maska, Chief Executive of the Global Situation Room and a former White House Director of Press for President Barack Obama, gave me her take on those early exit polls.
I'm worried that so many people believe fundamentally that democracy is on the line. And if you look at both campaigns, I mean, you've got Elon Musk saying there will never be an election again if Kamala Harris is elected president. You've got them saying Western civilization is on the line. You've got surrogates for Kamala Harris saying many things, including comparing Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler. That is instilling such fear and anxiety that I've got so many friends texting me, and they're just so worried they don't even know whether to watch tonight and how long this is going to take on. I think what we are seeing is that women are coming out in large numbers. And there was an outlier of a poll this weekend. Ann Seltzer, who is the Des Moines Register pollster in Iowa, and she is never wrong. She saw that women were breaking for Harris by like a 20-point margin. And if that holds up, then we may know the outcome of the election tonight, and it may go to Kamala Harris.
Well, I also asked Joanna Maska what she was sensing about the mood amongst her close contacts within the Democratic campaign.
Well, they're cautiously optimistic. Like I said, this Ann Seltzer poll, I mean, all of us who have worked in Iowa, she is kind of the god of polling. And so that kind of reassures us because it also mimics what you see anecdotally. I mean, I was with family who have never voted for a Democrat, and they're voting for Kamala Harris. So, that could be a surprise. Obviously, we know that in some places, Republicans are outpacing Democrats in early voting at a higher rate than we've seen before, but we don't know which way they're breaking. So there's a cautious optimism, a healthy skepticism. I mean, we don't expect anyone to concede tonight. Donald Trump would not concede even the last election.
Well, that was Joanna Maska speaking to me a little earlier. No, very unlikely that Donald Trump is going to concede tonight. But interesting, this sense really that the Democratic campaign, like I suspect many voters, really just holding their breath at the moment and waiting to see when we get to some of those more meaningful results.
Well, that's absolutely right, Carol. Nauseous optimism. That's the phrase that actually both campaigns have been using about how they feel at this moment. But it is the moment where everybody's texting everyone else saying, what do you hear about the turnout? What do you hear about the polling places? What do you hear about the gender gap? What do you hear about the late breaking vote? And we're a little bit short on actual information. But they are counting the votes pretty quickly, I can tell you, in Florida, once a swing state, but no longer, solidly in the Republican column. And with 64% of the vote in Florida, Donald Trump is up by 7 points, which is about what you would expect. 4% of the vote has been counted in Georgia. That's one of those key swing states, Carol. Donald Trump leading by 4%, but that's not telling you very much with just 4% of the vote in. And at this point, the percentage of the vote all depends and who's won it all depends on where it's coming from. So in Georgia, if you're having the rural areas counted first, you would expect Donald Trump to do well. But it's when you get to the Atlanta area, which is much more Democratic, and the suburbs, that's when you see Kamala Harris's vote ticking up. We do know, by the way, Carol, that in Georgia, they have had record turnout, even higher than in 2020. So a real sign there of engagement in a key swing state.
Yeah, that is absolutely fascinating. And we should just remind listeners that the polls are due to close in just three or 4 minutes or so in North Carolina, as well as Ohio and West Virginia. And North Carolina, as we've been discussing, is one of those absolutely key states to watch, isn't it?
Oh, it's fascinating. 16 votes in the Electoral College there, Carol. Barack Obama, he was the last Democrat to win North Carolina. He won it in 2008. He didn't win it in 2012. It's been Republican ever since, but it's a real purple area. It has big cities. It has university towns. It has a lot of industry. It has big rural areas. It's also somewhere where the recent hurricane really badly affected mountainous areas that weren't expecting to get the flooding that they got. Asheville, North Carolina, for example. So people there, though, we've been told, have been determined to vote. They've had mobile polling stations set up for them. So it's another absolutely fascinating one, and another one where they count their votes pretty quickly. They're a lot more efficient, it seems, in the South than they are out West, where it takes them forever, particularly in California, to count their votes. So North Carolina is also somewhere, Carol, where the Trump campaign was clearly worried about shoring up the vote, because Donald Trump, the last 10 days, he's been in North Carolina pretty much every day, as well as being in Pennsylvania. So North Carolina key. Harris polling quite strongly there. It's been a toss-up, but it will be a fascinating one to see whether her apparent strength in the suburbs translates into an actual win, or whether somewhere that is a pretty conservative part of the country does stick with Donald Trump.
Yeah, I'm just seeing some remarks from Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, who is saying that Georgia could have results by around 1 o'clock, so in about half an hour's time. He's been talking to reporters and saying that by the new state law, early votes in Georgia are required to be publicly reported 1 hour after the polls close. And he's saying that you're going to get a lot of results really quick. That is from one of those key swing states of Georgia. But of course, that is one key swing state. And we'll presumably only get partial results from that. And I mean, your hunch, Laura, do you think that we are likely to see a result, let's say, by tomorrow morning at UK time? Or do you think this is going to be an election where it's going to take perhaps several days before we know who is going to be the next president of the United States?
Well, it's a great question. I mean, compared to 2020, far fewer people are voting by mail. Remember, 2020 was the middle of the pandemic, so most Americans, or many Americans, voted by mail. It takes a lot longer to count mail-in ballots, according to the laws in all the different states. This time, we've seen a lot of in-person early voting. It doesn't take long to count that vote, and we've seen a lot less mail-in voting. So I think it's possible that at 1:30 this morning, US time, which would be 6:30 in the morning in the UK, that you'll know what's happened in Georgia and in North Carolina. You may see the trend lines in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So that's 5 of the 7 key states. Arizona and Nevada are out west. That's going to take a lot longer because of the time difference. Those states are a full 8 hours behind the United Kingdom. So I do think it's possible that by the early hours of the morning US, with 5 out of the 7 swing states, we'll know which way they're going, unless it's incredibly close. And remember that if the result is within 0.5%, then campaigns have a right to ask for a recount. So if the margin of victory seems to be outside that 0.5% and we're in recount territory, yes, it could take days. So I don't know. I mean, my gut's telling you what I want to say, which is I want to wake up tomorrow morning in the US and know what's happening. But I think it's still a little bit too early to say. I think once we get if we get a Georgia result at the top of this hour, then I would imagine all swing states will behave the same way, right? The polls have been showing they're a toss-up. So if we get a clear result in Georgia, that could mean we get clear results in others.
Big ifs at the start of all of that. It's very it's very unfair as we wait for those first results from the key swing states to start to come in. But it's been great to speak to you, Laura. Do stay with us. We'll be back with a recap of the papers here in the UK right after the very latest news from Rob Malarkey.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Good morning. In the last few minutes, polls have closed in North Carolina, Ohio and West Virginia in the US presidential election. Donald Trump is projected to win the states of Indiana and Kentucky. That would earn him 19 college votes, whereas Kamala Harris is the projected winner in the Democratic stronghold of Vermont. Exit polls in the states suggest a high female turnout, which could be good news for the Democrat candidate Kamala Harris. Early data shows women accounting for 53% of the vote, an increase of 1% from the election 4 years ago. Chad Connolly is a former Republican Party chair in South Carolina. Speaking to Times Radio, he said the increase in female voters is no surprise.
Here's what I kept hearing. Moms are scared for their children in the cities. Moms are scared for their kids because of the illegal immigration. It's rampant. They're concerned for the out-of-control crime.
Early exit polls also suggest the state of democracy and the economy are the most important issues for voters. 10 polling stations in Georgia had to extend their hours because of disruption from what the FBI called non-credible bomb threats. A senior FBI official has told NBC News it is also actively investigating a number of threats at polling stations in Wisconsin and Michigan. It's after police in Washington, D.C. arrested a man at the U.S. Capitol's Visitor Center. And in some breaking news, Donald Trump, not surprisingly perhaps, is projected to win West Virginia as well. Israel's Prime Minister has fired his defense minister, citing a crisis of trust between them. Benjamin Netanyahu says he's lost faith in Yoav Gallant over the management of ongoing military operations in Gaza and Lebanon. The sacking has already prompted protests on the streets of Tel Aviv. Israel Katz, who served as foreign minister, will replace him. The Prince of Wales has warned of what he calls the troubling reality the planet faces as he focused on the need to tackle illegal wildlife trade during a visit to South Africa. Prince William has been meeting young climate activists in Cape Town, where he announced a new programme of life insurance cover for rangers.
We must also recognise the people on the front lines. Rangers are fundamental if we are to meet our global conservation targets for 2030 and prevent the dangerous tipping points that threaten our planet.
The Future King's Earthshot Awards ceremony will take place in South Africa later. The Eco Prize, which is worth £1 million, will be handed out in grants to 5 groups for their climate change ideas. For a roundup of the news on demand, follow the Times News briefing on any podcast platform. Now with the sport this morning, here's Steve Forbes.
Manchester City have been humbled in the Champions League by the man taking over Manchester United next week. Ruben Amorim's Sporting Lisbon inflicted a 4-1 defeat on the Premier League champions, with former Coventry striker Victor Gyökeres bagging a hat-trick. Elsewhere, Liverpool moved top of the table with a 4-0 win over Bayer Leverkusen, while Celtic came from behind to beat RB Leipzig 3-1. And the tenure of former England Rugby Union head coach Eddie Jones is under the microscope after claims in a new book of a toxic environment during his stewardship. Former scrum half Danny Kerr accused Jones of ruling by fear and claimed everyone was terrified of him. Saracens fullback Alex Goode has told us whilst Jones got the right results, there were things he saw that weren't okay.
Especially when it was probably unnecessary. It wasn't a motivation tactic. It was more of a personal sort of spite or a malicious nature. I don't think anyone would have liked to see that.
The RFU have since said a system was in place to report concerns, but that it didn't happen. For more, head to the Times website or the app.
Across the UK, on DAB Digital Radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker, this is Times Radio with Carol Walker.
Welcome back to the programme throughout our midnight hour. I'm delighted to have the company of Laura Trevelyan in the US, and we are going to have our usual recap of the morning papers in just a moment. But first, taking over the baton from me at 1 o'clock in the morning, Callum McDonald to take you through the wee small hours. He joins me now. Callum, well, it's tense, isn't it?
It is tense. And this is the thing. So, the objective drama and, the political drama of what we're reporting on throughout the night is huge. Clearly, it has momentous and very serious implications. But the newsworthiness of what is happening and what is unfolding cannot be overstated, I don't think. You've already had a few calls and projections over the course of the last couple of hours. We're going to get a flurry of polls closing when we come on the air at 1 o'clock, including in Pennsylvania, the crucial swing state, of course, and a few others that we'll be keeping an eye on, including Michigan as well, after 1 o'clock. It's just, we're building, and that's what I'm saying about through the course of the night, is our job is to piece together the story as it is emerging. We might not reach the conclusion of this story over the course of tonight, but we can certainly start filling in some of the threads and some of the ways towards that conclusion. Even as we're speaking, North Carolina's too close to call. That is a crucial state for Donald Trump, and if he's even shown to be slightly struggling in North Carolina, then that could be quite indicative of a struggling night for him.
Yeah, and we've had the polls just closing in the battleground state of Georgia, and suggestions that we could get some of the early votes coming in. And what is interesting in the United States, isn't it, is that you get a few votes in from a state, and based on that, the big US networks, some of them, will then call that state.
Yeah, that's right. So the projections can be built out of crucial counties where there is a known sort of demographic or representation that therefore means in the big jigsaw puzzle of what the result is, they can then take the leap and project who is going to win that. It's worth noting, actually, just in the kind of big context of US election results, that of course there's a whole process of certifying the results from here on out. So until that point, they are all projections officially. And of course, January the 6th is now a well-known focal point for such certification processes. But yes, it gets to a tipping point. And these sorts of demographics of women and black men and college-educated and suburban women, these are all phrases that we're going to be using all night long as we build out who is supporting whom, which candidate has managed to rally the most of, piece together a coalition, if you like, of these demographics, and how do these demographics split and behind which candidates in which parts of the country. And that will begin to sort of tell us exactly how this thing is going to work out.
I should just say, we're keeping across all these projections. CNN is saying that Donald Trump appears to be on course to win back the state of Georgia, which Joe Biden won by the narrow margin of 0.23 percentage points in 2020. A CNN exit poll is showing that 54% of independent voters backed Trump compared with 43% for Kamala Harris. I mean, this is, we should say, a projection from CNN, and clearly there's lots of ifs and buts in all of that, and we're still waiting for the actual results. Callum, just tell us some of your guests coming up in the next few hours.
So I think one thing that I'm just so thrilled about is how many of Times Radio's own and the Times correspondents will be on the programme over the next 5 hours or so. So we've got John Pienaar, who's actually, I think even now, is on a flight from Pennsylvania, where he's done his programme the last couple of days. He's on his way to Washington, D.C., so he will join us from D.C. Andrew Neil will be with us from New York City as well. Plus, we've then got the Times correspondents all across the United States, particularly and especially in those crucial swing states. So we'll hear from Arizona and Nevada and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. And of course, we've managed to pin down, well, actually quite a lot of people who are at the various gatherings, the Trump gathering in Florida and the Harris gathering as well. We've actually got a couple of British people who are in both of them. I'm going to call them parties, but I suspect one may be slightly more celebratory than the other at some stage. So we'll be inside the room as well, where the candidates are nervously awaiting the magic 270 in the Electoral College.
And what fun that would be to be in the watch party with the presidential candidates. You and me both, I'm sure, would absolutely love to be there. Callum will be picking up the reins in less than 20 minutes now. He's got a great lineup. He's going to have some actual results. So don't go anywhere. Stay with us here on Times Radio. Trevelyan, journalist, former BBC US anchor who's been there covering every twist and turn of US politics for 20 years. And I mean, this such a close race, Laura. And just remind our listeners then that the next key states that we're waiting to hear from, probably North Carolina and Georgia.
Yes, absolutely. And we should get a result, the Georgia Secretary of State said, by the top of this hour from that key swing state, one that Donald Trump narrowly lost in 2020, which he desperately wants to get back, which would be an early show of strength for him if he could win there. Polls closed in North Carolina just about 12 minutes ago. But we do actually, interestingly, Carol, have a result for the US Senate. Remember, it's not just the presidency that's up for grabs tonight, also control of the US Senate and the US House of Representatives. Republicans only need to flip 2 seats in the US Senate to gain control. They have just flipped one in West Virginia. That result was expected because Joe Manchin, an independent who caucused with the Democrats, stepped down. And now Jim Justice, formerly the governor of West Virginia, is now the new Republican senator. So that's something for Republicans to cheer about. They just need to flip one more Senate seat. They've got their eyes on one in Montana, where there's an endangered Democrat, John Tester. They're hoping to win that seat too. So interesting results. And I would say also, Carol, that Florida, they're counting their votes very quickly there. Now, that has become a Donald Trump stronghold. Of course, he lives in Mar-a-Lago in the state. But with 75% of the vote in Florida, Donald Trump is leading by 9 points. And that's before you count the very heavily conservative Panhandle. So signs of strength for him there in Florida.
Let me just bring you a line emerging from NBC News saying that most voters are concerned about post-election violence. This is according to an early exit poll by NBC News. A lot of unease, obviously, after the attack on the Capitol on the 6th of January 2021. An early exit poll by NBC showing 71% of voters now concerned about post-election violence this year. We have seen a lot of security precautions being taken. Now, in a sense, the authorities are perhaps a bit better prepared than they were in the last presidential election. But certainly, I think the other feature that we've seen since then is, if anything, US society is more divided than ever, Laura.
Yes, it absolutely is. And Donald Trump's closing argument to anyone who was watching any of his rallies was, if we lose, it will be because the other side has cheated. So he's most certainly been sowing this idea that should he lose tonight, it won't be because the votes weren't counted, that won't because his supporters didn't turn out. It'll be because there was some impropriety in what happened. So yeah, there's definitely huge anxiety. Pretty much every American that you speak to is concerned about what happens next. But the good news, though, Carol, is that until now, until this point, which is 7:45 in the evening on the East Coast in America, the election has gone very well, with very few problems reported, with very long lines, a lot of enthusiasm for democracy, but without some of the tension that we saw in 2020 when there were reports of people with guns outside polling stations. We haven't seen any of that, at least not so far tonight. So that is a good sign and perhaps reassuring. Donald Trump has said he'll accept the election result if it's fair, a bit of a coda there. But I think one of the things that I'm really watching for tonight is whether he does what he did in 2020, which is in the early hours of the morning, when it was still in flux, votes were still being counted, he declared that he was the victor, which again mobilized his supporters to feel that something, that he'd won and that the authorities weren't telling them the truth when they said that vote counting was still going on. So will we see a repeat of that tonight? There's so much still to come and still to unfold. And at the top of this hour, the polls close in the key states of Pennsylvania and Michigan. Those are states that Kamala Harris has to win if she is to stand any chance of becoming the next president. Donald Trump really wanting to block her by winning back Pennsylvania.
A little later than usual on the programme, let's just bring you our recap of the papers in the morning. The Times on its front page: world awaits America's fate. Trump: US will go to hell if Harris wins. He vows to accept the result if it's a fair election. And there's pictures there of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. The Times also reports that farmers plan to disrupt the food chain in protest at inheritance tax. The Daily Telegraph: inheritance tax raid puts food security at risk, the paper says. And the Telegraph reports Russia behind bomb threats as US goes to the polls. The Telegraph also on its front page reporting Netanyahu, Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu, sacking his defence chief in a dispute over the direction of the war. The Guardian: hope and fear. Kamala Harris taking a call in Washington on the last day of campaigning in the US election. A picture there. The Daily Mail: tinderbox America on a knife edge. The Financial Times: America decides, high-stakes race ends, Harris and Trump both sense victory, the paper says. The Metro: new Trump v Harris drama meltdown, the paper says, result on a knife edge. The Eye: America votes for its future and braces for election unrest. The Daily Express, turning to the economy here in the UK: house prices to rise £84,000 in 5 years, though it does also have a picture of Donald Trump with one of his MAGA caps on. America's tense day of election reckoning. The Mirror: pray for victory, brace for chaos. US election: Harris history hope, but fears Trump will raise more hell. The Sun focuses on I'm a Celebrity exclusive. Colleen, get me out of trials. This is the news that Colleen Rooney could be ruled out of a string of I'm a Celebrity trials. And even the Daily Star is focusing on the US election tonight. Bigly trouble is its main headline. I just wanted to pick up, Laura, on that headline in the Times, the world awaits America's fate. And in a sense, that is true, isn't it? Because American foreign policy, what it does, how it approaches its allies, its opponents, and those conflicts around the world are going to be really huge.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's just such a fascinating and insightful headline. And nowhere, by the way, is the result of the election being watched more closely than in Ukraine, because that is where you would see the starkest difference if there were to be another Trump presidency. Donald Trump has made it clear that he thinks far too much American money has been spent on arms for Ukraine, that it's time to wrap up this conflict. He said that he would be able to bring about a deal within a day. And because of his known sympathies, really, for President Putin, someone who was accused of interfering in the 2016 election on behalf of Donald Trump, the Ukrainians and indeed Democrats in the US and Republicans who support Ukraine are very concerned about what a Trump presidency would mean for that war. You also have the Middle East. It's very well known that Donald Trump is quite supportive of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, even though he wasn't pleased that he recognized the victory of Joe Biden in 2020. So he will be a staunch ally of Israel, an uncritical one. Perhaps Israel might feel it had an even freer hand to expand the war into Lebanon than it does have at the moment.
Okay.
And tariffs too, Carol. So much, yes, hanging on this.
Laura, so much to discuss on that. But before I hand over to Callum MacDonald, we're going to have our usual view from here. And tonight we're in Scotland, where a survey has found that more Scots support Donald Trump in the US election than in any other nation in Europe. I spoke to John Boothman, the Sunday Times Scottish political correspondent, and I asked him whether he was surprised at the findings.
In some ways, maybe we shouldn't be. The political parties like to go out there and tell us that Scotland's a much more progressive country than the rest of the UK. Though I wouldn't say that, and particularly in the context of, bits of Western Europe, to be fair. But you have to remember, I think, two things. One, that Trump's invested an awful lot of money in Scotland. He owns 2 golf courses. One, the world famous Turnberry golf course, where the Open Championship's been played on a number of occasions, and that is actually set in a beautiful part of Ayrshire where he provides a lot of employment. The other golf course in the northeast in Aberdeenshire is the same. It's an absolutely fantastic venue. It brings in thousands of tourists, the whole golf thing, to Scotland and to these 2 golf courses. He's got plans for another one next year. There's 600 people employed in these golf courses. Millions of pounds, I think, have been spent in actually doing them up. The Turnberry Hotel, where the Turnberry golf course is just a really incredible hotel and in the most picturesque of places. So, there's that whole aspect. The other bit of it, of course, is that, we all know this, that, Trump, he's half Scottish. I always joke with my friends and colleagues in the SNP that I know. I say to them, in an independent Scotland, Trump would be entitled to be a citizen in the country. And, last week, in fact, I asked John Swinney in a big press huddle whether he would recommend in the American elections support for the Scotsman or the other person. Now, of course, he said that he would recommend support for Kamala Harris, not just because Trump had said that he was against independence. So, in a funny kind of way, Trump's mother, as we know, comes from Tongue in the Isle of Lewis. She emigrated in the early 1930s, met Fred Trump in New York and got married. In a funny kind of way, you can understand why some people would support Donald Trump because of the links that he's got with Scotland.
And Donald Trump is very proud of the fact that his mother is Scottish. But we shouldn't get too carried away with this idea of the enormous enthusiasm for Donald Trump in Scotland. It is only 25% in this survey that suggest that they'd rather he won the election tonight.
I think if you look at the other half of that equation, you'll find that 56% were in favour of Kamala Harris to win the election. So, yeah, it's a bit of springs and roundabouts. But as you rightly point out, it is the case that that's the highest in Western Europe in this Norstat poll that was carried out. The Italians were close behind the Scots on 24%. Now, Italy's got some interesting politics, certainly of the right at the moment. 17% of Spaniards back Trump, only 15% in France. But in some of those more progressive countries, you might argue, or at least people with that progressive reputation, in Sweden 13% and 7% in Denmark. So I just think these things, it's a bit of a laugh, these surveys, but they're nevertheless interesting. They throw up some interesting things. It's worth saying, Carol, that the Trump Organisation in Scotland, who of course own that great hotel and these two fantastic golf courses, and more investment, as I say, coming to a second golf course in the Northeast next year, they were not happy at all at John Swinney saying that he would support Kamala Harris and or recommend support for Kamala Harris in the election. They said that, you know, it was a bit of an insult to Trump given he's invested so much money in Scotland.
We should also just mention that, of course, that new golf course has been the focus of quite a bit of controversy, hasn't it? Quite a lot of local people not at all happy about that big development there. In the
Aberdeenshire golf course in particular. Now, I've actually been there. It was the most incredible time when I remember going. I think it was, in fact, I'll tell you when it was. It was just after the Brexit referendum. You landed in a big helicopter. There was a Keystone Cops type chase around the golf course. About 20 golf carts, spruced up ones with Donald Trump and his entourage. This was before, of course, he was the president. He'd just got his security detail before that 2016 election. They drove around the golf course, followed by 20 other golf carts with assorted journalists in it. And he stopped 3 times on the course and gave impromptu press conferences. I'd never seen anything like it, frankly, in my life.
And just finally, we're all, of course, gripped with this election. We are awaiting the first results to come in later on tonight. Given that survey and Donald Trump's Scottish roots, are many voters there in Scotland going to be watching this incredibly important election?
Look, I think there's huge interest in this. There's as much interest in this as we had, frankly, in the budget last week, because the implications of whoever wins, and that's whoever wins, are going to be important for the UK, they're going to be important for Europe, and they're going to be important for everybody in the world.
Well, that was John Boothman speaking to me just a little earlier. Laura Trevelyan, it's been great to have you with us for the past hour of the programme. Are you off to a swanky watch party now, or is it wait, because it could be that watch party might need to go on for several days?
No, a swanky watch party with my dog, husband, and middle son. That's how swanky it's going to be here. An exciting night ahead.
Yeah, Laura, thank you so much. It's been great to have you with us for the last hour of the programme. Thank you so much.
Pleasure, Carol.
Just let me remind you that we are now just approaching 1 o'clock in the morning. Callum MacDonald is gearing up to take over. We are expecting at the top of the hour a whole swathe of US states. We're going to see the polls closing there. That is going to include North Carolina and Pennsylvania, and we are awaiting results in Georgia. So within the next few minutes, we should have some more fascinating results, or at least indications coming in. So far, we've got the polls in a handful of states closed, including North Carolina and Georgia. Harris and Trump have picked up early wins in some eastern states, while voters in the west of the US are still queuing up to vote. Don't go anywhere. Callum McDonald is about to take over the reins. Time for me to say a huge thank you to my producer tonight, Lauren Eels, the assistant producer, Michael Routledge, and Hannah Quinn, and our one and only technical operator,